into the records the budget for the Office of the President earlier and also our message of welcome to the delegates that were here earlier. And now I would like to welcome also the Office of the Vice President, headed by the Vice President herself, Honorable Vice President Sara Duterte. It is my duty to present the body's consideration the budget of the Office of the Vice President. With that, I'm ready to begin with any manifestation or questions.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Ronald De La Rosa is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, before I would make a motion, I would like to make this manifestation that in the proper time, in the period of interpellation, if it is okay with the good sponsor, that I'm going to introduce some amendments to the OBP budget, if it's okay with the good sponsor.
Yes, the proposal is welcome. Then it will depend on the body for the approval.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. With that, I hereby move for the approval of the OBP budget.
Before that, I think Senator Bongo
Meron kami.
wants to take the floor.
I would like to take back my motion, Mr. President.
Withdraw.
Withdraw. I would like to withdraw my motion.
Senator
to give
Bongo.
way for the manifestation of Senator Bongo.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we know, the Office of the Vice President ang ikalawang pinakamataas na opisina sa ating gobyerno. Ang sino mang nakaupo dito ay inihalal ng taong bayan at may responsibilidad na maghatid ng serbisyo lalo na po sa mga nangangailangan. Sa totoo lang po, inihalal po ang Vice Presidente hindi lamang para umupo sa pwesto at maging spare tire. Kung gusto naman pong magtrabaho, ay bigyan po natin siya ng pagkakataong magtrabaho. Inihalal po siya na maglingkod at tumugon sa mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Subalit, Mr. President, ang budget po na inilaan para sa OBP ay binawasan po sa General Appropriations Bill na para bang hindi mahalaga ang kanilang mandato. Mula sa original na panukalang budget na National Expenditure Program sa NEP, no, na 2.026 billion, ay binawasan po ito, naging 1.3 billion at nag-iwan na lang po ng 733 billion para sa taong 2025 at yung iba pa dyan ay naging zero. Mr. President, nakapagsagawa ng ating mga mahalagang programa po ang OBP na may direktang benepisyo naman po sa ating mga kababayan tuwing may bagyo, nasasalanta, tumutugon naman po ang Office of the Vice President. Mayroong mga inisyatibang OBP tulad ng Magnegosyo Taday na nagbibigay po ng grants at training para sa kabuhayan ng mga maliliit na negosyante at kababaihan at ang Educational, Medical, and Burial Assistance Program na naglalaan po ng tulong pinansyal para sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan. Sa panahon po naman ng kalamidad, nandiyan po ang Disaster Response Program ng OBP na nagbibigay po ng agarang tulong, relief packs at iba pang suporta sa apektadong lugar. Kung tayo nga na sa legislative ay tumutulong tayo, hindi natin nililimitahan ang sarili natin bilang mambabatas lamang. Ang trabaho naman natin, representation, constituency at legislation, lalo na po ang Office of the Vice President na executive yung function nila. Sana po'y bigyan natin ng pagkakataon na makapagtrabaho naman po ang Office of the Vice President. Ngunit ang mga nabanggit ko pong mahalagang programa ng OBP ay maapektuhan dahil bahagi rin po dito na tinanggal sa budget ng OBP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Bill. Mr. President, public offices in general are meant to serve the Filipino people, lalo na kung lumalapit sila diretso ang kanilang opisina sa ating mga kababayan. Basic mandate po ang tumulong, lalo na po sa nangangailangan ng social services. Mr. President, ang pagbawas po sa budget ng OBP ay direktang makakaapekto sa kakayahan ng OBP na makapaghatid po ng serbisyong naglilingkod sa tao mula sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao para nating tinanggalan ng kapasidad ng isang ahensya or in this case, isang halal na pinuno ng bansa na magserbisyo po. Kaya po nananawagan po sana ako sa mga kasamahan natin dito na sana po ay madagdagan, no? O maibalik ang pondo po na naaprubahan sa NEP for 2025 para naman po makapagtrabaho ng maayos ang ating Vice Presidente na parte po ng executive branch of the government. Para naman po para naman meron tayong working Vice President at hindi lang po spare tire. Gusto naman po magtrabaho ng ating Vice Presidente. Huwag ho nating pilayan ang gustong magtrabaho. Sa totoo lang po, ang daming opisina na mas malaki pa ang budget kaysa OBP, pero underperforming. Ang iba nga dyan, natutulog yung pondo. Ang daming programa na pilit sinasama sa mga program funds na hindi na po nagagamit, winawalis na po dahil hindi nagagamit yung pondo. Ito, gustong magtrabaho, sana naman po mabigyan ho natin ng pagkakataon ang opisina na gusto pong maglingkod sa ating mga kababayan. Maliit lang po na halaga yun eh. Kumpara po sa napakaliit na pie lang po yun sa kabuuang budget po ng ating bansa. Mr. President, huwag po nating ipagkait sa sambayanan ang serbisyong kanilang inaasahan, lalo na po sa panahong mas kailangan po ng taong bayan ang pagkalinga ng kanilang pamahalaan. Lalo na ngayon, panahon ng bagyo, dami pong naghihirap nating mga kababayan, magtulungan na lang po tayo. Yun lang po yung panawagan ko sa inyo, magtulungan tayo. While we understand that some of OBP's programs are also being done by other government agencies, wala naman po sigurong masama kung bigyan po ng budget ang OBP para sa social services. Ito lang po aking pakiusap sana, para sa social services, para mas marami pang mabigyan po ng tulong at mas marami pa pong matutulungan. Sana po madagdagan o maibalik po ang pondo at hindi po masakripisyo ang layunin ng OBP na maghatid ng tunay na serbisyo sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino, lalong-lalo po yung mga nangangailangan. Let me repeat, yung social services sana po maibalik. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Christopher Bongo. Majority Leader. Senator,
Before we recognize Senator Bato, I would like to convey also that the manifestations of Senator Bongo is noted, and at the proper time, Senator Bongo is free to introduce the amendments he would like to include for the office of the Vice President's budget.
thank you. Yes, what is the pleasure of Senator De La Rosa?
Mr. President, I would like to move for the approval of the OBP budget.
I second the motion.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
President, I seek a 1-minute suspension.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority leader. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Senator Legarda, you may proceed with your opening statement, if any.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed appropriations for the Presidential Communications Office, the attached agencies under Senate Finance Committee Report 335, 2025 General Appropriations Bill amounts to 2,026,816,000 pesos. The distribution of the proposed new appropriations is as follows. Presidential Communications Office proper, 694,971,000. Bureau of Communication Services, 77,071,000. National Printing Office, 28,848,000. News and Information Bureau, 138,305,000 pesos. Philippine Information Agency, 418,263,000 pesos. Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services, 466,203,000 pesos. Presidential Broadcast Staff, 251,155,000. Meanwhile, under the PCO budgetary support to government corporations, the appropriations amounts to 1,364,257,000 pesos. It's distributed as follows. Intercontinental Broadcasting, 1,149,000,000 pesos. People's Television Network, 215,257,000 pesos. That is it. That's it, Mr. President. That's the PCO and the attached agencies.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. And to interpolate, the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor. Actually, Mr. President, they visited me in the office earlier today, and the purpose of this interpellation actually is to solicit some information that they may want to announce to the public, like some accomplishments or good news coming from their offices. So can I start with the budgetary support to the IBC, for example? Andito si Senator JV who really also helped me push for this. For this year, we gave them an amount for the retirement pay of their long suffering and retired employees. Before the this is before the time of the incumbent management led by the President. Around 500 million pesos pa yata. So when we get the report from the IBC on the usage of the amount given to them,
Are you asking about the retirement benefits?
the retirement benefits,
Yes.
which have been unpaid for a long time.
Yes.
So, but before, to be very clear, before the time of Mr. Policarpio.
Yes, a payment of retirement benefits from 2002 to early 2024, 146 old retirees and employees, and 224 early retirees. That's 425,762,259. And to be used for payment for remaining 2024 retirees is 74,237,740.
Okay, so in short, mission accomplished. Okay, with the thumbs up from Secretary Cesar Chavez, that means mission accomplished. So congratulations
President.
to IBC. Humingi ng pondo, binigyan ng pondo, nagamit ang pondo. Tapos, ang problema ng 400 beneficiaries plus their families. Tama. So, congratulations for that. So, and then, Siguro question lang po sa PCO naman, you are the lead agency for implementing the executive order on freedom of information. Am I correct in stating that? EO number 2, series of 2016, as well as Memorandum Order number 10, series of 2016. Tama po. It's okay. Question na lang po, are the people using this? Are the people using this mechanism? How many requests for FOI have been made and were granted by the office?
Through the FOI program, Mr. President, the citizens are afforded the right to access government-held information, documents, data, and statistics. There have been 239,741 e-FOI requests lodged, and there have been 151,991 standard FOI filed. There are different types of FOI requests, statistics, data sets, research, legal documents, personal information, etc. And the top requested agencies under the e-FOI portal, Department of Health, with 22,692 requests, PSA, Statistics Authority, National Telecommunications, BIR, DepEd.
Thank you for mentioning the top.
I can go on and on. It's very long.
I think that should be sufficient.
Thank you.
Those are the top agencies which are the, ano bang tawag mo doon? The subject of the FOI request, because they are supposed to be the source of the information. So what did the office, what was the role of the office? If the information is needed from PSA, DOH, what was the role of the PCO? Was it just a bridge?
There's the e-FOI portal, which is not new. It's been here since, it's a digital platform that's been here since 2016, and it is supposed to address all the queries from the public for the agencies. And it's supposed to provide all the information requested by those who are on the portal. So, yes, this is in compliance with the implementing agencies. There are also manuals. There are designated government agencies in charge. But the answer is yes, this is the compilation of all the answers to all the requests online regarding the work, data, information of various agencies.
Hindi lumalabas sa figures, medyo ginagamit ng taong bayan. They're availing of this mechanism. Close to 400,000 requests. So, meron talagang nangangailangan ng information. And do they give feedback as to whether or not they were happy with the information that they got? Did the information given to them answer their need? Madam Chairwoman?
I'm told that yes, there's feedback. We know that this is not a new platform because the executive order was way back in 2016, but we can only imagine that this should improve because it's been 8 years. So this is based on an EO in 2016. This is based also on freedom of information is an internationally recognized human right protected by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I can go on, and it's enshrined, of course, in the Philippine Constitution. Now, they've also used new technology. The e-FOI portal uses AI, artificial intelligence, to respond to requests for public information. Perhaps what we could ask them to do is to really measure the impact, positive or negative, and see where it lags behind, because they're also requested to have client satisfaction ratings at the end of the service. So if the requesting party, kung magsipag siya to answer these questions, then we can have more accurate information on the quality of service.
Yes, yun siguro. I'm sure sinusukat din po siguro nila yan as to the satisfaction of the users of the service. Okay? So hindi lang yung that we are using technology, okay yun, because
Yes.
but are they happy? Lalo na kung nag-AI kayo, so we need to know if yung information nga na gusto niyang makuha, nakuha ba niya? So,
Yes. It would
so,
probably interest you to know who are the public users.
apo.
The first, the highest is the academe. And then the 52,799, they measure that. Government, 49,000. Private citizens, 159,000. So we also have CSOs, we have information officers, we have business community. So these are the different sectors who have been requesting information from the different portals.
Thank you. When we were studying these different offices and bureaus, Mr. President, we suspected that there's some overlapping functions between the News and Information Bureau and the Philippine Information Agency. So can we be clarified, because we may be mistaken, what's the difference between the functions or even the news coverage provided by the News and Information Bureau, may separate budget po yan, and the Philippine Information Agency, may larger budget pa yan. Yes, ma'am.
That's actually the same question I also asked during the hearing, because there seems to be an overlapping, just so that we are clear with the functions. The PIA, even there is a new head. We have a new head of the PIA. During the hearing, we had another head. Unfortunately, I asked a question which the head could not answer accurately. I hope that was not the reason for the change of the head. Anyway, so the PIA is the only government information network that can reach the grassroots, spanning 16 regional offices, 78 provincial information centers, the chief information arm with expertise in development communications. The functions include establishing and maintaining regional and provincial information centers, focusing on planning communication programs, providing basic information about government and on different particular interests to the community. Now, what is the News and Information Bureau? The NIB manages the Philippine News Agency, the government's official news wire service. The PNA's role is to provide news content, disseminate information about the government's policies, programs. It gathers, produces, distributes news reports to media outlets. The NIB facilitates and manages the accreditation of foreign press and visiting journalists under the International Press Center.
So thank
So-
you. Thank you. Tama po ba na kunyari, para lang kunyari organize namin yung thoughts namin, si NIB content or software, si PIA parang network or infra or hardware siya, pababa. Okay, sige. Sige po. Thank you for that distinction. Is the NPO also before us? NPO? NPO. Okay, so ang question ko lang sa NPO, what would be the NPO's role in the upcoming 2025 elections?
The NPO is an attached agency, Mr. President. It is one of the 3 government-recognized printers mandated to print government-accountable forms, such as the ballots specific to the NPO, and other non-accountable forms, such as the official gazette.
So, and NPO will also be part of the printing of the ballots in 2025,
Yes, Mr. President.
but it's not reflected in NPO's budget because the money will come from COMELEC. Ganun po ba yan? Apa, sige.
COMELEC
Sige.
provides the budget.
So-
They are the printers.
So for the 2025 budget of NPO, we did not put any amount preparatory to its role in the 2025 elections. Wala, nothing.
Not in the
Nothing.
NPO budget.
Yes, nothing. Okay, so can afford siya. Is the NPO also part of the printing of the national ID?
The national ID, it's not in any budget. Are they the ones printing it? No. Not to
Kung
my
may role lang,
knowledge.
tinatanong ko lang kung may role. No, no role.
No, Mr. President.
Who's the head of the NPO? Andito siya, andito siya. Sige pa. Attorney Carlos, sige. Thank you, thank you. Last question, ma'am, last question. Last topic or maybe last question also. In 2022, the SWS reported that 51% of Filipinos, so majority, find it difficult to spot fake news on media. So what are the policies as well as specific programs of PCO which are meant to combat fake news and misinformation?
Thank you for that. That's very important. We know that the PCO prioritizes educating the public on the various strategies and motivations behind disinformation and misinformation. As mandated by the Secretary, the state media under the PCO shall identify fact-check officers who will address mis- and disinformation. So the PCO launched the Media and Information Literacy Campaign, MIL, to proactively combat mis- and disinformation. The approach focuses on education, awareness, equipping the public with the skills to critically assess information that they consume. And so it can go on and on. So they have the fact checkers. Perhaps we can do that in all our offices. Kasi galit na ako pag linilihis. Una, it could be incomplete, inaccurate, misinformation, disinformation, or it could be copy-paste. Isa pang delikado na to chat GPT, linalagay sa speech, di ba? It's maaring kina-copy-paste from other sources. Anyway, so there are efforts to fight misinformation and disinformation, Mr. President. So there's an information campaign for the public to be critical consumers of information. The target audience are the youth and teachers and educators. There's capacity building for media and stakeholders. They have a partnership with Google, TikTok, MIL for ASEAN Network, GMA7, UNACOM. What's PAMIL? And PAMIL? What is PAMIL? Philippine Association of Media Information Learn. Okay. Yes.
See, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I heard the phrase capacity building. That means may nagti-training, nag-offer sila ng training. So siguro if they're very experienced in offering training on how to manage, spot or correct fake news, siguro out of a sense of corporate social responsibility, if we can ask PCO to also train our offices.
Immediately. I don't think we have to wait, Mr. President, for next year's budget.
Yes,
In fact, after we pass this budget, they can schedule within the month of November in one of the committee rooms, all our media staff, legislative, everyone, senators' offices and the secretariat, basic, what are the tenets of factual writing, consumption of news. In fact, I was asking the other day, how do you spot a speech or a press release that's not from ChatGPT? Malay ko yung churn out ng ibang mga staff natin galing sa ChatGPT, right?
Yes,
So,
sige.
because long ago, you could monitor if copy-paste. Ano, there was an app before from my second term that, alam mo tala yun, di ba kayo nila Beck? You could spot if it's copy-pasted, but if it's culled from ChatGPT, I don't know if there is an app that can monitor that.
So did we get the commitment of my compare, Secretary Cesar Chavez, Your Honor,
Nag-amend ba ako?
that his office will organize as soon as possible before the year ends? Okay, kasi excited din kami kasi kailangan parati rin kami tinatanong niya kung na kunyari kahit nag-hearing tayo rito, they want real-time fact-checking. Siyempre,
Yes. That's
ang
true.
hirap din yun kasi that's why we need the experience of PCO, what technology do we need and what knowledge and technical skills do our people need to have. So I'm looking forward to that seminar, Madam Chairwoman. So thank you.
We all agree, Mr. President, that knowledge is power. And knowledge using that power to generate knowledge can actually save lives and livelihood. Just like in cascading the information, let's say, from the Weather Bureau, from Pag-asa. If it is not understood, if it is not given in a timely manner, if it is not accurate, if it's very scientific and just like a copy-paste, the rains will be like this, often it is not understood. Natataas ba ang tubig, at what time? So even that, they should work with the agencies that give out early warning systems so that everyone understands. We know that Bisaya or Cebuano is often used. Filipino is used in some areas, but I think that there should be translation of early warning systems, of information that could be used by our farmers, our fisher folks, by our DRR officers in every LGU. That is why I think this Barangay Information Officers Network, you're from Marikina, it is important. You can amend your budget. I did amend mine. So that in constituencies and LGUs, where I want to have specific information, barangay purok sitio level, you will know what's going on. Hindi naman siguro puro marites, substantial information that can help you make wizened decisions. This is the barangay information officers that serve as conduits of information, ensuring the timely, accurate, and relevant communications between the national and the barangay level. So they share government updates and relay local issues to higher authorities, both ways. So, let's say Marikina, tumataas ang iyong ilog dyan, o paano kayo naaapektuhan? If you will amend your budget so that you will have, how many barangays do you have in the whole city or even in the district where you are running for congressman?
Right.
It would be good to have barangay information officers so that you can give the information on weather, on floods, on early warning systems, and not just that, maybe on sino sa mga indigent families ang nagla-maintenance na kailangan ng libreng gamot. Sino ang mga batang hindi pa na bakuna? Ang daming impormasyon eh. Di ba? Sino ang mga natupad na at na-AX na? Pero o sino ang 4-piece na SLP o hindi nakakatanggap ng SLP? Sino ang matatanda? Senior citizens na mahirap na hindi updated ang social pension. Ayan. Lahat ng sinasabi ko, pinaparinig ko sa inyo, yun ang gagawin nyo sa akin. Importante. At ano yung mga threats? Ano yung threats dyan? Threat ba sa peace and order, criminal activities, o meron bang pusher dyan or user? Or meron ba dyan illegal gambling? Diba? So ang dami, whether it's in the security issue, domestic, or it could be health issues, it could be MSMEs. Let's say, example na lang, in Lemery in Taal, that was sunk some barangays by mud flows. Ilang barangay ang nalubog? Sa barangay na nalubog, ilang health center ang natabunan at anong kailangan na equipment sa health center na yon na maaring ibigay mula sa HFEP, hindi next year, ngayon taong ito. Alam ko po yan. Kanina po dumating si Senator Binay, sabi niya, ang ganda naman ng suot mo. Sabi ko, ito'y gawang barangay sa Taal. Natuklasan ko, ginagawa pala yung iba sa Barangay Gulod at sa Bagong Pook sa Lemery, ang back office ng embroidery. Sinuyod ko po ang mga barangay at household sa barangay. Natuklasan ko na may 101 embroiderers pala sa Barangay Gulod sa Lemery, Batangas. So para akong barangay information officer. So yung 101 na yun po, pinapunta ko ang DOLE para magkaroon ng DOLE Kabuhayan Package. Pinapuntahan ko po sa DTI para makita kung kwalipikado sila sa shared services facilities. Papapuntahan ko sa NCCA para malaman natin yung assistance to artisans kung compliant sila. And hindi po nila alam that these government programs for assistance to micro enterprises exist. So, what am I saying? This can be replicated in Tagaytay City, in Marikina City, in Antique, in Batangas, in Camarines Sur, San Fernando, where Attorney Doblon is from, wherever. So, napakahalaga. Just like yesterday when I suggested that the minority leader amend the budget for a specific provision in one of the interpellations,
DFA.
this will be very helpful to you.
Sige po.
And
Yes.
it will not be expensive.
Thank you for the
Ayan.
advice, Your Honor. Is Attorney Doblon finally running also for office?
I am very fortunate to have her in my
Running
office.
away. Okay.
Yes.
Running away from the
The
idea
genius of the budget.
of running in elections. But at any rate, that would be all, Mr. President, because the budgetary levels, I find them to be reasonable anyway, Mr. President. Dumaan na rin yan sa microscopic study ng ating under the microscope of our chairwoman. So congratulations to the PCO family. We wish you all the best for next year. And thank you to our chairwoman. Thank you for your patience. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation,
Thank you very much to our minority leader. Whenever he interpolates, it's always not just interesting, but very helpful. So I thank the good minority leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
again,
Please
Mr.
proceed,
President,
Majority Leader.
there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Presidential Communications Office, Presidential Communications Office proper, Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services, Bureau of Communication Services, National Printing Office, News and Information Bureau, Philippine Information Agency, Presidential Broadcast Staff, RTBM, budgetary support to government corporations, Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation, and the Philippine Television Network,
Peoples.
Inc., People's Television Network, Inc., be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Grace Poe is
President.
recognized.
I would like to warmly welcome the Department of Justice family headed by Secretary Jesus Crispin Boying Remulla. Mr. President, it is my duty to present to the body the budget of the DOJ and its 11 attached agencies. Based on the Senate Committee report, the DOJ's total agency budget for fiscal year 2025 amounts to 42,258,845,000, composed of 39,432,95 as new appropriations and 2,826,750 as automatic appropriations. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions or to hear manifestations.
First to interpolate is Senator Raffy Tulfo. Senator Tulfo, may now
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. President. I would like to make it known to everybody that I fully support the budget of the Department of Justice, but I have some few questions, particularly sa Bureau of Immigration. Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, I spoke to the President and CEO of NAIA Infrastructure Corporation, and I was promised, because I've been talking about this during previous hearings, na magkakaroon ng general aviation processing next year. And gusto ko lang malaman sa immigration kung paano na po ang naging setup nito.
Mr. President, from what I understand, for private planes, there will be its own processing system
Yes.
already, and also including biometrics, if I'm not mistaken. And then also, currently, marami na rin pong mga nagawa ang Bureau of Immigration when it comes to the processing of those POGO employees that were apprehended. Some of them are already being deported. Others have downgraded their visa pending a resolution on their case.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. President, may I know where are these processing center located?
Mr. President, the main processing for these POGO employees are still within the Bureau of Immigration office, but some of them are currently detained in other places. That's not just in the Bureau of Immigration.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. President, I'm not really referring particularly dun lang sa mga POGO people na lumabas-pasok ng ating bansa gamit ang private planes. I'm talking about in general, kasi nga po, everybody knows na siguro, dun sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam, ang nangyari kasi lahat ng mga pasahero na lulan ng private planes or chartered planes, hindi na po sila dumadaan sa proseso. So they're considered super VIPs na babypass na po nila yung biometrics sa immigration, na babypass na nila yung x-ray, yung pagkakap, etc. Diretso-diretso na po agad sila doon sa kanilang eroplano at pwede silang gumawa ng gusto nilang gawin. Pwede silang magdala ng kontrabando, pwede silang magdala ng baril, etc. So ang sa akin, ni-request ko ito sa bagong management ng NAIA at pumayag na magkaroon ng General Aviation Processing Center next year. Ang gusto ko na sana malaman saan particularly located ang mga ito para sa kaalaman na po ng lahat. In this case, para naman maging patas na po tayo dahil sa ngayon, lahat ng mga sakay ng commercial planes dumadaan talaga sa butas ng kalayong bago makalabas pasok ng bansa. Samantala ang mga ito, wala ng proseso-proseso, sumasampa agad sa kanilang aeroplano and then after yung pagdating naman, baba ng kanilang eroplano at diretso sa kanilang limousine, diretso palabas na agad palabas ng gate at wala ng kapkap. Therefore, madali sila makapag-smuggle ng anumang klaseng kontrabando.
Mr. President, we allotted 77 million pesos for a mobile device for special flight formalities. Ang ibig sabihin po noon kasi may mga private hangars po, doon nagmumula yung mga loading, boarding ng mga private individuals na gumagamit ng private planes. So doon po pinupuntahan ng immigration. Sa ngayon, na wala pa tayong specific hangar para sa mga private planes or specific desk sa airports, merong mobile devices na gagamitin to process these individuals.
Okay, there we go again. So VIP treatment na naman dito sa mga private planes kasi pupuntahan pa pala sila ng mga immigration as opposed to sila dapat ang pupunta sa immigration. Dapat po, ang gusto kong mangyari dito, sa understanding ko, magtatayo po tayo ng General Aviation Processing Center at doon po lahat ng mga pasahero na gagamit ng private planes, doon sila ipoprocess tulad ng mga regular passengers sa commercial flights. Sila po ay dadaan sa x-ray, sila po ay kakapkapan, and then dadaan po sa immigration, at sila po ay kukunan ng biometrics, the works, ika nga. So yung pagkabanggit po ni Madam Sponsor, meron palang mobile facility na pupuntahan sila sa kanilang hangar. Again, so meron namang special treatment sa mga ito.
Tama po kayo, Mr. President. In fact, nagulat nga ako dahil hindi ganon kabilis yung response din tungkol dito. Sa ngayon, dahil wala pa tayong exact facility, hindi katulad sa ibang bansa, totoo naman po pagka private planes, talagang VIP sila. Sila ay nagbabayad ng extra for takeoff and landing. May special treatment sila. That's the reality, which is sad in a way that although because of that convenience for them, they have to pay extra. Now, we've already been proposing na dapat magkaroon sa mga airport ng exact facility na kung saan lahat ng mga private individuals ay dadaan doon for processing. Unfortunately, hindi pa nasama yon sa DOTR budget na maglalagay ng lugar doon. At the proper time, Mr. President, I agree with our colleague here, Senator Tulfo, that hindi sila dapat ang pinupuntahan. Dapat sila ang merong pupuntahan na desk. Sabihin na natin, it's more convenient than the others. Then they have to pay extra for it, fine. But then I also fully do not agree that the immigration officials have to go to them. On the other hand, while we're still waiting for that facility na doon lahat dadaan, merong mga mobile devices na gagamitin para i-check yung kanilang identity and also their customs compliance, etc.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. I've been very supportive about the e-gates during previous hearings. So gusto ko lang kumustahin kung magkaroon na po ng mga karagdagang makabagong e-gates para mag-process ng mga pasahero, especially coming in and going out of the country.
Yes, Mr. President, there are now there will be additional e-gates that will be put up, and then they also have the processing na meron silang time in motion supposedly, yung fingerprinting ilang seconds, yung visa verification, ilang seconds, at saka yung passenger verification. So titignan natin kung ito ay talagang mai-implementa nila ng tama.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Ang tanong ko naman, ito pong e-gates na install, at alam ko may kamahalan po ito, does this has the cross-matching capability?
Mr. President, pahabol lang po dun sa tanong ninyo. They're going to be adding 44 additional e-gates. Ito po yung sa Ninoy Aquino, Terminal 1 and 3, sa Clark International Airport, at saka sa Mactan Cebu International Airport. So a total of 44 additional. Sa ngayon, nasa 20 plus pa lang.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you repeat your next question?
Mas maganda kasi para mapabilis po yung pagproseso ng mga pasahero, and like I said, very supportive po ako sa budget para dyan. Yung po sa cross-matching capability, kasi nga po, presently, it pains me to tell you this, baka may mga nanonood dyan at makakarating dito, makakarating sa kanila na, ganun palang sistema sa Pilipinas, madali palang kayo malusutan. Pero this is the truth, na pag pumasok ka ng Pilipinas o lumabas ka ng Pilipinas, dadaan ka sa immigration, i-scan yung mukha mo. Yung pag-i-scan yon na mukha mo ay para sa data holding lamang yon. I-hold lang yung data, pero wala ginagawang cross-matching para titingnan kung yung litrato mo ba o yung pagkatao mo ay merong derogatory records na halimbawa meron ipinalabas ang Interpol o may pinalabas ang FBI or other international agency for that matter.
Mr. President, sa ngayon, wala pang capability na gano'n sa cross-matching. Kaya actually, mano-mano pa rin ang pag-compare. Like kung may lookout bulletin, yung mga litrato ay pinapadala nga sa iba't ibang mga airports o mga pantalan para masiguro kung merong ang dadaan ng gano'n. Pero tama po kayo, isa po yan sa nakikita nating kakulangan na dapat ay siguraduhin natin na ma-upgrade.
Okay. Pwede ba natin dagdagan yung budget ng immigration? I don't care for me personally kung magkano man ang halaga noon kasi this is national security we're talking about. Dagdagan natin ang budget ng immigration para maka-procure tayo ng ganitong klaseng technology tulad sa Amerika na po-process, na cross-match yung pong lahat ng mga taong pumapasok at lumalabas ng ating mga puwerta. Sa ngayon nga, sabi kanina, hanggang data processing lamang. Ipoprocess yung data and then itatago na yon at hindi na nagagawa ng cross-matching. So, ibig sabihin, ang isang tao, halimbawa, meron siyang 2 passport, makakalusot siya. Magkakaroon siya ng passport, halimbawa, na magkakaibang picture, magkakaibang pangalan, lusot na siya. Even if he will use same name as long as it will have different pictures, then lulusot siya, or the other way around. Same pictures, pero magkakaibang pangalan, lusot na siya. Yan siguro yung dahilan kung bakit labas-pasok ang tulad nila Alice Goo and her cohorts.
Tama po, Mr. President. In fact, ang sinasabi ko nga walang budget, ngayon lang nasa amendment natin, nasa amendment natin na nilagyan natin ng acquisition of automated biometrics identification system at saka acquisition of mobile devices. So, nilagay po natin dito sa Senado para ma-upgrade yung kanilang system, an additional 921 million. So, hopefully, by next year, ay magamit na ang karamihan dito. So, ito nga, Mr. President, dahil nga din sa advokasya ng ating mga kasama, katulad ni Senator Tulfo, ito ay prioridad natin sa isang mga amendments na nilagay natin dito sa committee report.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. You can rest assured, I can assure you na ako talaga will fully support that budget kapag halimbawa yan ay pinopose na sa atin. Okay, let's move on na po. Doon naman po sa mga Pogo, taga-Pogo. Recently, nagkakaroon na po yung paglabas na marami mga Pogo employees, Pogo officials. So, paano po natin na po-process yung paglabas ng mga Pogo people, Pogo workers, especially kung halimbawa ang mga yun ay meron pang mga naiwang responsibilities, kung yun ay mga employers at meron pa silang responsibilities sa mga employees, at kung yun ba ay may mga kaso, paano po natin nalalaman yung paano po natin nadidetermine before we let them go?
Mr. President, sa ngayon po, napakarami na pong na-process din ng mga POGO employees. There are 100,000 POGOs that have yet to be deported, apparently, according to Commissioner Tansinco. Pero dun sa 1,370 ang na-deport na, 1,172 ang repatriated. Pero, yun nga, kulang-kulang 100,000 pa. Ang nangyayari po dito sa mga POGO na ganito, yung mga ano tawag dito, yung mga nakuha na POGO workers, yung mga rescued. Siyempre, may kanya-kanyang kaso sila, no? So, in the meantime, dina-downgrade yung visa nila. Kasi sa ngayon, meron silang parang mga work permit. So, na-downgrade yon habang dinidinig yung kanilang mga kaso individually kung sila ba ay i-repatriate o i-deport. So, yun po yung mga kaso tungkol dito sa mga POGO ngayon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Now let's talk about dredging vessels. And we have discussed this during previous hearings as well, na yung mga especially galing from China, mga barko, para gumawa ng dredging dito sa ating bansa. Paano po natin nasisiguro na yung mga crew dito ay hindi na magti-TNT rito at yung mga crew dito ay hindi mga masasamang elemento at kapag umuwi na yung mga barkong yon, walang magsasalisi, sasakay ng mga masasamang elementong patakas ng ating bansa?
Mr. President, they're still conferring with each other. Apparently, this is something that needs to be discussed. So, can we go to the next question first, or we can suspend for a few minutes?
Yes, later. Yes, isang ano lang, dagdag follow-up, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Recently, I've been to a facility of the Philippine Coast Guard, to their headquarters, as a matter of fact, at nakita ko meron silang mga K9 units na pinopose ko na pwedeng gamitin yon sasampa sa mga dredging vessels. At yung mga K9 na yon, kayang amuyin whether tao, drugs o baril. Kasi napag-alaman ko, Ang ginagawa pala ng immigration, kapag may dumating dredging vessel, sasampa, and then tatawagin lahat ng crew, papakita ng passport, yung manifesto, cross-match. So wala pala yung bawat kanto, bawat sulok ng barko na in-inspection, baka may nagtatago doon na mga Chinese o kung sino man yung foreign nationals na para pupuslit papasok ng bansa. And then paglabas, ganun din, baka pwedeng tumago rin doon sa sulok-sulukan. So dapat pwede natin gamitin yung K9 ng mga Philippine Coast Guard and willing naman sila ipahiram yon.
Tama po. Actually, I'm an advocate for animal welfare. Yung ating mga aso ay talagang minsan nga mas mapagkakatiwalaan pa talaga dahil kung ano lang sa kanila, black and white, 'di ba? Kung ito naamoy nila na ganyan ay magre-react 'yon. So I think it's also good also to keep our own government employees in check, aside from assisting them, na may mga K9 units talaga tayo. Sa ngayon, i-verify ko lang, Mr. President, kung ito ay na-deploy na nila, yung mga K9 units natin. Mr. President, I think the K9 units are now with the other law enforcement branches of government, like for example, the PNP or Bucor. So sa ngayon daw, it was just confirmed that the Bureau of Immigration, they don't have it. Customs may have it. Bucor also has it. Maybe they can coordinate with the Bureau of Immigration. PNP and Coast Guard, meron po.
I strongly suggest, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, na merong K9 na gagamitin para pag-inspect ng lahat ng mga vessels papasok ng ating bansa for dredging. Dahil pwede ho niyang magsiksik sila ng droga. Malaki po yung dredging vessels na yan sa kasulok-sulukan ng barko. Pwede sila siksik dyan ng maletang shabu, cocaine, what have you. In fact, I talked to some immigration people about that, and they said wala raw silang capability na i-check one by one yung mga maleta. They just took their word for it. Pag sinabi ito maleta, kung malinis, walang laman yan, then nilalargahan na agad. So ang sa akin po, dapat bawat maleta ng lahat ng crew ng dredging vessels, inaamoy yan ng K9. At kasulok-sulukan ng barko, hinahalughog yan, inaamoy ng K9, baka may nakasingit dyan ng mga sako-sakong shabu o kung anong mga illegal na droga.
Tama po kayo. I strongly support this. In fact, but Mr. President, sa ngayon, no, I'm glad that this was brought up by our colleague. Right now, we allotted 89.9 million augmentation here in the Senate for the committee report so that Bucor can have a rental of K9 services. So meron po sa Bucor, perhaps Bucor can coordinate also and help the Bureau of Immigration in the meantime, but we can also suggest, perhaps in the period of amendment, to give the Bureau of Immigration also or the Bureau of Customs a K9 service unit na pwedeng gamitan doon sa mga, initially dito sa mga busy ports and airports, Mr. President.
Hindi na po siguro sa Bucor, siguro po sa Coast Guard na lang kasi kasama din po ating Coast Guard sa pagsasampa sa ginagawa
And Coast Guard. Hindi, pero sa ngayon kasi, yung Bucor ang merong mga K9. Pero pwede tayong amend sa budget na maglagay din dito sa Coast Guard or sa Customs or Immigration.
Very good. Okay, pero dapat yung K9 po, hindi lamang drugs ang pwedeng amayin, kundi pati tao. Yung ginagamit din po sa rescue.
Yung mga tao for rescue.
Yes, yung search and rescue.
Paano kaya nila
Retrieval.
okay.
Naamoy nila yung tao siguro. I don't know how they do it, but alam nila kung tao ba o daga o pusa yung nakasiksik sa isang sulok. So sanay po yung K9 na yun. At saka at the same time, marunong mag-amoy ng bomba at drugs.
Mr. President, perhaps our colleague will be able to amend that instead of putting the entire funding that's available right now for Bucor, ay bigyan din natin ang ibang ahensya katulad nga nitong Coast Guard. Thank you,
Very
Mr.
good.
President.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Now, offloading. Hanggang ngayon po, nakakarinig pa rin po ako ng mga balita na may mga na-offload na gusto pong lumabas ng bansa, na legit naman po yung paglabas nila, nag-ipon sila, nakakuha po sila ng visa, and pagdating sa immigration, sa screening, sila po ay na-offload or nadi-deny ng pagboboard. Meron ho ba tayong standard na sinusunod para malaman, ma-profile yung mga dapat i-hold at yung mga hindi dapat i-hold at kailangan payagang makapagbiyahe?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, they've come out already with a circular na dapat ito yung mga reasons for offloading ay dapat malinaw dun sa ating mga immigrations. Meron ng guidelines and procedures set by the Bureau of Immigration to address it. Number one, yung strict implementation of AYACAT revised rules on departure and formalities. So hindi pwedeng nag-iimbento lang sila ng dahilan. The use of body-worn cameras by iProbes officers conducting secondary inspections, maintenance of border questionnaires, so detailed BCQs for passengers with deferred departures, tapos regular audit, at saka yung complaint mechanisms, kung sa tingin ng pasahero sila ay unfairly targeted, pwede po silang magreklamo dito sa Civil Service Commission o kaya sa Ombudsman. Tapos yung mga dahilan ng pag-offload nung 2024 sa ngayon, 20,349 ang na-offload. So, pag nakita naman na mali yung dahilan para sa kanilang offloading, merong reimbursement process binibigay ang Bureau of Immigration para dito.
Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, sana wag na tayo makarating doon sa reimbursement kasi na the damage has been done at naabala na po yung tao at napahiya. Sana wag na tayo dumating doon. Before that happens, sana magawa ng maayos ng immigration ng trabaho nang sa gayon yung dapat lumabas, mapayagang mapalabas. And as a matter of fact, kasama sa batas natin yan, lahat ay may karapatan bumiyahe. Now, you did mention about 20,349. Ano po itong 20,349 na offload at kailan po ito at ano po mga binigay na reason why these people were offloaded?
Opo, yung mga kadahilanan nito, either doubtful purpose of travel, inconsistent or insufficient travel or supporting documents, non-compliance with previous deferred departure requirements, misrepresentation or withholding of material information about travel, presentation of fraudulent, falsified, or tampered supporting documents, refusal to undergo secondary inspection, and illegally recruited person or suspected trafficker. So yung pinakamalaki po na kadahilan ng pag-offload ay inconsistent or insufficient travel or supporting documents. So yun po yung maraming na-offload na dahilan. Pero dun po sa una ninyong sinabi, yun nga kawawa yung mga na-offload na mali naman yung, wala namang tamang dahilan para ma-offload sila, nagawa na yung damage. The damage has been done. So Mr. President, part of the guidelines that the Bureau of Immigration has is that there's a redress mechanism. In fact, they are encouraged to file cases with either the civil service or also either the civil service or the ombudsman. At ngayon, dun sa secondary interview, ay meron na pong mga recording ng interview na yan through body cams, etc.
Okay. Dito sa 20,349, kasama na po dito siguro ilan sa mga kasambahay ng mga kaibigan kong Chinese na gustong pumunta ng ibang bansa. May kasamang yaya at dinideny yung pagsakay. In fact, one story about a friend of mine very recently, pupunta siya ng Hong Kong, kasama niya kanyang misis at kasama yung yaya at of course yung kanilang 3-year-old son. It was sad na pinayagan silang mag-asawa pati yung bata pero yung yaya dinecline. At ito po yung nangyari na 3 times sa iba't ibang mga kaibigan ko. kawawa naman po. So natuloy yung mag-asawa kasama ang mga baby nila, pero yung yaya, hindi pinayagan.
Opo, kaya nga po habang naririnig ko kayo, tinatanong ko yung Bureau of Immigration kung pwede isumite sa atin. Ano ba talaga ang secondary supporting documents or supporting documents na kailangan nila? Kasi baka mamaya, syempre pag hinihingan halimbawa, kasi minsan ang traffickers, Mr. President, nagdadala rin sila in the guise of, let's say, kasambahay nila or in the guise of kaibigan nila. Pero mukha namang hindi napapatunayan ito ng tamang dokumento. Ngayon, sa paraan ngayon, katulad niyan, sinasabi kasambahay ng kaibigan ninyo, hihingin natin sa kanila, ano ba talaga ang kailangang dokumento na ipakita? Halimbawa na lang, yung pagbabayad nila ng benefits nung kanilang katulong. Kung talagang katulong nila, dapat may PhilHealth benefits yan, dapat merong pambayad din sa SSS. Yun ba ay kailangan para isuportahan? Letrato ba na matagal na nilang kasama? Alam ko na ridiculous din yung, di ba, yung iba hinihingan ng mga college yearbook, yung mga ganyan. Pero sa tingin ko, a reasonable request for certain documents have to be formally published para alam ng mga nagbabiyahe na yun ang kailangan nilang dalhin. Tatanungin natin sila.
Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, hindi naman po ata tama na isipin natin na yung pong halimbawa yung kaibigan ko, mag-asawa sila, they'll go through all the process, magpapakandahirap sila na kunan ng ticket, pati yung anak nila na 3 years old, at gagawin nila modus yung para mapalusot lamang isang babae na para ma-traffic sa ibang bansa. And mind you, itong kaibigan ko to, he owns a big corporation. At napatunay niya doon sa immigration agent na he owns a big corporation and he deserves to bring along with them yung kanyang kasambahay, yung yaya niya para mag-alaga sa baby. Pero kumindat ating immigration officer, parang meron nata pahiwatig at hindi pinatulan, kaya dinikline.
Mr. President, judgment is also very important and malicious intent. Tama kayo doon. Pag nakita naman na may kakayanan, tapos isa lang naman yung dala, tapos siguro the judgment of the immigration officer should also be wise and objective, di ba? Pero gayon pa man, para na lang equal treatment sa lahat, kasi may mga iba na siguro magpapalusot rin na may kaya sila, pero mahirap naman talaga ma-determine na yun. Siguro dapat meron talagang ipapublish na mga dokumentong kailangan just in case na sila ay mahingan nga nung pruweba. So ito daw po yung mga... Alam niyo, sa ngayon, ito lang yung hinihingi dapat, valid passport, visa, wherever applicable, round-trip return ticket, secondary inspection, age, educational attainment, financial capability, travel history, and country of destination. So sa ngayon, yun lang yung mga, if a passenger is traveling with the sponsor, affidavit of support, and undertaking duly authenticated by the Philippine Embassy or Consulate, affidavit of support and undertaking executed by a person of legal juridical entity, tapos in cases of local sponsor traveling with a passenger, a duly notarized affidavit of support which shall contain the following: financial capacity of the sponsor and reason for sponsorship. Yun po yung mga sa ngayon ang mga requirements. So, ewan ko, siguro naman, sir, yung kaibigan ninyo, marahil kilala. Baka alam naman nila na pero I guess they have to stick to their protocols na dapat merong financial capability, so may proof nun. So, ewan ko, siguro bank statement. Pero napakahirap nga. It's so tedious. But in order also for us to comply, to make sure that we don't have traffickers, I guess we have to come up with these things. So it's important also for the immigration officer to have a better sense of judgment.
Yeah, judgment call nga po yung immigration office. Sabi mo, baka yung kaibigan ko kilala. Yes, kilala yon. At may sinabi sa buhay, may mayroon ng malaking korporasyon, baka kaya siya iniipit dahil nagaantay yung immigration agent ng pang-ipit doon sa iniipit. At so since ayaw magbigay ng pang-ipit yung iniipit, kaya inipit siya at hindi na nakalabas yung naipit.
Well, I kudos to your friend na hindi pumayag na na magbigay or ibigay kung ano man yung ipinapahiwatig nung officer. Pero sana ay kinuha niya yung pangalan nun para naman may redressing mechanism doon.
Okay. Madam President, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, what if maglagay na lang tayo ng CCTV camera sa booth ng immigration and while the interview is going on, yun ay recorded para kung sakali mang may reklamo, yun ay marireview dahil kung wala yun, so it's his word, it's the passenger's word na na-offload against the immigration officer's word. So mas magbibigyan ng weight, syempre, yung empleyado ng immigration versus doon sa pasahero na nagreklamo. Pero kung meron pong CCTV camera na recorded lahat ng mga pag-uusap blow by blow, then level ang playing field.
Yes, you're right. Mr. President, there are CCTV cameras in the immigration booth. And for the secondary interview, ibig sabihin yung immigration officer na mag-i-interview, meron silang mga body cam. At dapat, let us insist na bago tayo i-interviewin, may suot na body cam or kung wala mang body cam na available ay nandun sila within a recording apparatus.
A month or so ago, lumabas lang po ako ng bansa, puntang Singapore, at wala akong nakitang immigration agent na nag-interview sa akin papunta, palabas at papasok ng bansa na naka-body cam.
Hindi po yun kasi yung naka-body cam po, yun ay for secondary interview. Kunyari, merong pagdududa yung initial immigration officer dun sa booth, yun yung susunod na mag-i-interview sa inyo.
So ang gusto ko po, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, dapat yung CCTV camera recorded doon mismo sa booth while the first interview is being conducted. Kasi doon po nagkakatalo whether yung pong pasahero ay offload o hindi. Yung secondary na lamang, yun ay ginagawa kapag nagkaroon ng konting pagdududa yung isang immigration officer o hindi lang gusto ng isang immigration officer yung pagmumukha ng pasahero. Hindi niya gusto yung bihis, asta, etc. So in that case, discriminatory yon. So dinadala sa secondary inspection. Pero ang gusto ko, doon pa lamang sa first interview, dapat may camera na para nare-record yung proceeding at kapag may reklamo, doon malalaman kung sino may mali, yung pasahero ba o yung immigration agent na nagkakandak na interview.
This is well pointed out, Mr. President. In fact, ang alam ko, may mga CCTV doon lang sa common areas ng airport. Bagamat sinasabi sa atin na meron daw CCTV doon sa immigration booth itself, hindi ko naman napansin. Ang alam ko lang yung kumukuha lang ng picture mo, di ba, pag lumalabas ka. So, we will verify that, Mr. President. That is a good suggestion. And it will also help the immigration officials so that they can also defend themselves.
Correct.
In case somebody complains
Make
about
up stories
their
against them.
procedure.
Yeah. So in that case, I'm willing po to support the budget for that, for the procurement of those cameras para lamang, sabi mo, it work both ways para naman sa kapakanan ng mga pasahero at kapakanan din ng mga BI agents na mapagbintangan na gumagawa ng kalokohan kahit hindi naman. So kung bibili tayo ng mga camera tungkol dyan, kung magkano yan, I will support the budget for the procurement of those equipments.
Thank you for the support, Mr. President.
And also, sana maglagay din ang Bureau of Immigration sa kanilang website ng mga requirements doon sa mga lumalabas ng bansa, pamilya na magsasama ng yaya, yung mga requirements so that beforehand, i-comply na yon ng family para nang sa gayon pagdating sa airport, hindi na sila mabubulaga na lamang, tatanungin sila ng mga requirements na hindi nila alam at doon na lamang nila nalaman sa airport.
Tama po, yun din ang hiniling ko sa kanila. Kasi minsan napakahirap hanapin kung ano ba talaga yung mga requirements. Dapat nakapost yun sa website nila.
Okay. Yun lang po. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Thank you to His Honor for concluding his interpellation. The Senate President Pro Tempore is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
The Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jigo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Only one question addressed to the good sponsor, if I may. If my memory serves me right, Madam Sponsor, during the hearing that was held, during the hearing of the Committee on Women, chaired by Senator Risa, regarding the POGO, I heard the BID chairman, Commissioner, say that it was possible for Alice Go to travel by sea going to Indonesia or Malaysia. Can you confirm this, Madam Chair?
The initial, actually, based on the submission of the immigration, they feel that they hindi by sea but by air ang travel ni Alice
Yes.
Guo.
Can he now confirm if she traveled by air? And if his answer is in the affirmative, can we know what plane did?
What was confirmed is that she entered Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Pero the actual flight, they still are going through official channels to verify the aircraft. And they're trying to cooperate with Kuala Lumpur to get that
Madam
information.
Sponsor, I'm asking from Manila, how did they go to Indonesia or to Malaysia?
Yun nga yung sinasabi din ni Senator Tulfo, Mr. President, na yung clearing talaga pagdating sa mga private chartered flights, doon mismo nakakalusot yung mga iba. So I would, I think, Mr. President, they really evaded the process, and we are still trying to figure out, they are still trying to figure out sino nagpalusot sa kanila.
But is it confirmed that they traveled by
It's
air?
confirmed by the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Yun nga yung nakakalungkot eh. We're letting others do the job for us. So sila pa yung nakakonfirm. Pero tayo, wala tayong flight number or manifesto na, or manifest na nakaalis siya ng ating bansa.
Yes, I've said this, I've mentioned this every time we had this hearing. Alice Go might have escaped through using a private plane, going to a small airport, like for example in Samar or in basta yung mga malilit na airstrips na kayang kaya maglanding ang mga malilit na aeroplano na walang bantay na naka-up, walang bantay na tao ng Bureau of Immigration. Maraming ho tayong loopholes eh. So how can we remedy that? How can we stop it?
I think one of the best suggestions also, Mr. President, is that all of these chartered flights are monitored properly. Dapat nga meron talagang desk na dumadaan talaga sa mga airports yung chartered flights. So ngayon, ang ginawa natin, sa lahat ng mga chartered flights, bago sila makaalis, yung immigration officer, na pupuntahan sila dun sa hangar, merong mobile device to check their identity, etc., bago payagan ng air traffic control na makaalis sila. So, again, Mr. President, we are banking on the honesty of our officials to be able to comply with these processes.
Paano nga po kung pumunta si Alice Go sa isang maliit na airport na pwede naman maglanding ang mga malilit na aeroplano at kaya naman pumunta sa ibang bansa yung malilit na aeroplano na wala naman humbantay. Walang ka-up, walang BID, nothing.
Actually, Mr. President,
Nobody can monitor.
Yun ang problema natin talaga. But then I think air traffic control should have a list of all the flights that are taken. Meron naman silang radar na makikita nila kung merong flight in whatever area or province. So, dapat malalaman nila, sila na mismo ang magre-report na hindi ito cleared. Wala tayong information tungkol dito. Pero totoo po yun. And not only do we have airports in other provinces that may not be monitored, there are also private airports.
Yes. There are a lot of private airports in our country. And if we continue to neglect this problem, not to give attention to this problem. There will be a lot of fugitives that can evade arrest and just flee our country. That's why something must be done, Madam Chair.
Mr. President, I think at the proper time, during the DOTR hearing, we can ask them about their process with regards to monitoring air activity within the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
President, Senator De La Rosa is likewise seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
The gentleman from Davao, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Hindi, kuan ito. Friendly kuan ito. Thank you, Mr. President. I am given a fair warning by our chairman, and I am taking it seriously. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. President. Mr. President, good sponsor, the Senate version of the 2025 GAB or GAB reflected an increase of 121.44 million for general administration and support for the budget of NBI. During the NBI's budget hearing, I remember that they manifested their desire to strengthen their cybercrime unit as well as their technical intelligence division, both of which work hand in hand in cybercrime case resolution. May we know for the record if the budget increase captured this particular direction of the NBI?
Yes, thank you for the question. We did increase it, at least here in the committee report, by 121.4 million pesos, because in relation to the prevention and investigation of cybercrime, the National Bureau of Investigation reported actual expenditures. Furthermore, there had been allocations that designated for the conduct of operations pertaining to cybercrime cases. So, itong mga ito, marami din, at saka meron din silang coordination with the OSAIC CSAEM at mga anti-online sexual abuse operations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Well, thank you. Considering that considering the rampant and global threat of cybercrime, will the budget increase sufficient enough to make substantial changes to the current manpower and operations requirement of the cybercrime unit and the technical intelligence division of NBI?
Mr. President, it has increased compared to the past years, but of course, if we didn't have such limited fiscal space, we would definitely add more. On the other hand, there are also other government agencies that are tasked to cooperate with the NBI, particularly the PNP also has their own cybercrime unit. The DICT also has their own cybercrime unit that is also coordinating with the NBI.
Thank you, Madam.
And also the AFP.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. I would like to manifest my full support for the NBI, particularly in their efforts to improve their capability and strategies in combating the menace that is cybercrime. For this reason, I am advocating for a further increase in the NBI's budget, specifically directed towards strengthening their manpower and operations requirement. Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. My next question. Thank you.
Kukunin ko naman, you can propose the increase,
Yeah.
Mr. President, at proper time.
Thank you.
Care of Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. My next question is about Bureau of Immigration. Sir, nung lumabas, Madam Good Sponsor, nung lumabas si former Colonel Ruina Garma from the Philippines, aware ba ang Bureau of Immigration noon na lumabas siya?
Mr. President, that's also the reason why we knew exactly where she was. There was a secondary inspection done, but since there's no lookout bulletin, walang whole departure order sa kanya.
Wala nga whole
Nakaalis siya.
departure order, pero ito lang ba, tanong ko. I'm sure mga BI personnel are aware that Colonel Garma was under the custody of the House of Representatives because of her being cited in contempt. Alam ba ng Bureau of Immigration at that time na lifted na yung citing in contempt ni Colonel Garma?
Yes, because when they did the secondary investigation, they were not able to verify any lookout bulletin or any order for her to be detained.
So I take it to mean, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that alam ng Bureau of Immigration na lifted na yung contempt orders ni...
Yes, Mr. President, they had to
Garma.
verify kaya they called her aside to check, call, I guess, Congress to ask her.
Okay, well, as of now, wala tayong control ngayon dahil siya ang US immigration, US authorities ang may hawak sa kanya. Pero as far as meron ba tayong matanong ba sa Bureau of Immigration kung meron ba tayong coordination sa counterpart natin sa US as to the timeline, kung kailan siya maibalik sa Pilipinas. Dahil yan lang inihintay ng ating subcommittee chairman, Senator Coco Pimentel, para sa ating second hearing dito sa Senado, kung andyan na si Colonel Garma, maka-attend sa next hearing namin.
Actually, Mr. President, siguro nagkagulatan na, ay, hindi pa pala tayo nakakapag-issue ng tayo, or tapos na siya sa Congress, so siguro iniintay nila na tayo naman ang mag-i-issue ng invitation. On the other hand, her visa was canceled by the US, so now she's awaiting deportation.
Okay, may we know the reason why she was arrested? Madam President?
Her visa was recalled.
Recalled?
Her visa was canceled by the US. Undocumented, basically. So, is your question, Mr. President, why did they cancel her visa?
Yes.
It's the discretion of the U.S. government. Perhaps they did our work. They did something that we should have done.
Yes, because as far as I know, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung pagkansila ng visa ni Garma is parang noon pa yun, before siya before siya naging witness doon sa House of Representatives Quadcom. Pero bakit kaya insisting siya bumalik sa Amerika knowing that her visa was already canceled?
Because physically, she still had her visa. Maybe she took a chance na, kasi wala naman nakalagay na canceled dun sa niya. Basta there was just a statement that her visa was revoked. So, Mr. President, maybe she may have taken her chances na pagdating niya doon, hindi mahahalata. Either that, or maybe, I don't know, if she's applying for an asylum, di natin alam.
Take life yun, Madam President, Mr. President, no, good sponsor. Kasi I know that meron na siyang attempt na sumakay papuntang Japan, pero hindi daw siya pinasakay. So, but anyway,
Okay, right before the Quadcom hearing, dun sa Japan, hindi na siya nakaboard.
hindi na nga siya nakaboard. Oh.
So, persistent. Second time.
So ang nagharang sa kanya sa boarding niya was immigration officials.
In Tokyo, the
I
first
thought
time.
dito sa Pilipinas hindi niya siya pinaboard.
Hindi.
Japan.
sa Japan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. Yun lang ang aming, kung pwedeng, with the help of BI, yung ating counterparts doon sa US, malaman natin yung timeline as to when she is going to be deported back to the Philippines so that we can schedule our next hearing. Yun lang, Madam President, good sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you for your concise questions, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Next to interpolate would be the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairwoman, siguro I'll just pursue the last matter raised by Senator De La Rosa about the experience of Colonel Garma. Ang ibig sabihin nun, the Japanese immigration's computer systems are connected with the U.S. immigrations, while the Philippines immigration is not. Yeah, that's it. Yun ang meaning nun sa tingin ko. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sige po. Now let's go to the budget of the Department of Justice. Are we increasing as the committee, our committee, Senate committee, increasing the budget of the DOJ compared to NEP level?
Yes, Mr.
By
President.
how much? By how much?
By
Compared to the Senate committee.
1.6 billion.
1.6 billion. Sige. So can we get the what are the reasons why we are increasing the budget of the DOJ with that amount?
Mr. President, the funding was augmented for important programs and projects such as the increase of the Interagency Council Against Trafficking, IACAT, and the National Coordination Center Against Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials, NCC o SAEC, CSIM. Increase of budget for the Board of Claims providing compensation for victims of unjust detention or conviction and violent crimes such as rape and torture. Additional funding for our Office of Cybercrime to help in investigating and prosecuting cyber criminals. Rental of canine dogs detecting contraband in Bucor prisons, which was suggested also that we probably also divide that funding to include the Bureau of Immigration. And then also for the Interagency Council Against Trafficking, we added a confidential fund of 10 million pesos.
Okay, so it's a council spending confidential funds. So I do not know how that will work. Pero is this the first time you're giving the IACAT confidential fund? Or practice na po yan?
It's a practice that we do, but it's just that we added a little bit more.
Sige pa, so they know na how to use it. My staff tells me we also increased the Witness Protection Security and Benefit Program amount. Did we?
We restored it, Mr. President.
Nakat siya sa NEP. By how much, bale? Nakat siya saan? Sa GAB? Sa House Bill? Or nakat siya sa NEP comparing it to 2024 level?
From the 2023 level, it was restored.
No, our committee report, which is for year 2025, restores the witness protection program budget to its 2023 level. What
Yes,
happened? What happened to 2024? What happened? Pababa? Tumaas? What?
Um, In 2024, it was cut by about 240 million. But then we restored it in the amount of
Okay.
319 million.
Sige.
So nag-increase din tayo ng konti. Wala sa 2024, but in the original proposal, we still increased it also.
So, okay, basta ang sinasabi sa atin yung Witness Protection Program budget for next year ay babalik sa 2023 level kasi kinatsa ng 2024. But how was our performance in 2024 with the smaller budget? Yung utilization rate niya, ubos? Ubos o meron pang balanse?
Ubos na po.
Ubos na
Yeah.
as of this date. Okay. Sige,
Actually,
marami
as of
pong
October.
as of October ubos na. Okay. So, marami po siguro enrolled into the program. I think the secretary can give us siguro figures now. Wala namang names. I'm not asking for names. So can we know the figures? How many are enrolled in the program?
Ilan? There are 582 witnesses in the program
So right now, okay po. Dahil po sa funding level, have we reached the point where we rejected applicants to the program? Because the reason is lack of funds or scarcity of funds.
We decreased some benefits, Mr. President.
Okay, so na at least, so may flexibility doon. It's discretion of the secretary. Okay. So in effect, how much are we spending per accepted witness under the program?
It's 352,987 per year or 29,416 per month per witness.
Yes. Para alam lang po natin. And then what would the average longevity or yung coverage, period of coverage of a witness?
7 years.
7 years. Okay. Tapos, is it part of our witness protection program that they can start a new life under a new identity when they are discharged from the program?
They don't have that kind of power or mandate, Mr. President, to be able to change the identity of the witness.
Okay, so when they're released from the program, they're on their own na? Are they on their own?
Mr. President, they have livelihood projects also that are given to them. For example, relocation assistance, travel expense if they want to relocate to another area. Then they're also started with, of course, PhilHealth. And they're given, depending on also the level of cooperation, their cash gift and free education primary to college level for minor or dependent children of witnesses who die or are permanently incapacitated.
Yes. I'm interested in the livelihood program. Have this proven to be successful with our discharged witnesses?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Sige,
There have been successes in the program. In fact, some of them, aside from the livelihood projects, are also given, as I mentioned, cash assistance to be able to start.
Yeah, I believe siguro livelihood programs would also be basically cash nga to start. Siguro. Sige, if I can request in writing, no names naman, what would, in writing of the successful livelihood programs undertaken by those discharged from the Witness Protection Program. Okay. Kumukuha lang po ako ng information sa inyo para matulungan yung ibang ahensya na nagbibigay ng livelihood program kasi marami rin kaming ebidensya sa anong tawag mo dito, testimony ng mga beneficiaries ng livelihood program hindi naman nagiging sustainable.
Yes,
So, I
Mr.
will-
President, we will ask for the submission of those.
I will be very surprised if it's through the DOJ pa natin ma-discover what would be the sustainable livelihood programs, Mr. President. Yes.
They will comply,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Pwede nyo, kung pwedeng example din, pero you can use siguro ABC, XYZ, apa. So, we also mentioned that we have increased the budget for the Board of Claims. Maganda po ito kasi ito yung magandang board din na kung kunyari na victimize ka ng
Ang dulo na yun.
mistaken identity siguro or abusive law enforcers or overeager law enforcers na amounting to illegal arrest, unlawful arrest, mga ganun nata. And then, or let us say you were really charged and then ultimately found not guilty, pero meron kayong may fourth category kayo in the victims of violent crimes. Kasama rin po sa... So, may we know by what amount we increased the budget of the Board of Claims?
This is an amendment by Senator Joel. There's a 5 million additional.
5 million, okay. Pero, even if we amended the total budget at the disposal of the Board of Claims, the rules, the maximum amounts still remain the same. Tama? Yun po yun eh.
Yes.
Apo. So yun ang kailangan siguro din natin ayusin. Anyway, that's a bill before me. But can I get the opinion of our resource person who is here, the Secretary of Justice? Tama po ba ihalo doon yung concept ng victims of violent crimes? Isama sila doon sa mga unjustly detained and charged? I mean, kung from your experience ba, just an input, kasi kung mas maganda ko i-separate na lang natin, ibigay na natin sa ibang ahensya yung victims of violent crimes. Kasi we are after those aggrieved by our justice system eh. Ito yung mga unjustly charged, unjustly detained, ultimately found to be not guilty, acquitted, yun eh. Pero nahaluan siya ng victims of violent crimes, which
Mr.
hindi naman
President.
resulta yun ng hindi resulta ng prosecution effort, so may I get the opinion of our Secretary of
It
Justice?
can be separated. On the other hand, right now, the reason why they're together is just a convenient way of being able to disburse also the benefits. But this is something that can be done.
Sige, kasi no hand si DOJ dun eh. The DOJ had no hand in persons becoming victims of violent crimes. But yung mga yung mga detained, tried, and then acquitted, may hand si DOJ doon.
Yes.
So thank you for the insight of our secretary. Now, may we know the budget level for our prosecutors? Kasi ano siya eh, I think it's incorporated in the budget of the OSEC. So what amount is for the National Prosecution Service? Actually, tinatanong kaya kasi i-compare ko sa budget ng PAO. Kasi correct my
6.9
thinking later.
billion for the prosecution program.
6.9. Sige. Basta correct my thinking. Ito yung thinking ko sana na sila yung nagharap sa korte eh. So dapat we will love to equalize them. But 6.9 billion pesos. Siguro because may PI eh. Tama. Because the NPS members also conduct the preliminary investigation,
Tapos,
not only the trial prosecution. Ano?
Pero konti lang yung difference kasi
Yes,
5.4 billion naman yung public attorney's office.
1.5 ang difference. Yeah, but
Hindi, 5.4.
yes, 6 point,
Yeah.
6.9 minus 5.4 is
difference, yes.
1.5 billion. But we already we already made the distinction, iba, na hindi pala purely apples to apples yun. Some apples to some other fruit. Okay. So can we now go to the Bucor? Is it correct that the Bucor has a revolving fund derived from agro-industrial products? Tama po ba yung...
Mr. President, yes, the revolving funds or Fund 284 are receipts derived from business-type activities of Bucor as authorized by law, which are deposited in an authorized government depository bank. This is the revolving fund for agro-industrial products.
So yung budget ng Bucor sa committee natin would be, committee report, 9.2 billion pesos. That is not the total available appropriations for Bucor. Meron siyang pandagdag from this revolving fund. So may we know what would now be the total available appropriations for Bucor for projected for 2025? Ito ba i-add ko lang ito? I-add ko to? Ano ba? Kasi sabi yung proposed expenditure, di 320.
The estimate, Mr. President, is about an additional 120 million pesos.
One additional 120. Ano lang? Sige po. So, at least we know na may additional funds at the disposal of the Bucor. We have allocated around 300 million pesos for new corrections officer positions. Tama po ba yan? Around 300 to 301 million pesos. Corrections
Mr.
Officer
President,
1.
we did.
Corrections Officer 1, okay. So when 1,000 ata, I think that when we computed the amount, we had in mind the creation of 1,000 new Corrections Officer 1 positions. Let's assume that they are all hired. After all of them are hired, what would now be the custodial personnel to inmate ratio? Assuming inmate level stays the same.
It will now be, it will have a total of 6,939 field custodial position. It will be the current custodial ratio will be 1:8, then it will be 1:7.
Kasi if we are able to hire those 1,000 new corrections officer 1, the custodial personnel to inmate ratio will be 1:7, and we are 1:7, and then
Right now, it's 1:8.
okay, magiging 1:7, and that is the ratio mandated by law. Compliant na tayo sa mandate of the RA 105/75. Check nyo nga ito.
Mr. President, I stand corrected. What I mentioned to you is the ideal one.
Correct. Oh.
Right now, it's 1:27
Ayun.
is the ratio. So we are not within our target.
How will the ratio improve if we now hire the new 1,000 corrections officer 1 positions? Sa computation po ng Bucor.
It will be 1:19.
1:19. Sige.
But
Okay. Alam niyo bakit ko pino-point out yan? Pero point out ko yung kailangan na, yung amount. If before we reach 1:7, grabbing, we need to really invest in personnel.
And I think also it's several different approaches. The DOJ has also instituted certain ways to facilitate the filing of cases na talagang sigurado there's evidence bago mag-detain, and then also the process of decreasing bail, the amount of bail depending on the situation of the defendant. So there are ways also so that we don't overcrowd our prison facilities, and it's the enforcement of the proper implementation of the law, and also the resolution of the cases.
Yes, we will follow those up in the DILG budget, ma'am, because baka pang BJMP yun eh. But of course, you have programs to decongest our prisons. And I think
Well, Mr. President, meron. May mga ibang na-relocate na in other areas, for example, in Palawan. But the total phase out of the new Bilibid prison will be sometime, I think, 2028, if I'm not mistaken. There are other regional, there's also a proposal to build regional prisons to decongest further our current prison systems.
there is a plan already for the total, as mentioned by our chairwoman, total phase out of the new Bilibid prison, meaning to say it will be closed down?
2028, that's the proposal. Ililipat yung iba sa Palawan, but also depending kasi, Mr. President, that these are like heinous crimes that will be there. But otherwise, we try to accommodate if it's not a particular, if it's not such a grave crime, as much as possible, these regional prisons will allow them to be closer to their from their place of residence or where their family is.
That's part of the parang medium-term plan of the Bucor na talagang total phase out of the new Bilibid prison where the PDL population right now is around 25,000. Is my
Yes,
figure
Mr.
correct?
President.
Okay. So let's say tapos na si 2024. So 2025, 2026, 2027, we have in 4 years' time, the plan is to have relocated the 25,000 PDL, ignore na lang natin yung madadagdag dyan, at saka marirelease, let's say, stabla.
Yes,
And we will be distributing them to the already existing penal colonies?
No,
parts?
no. Mr. President, there will be a PPP project. They're looking
Yan,
at the
I will pursue
PPP
that,
project
yes,
for Palawan. But there's also the construction of additional regional prison facilities and dormitories. So, yun po yung mga...
So the total phase out is dependent on that PPP project.
Yes, Mr. President.
So hindi pa natin categorically masabi pala. Okay, that's why. Okay, I thought it was already categorical. So ano nga, sige, saan po siya dependent on the construction of how many prisons in addition to our existing prisons? How many? For that plan to work. Nakasulat po ba yung plan?
There's a proposal for an additional 10 regional prisons, and then also with the PPP project in Palawan, the expansion. Kasi right now they also have some prisoners that were already relocated there, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, to be able to accommodate all the ones that will be transferred from New Bilibid, they have to be able to expand the facility.
So if a plan is dependent on the construction of 10 prisons plus 1 PPP, should we be announcing such a plan? Masyado siyang contingent.
No. Mr. President, that's why it's just
you
a plan.
construct 10.
Right. But the question is, what are the steps that we are taking to be able to decongest our prisons? So yes, this is categorized as a plan, but of course, before we even do anything, there has to be a plan. So this is what it is, and hopefully, with the proper fiscal allocations next year, we would be able to accommodate it. And I feel that if it's a PPP project, it also will depend on the leadership's quick decisions. So we are hoping that this is a matter of a priority for the executive also to approve.
Sige po, just ano lang ako, parang word of caution na lang na wag na muna natin i-pound yung statement na we will phase out the new Bilibid prison by 2028. And masyado pong dependent on so many other factors. Construction pa Pilipinas po ito. Pag mag-construct ka, I do not know, ilang taon. But then capital outlay has been increased 884 million to 1.16 billion. So, yun ba yun? Is it the Bucor's capital outlay? Is this already for the building of some sort of a prison?
Mr. President, from 884 to 1.1,
One.
it's not so much of a difference of increase, but it goes mostly to repairs and maintenance of the different facilities, also of under the DOJ.
So repair pa lang ito, not really the new,
Improvement of 3.
of the 3, ano bang tawag mo doon? Regional?
Ito po yun, provisions for the construction of various prison facilities, 2 units of 2-story dormitory at Davao Prison and Penal Farm, 2 units of 2-story dormitory, Iwahig Prison in Puerto Princesa, 2-story dormitory at San Ramon, Zamboanga City, construction of a super maximum security facility, Sablayan, Occidental, Mindoro, provision for the ICT projects. Okay. So that's for the capital outlay. And also there's for an ICT project.
Okay. Ang capital outlay kasi di naman siya expected to be recurring. Ang kinompare lang natin yung levels, 884 ang level niya noong 2024, capital outlay, but yung ginastusan ba noong 2024 na 884 ay gagastusan ulit in next year by same amount na 884 or new projects din yun na ang total lang natin ay 1.16 billion?
New project po,
Okay.
Mr.
Saan pumunta
President.
yung 884 for this year na capital outlay? Ano naman po ang ginastusan nun?
Mr. President, part of it are ongoing projects for Iwahig, Sablayan, and Palawan.
So yung Iwahig, Sablayan, and San Ramon,
Ramon, yeah.
yung mga ongoing repairs doon and construction are already meant to make them a regional prison?
Yes, Mr. President.
Tama yun. So, pag ready na sila, they will now receive the the new Bilibid prison inmates papunta doon. So, okay, so connected na yun lahat sa plano. Can I now ask about the Supermax prison? We intend to build one Supermax only, no? Para klaro, one Supermax prison, and this will be located in Sablayan Prison
yeah.
and Penal Farm which is where in
In Mindoro.
Mindoro Occidental.
Occidental.
Oriental? Occidental.
Occidental.
Yes, correct. So only one Supermax prison. But the Penal Farm will not be converted into a Supermax prison. Regional prison din siya, but there will be a new structure as a Supermax prison. Is that how I correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
What would be the budget for that particular Supermax prison which is meant to hold the PDL convicts of heinous crimes? Magkano po yung budget doon?
It's about 4 billion.
4 billion siya. But multi-year naman po yan.
Oo, kasi meron 200 million from the 2023 and then now 300 million.
So 500 million. Naumpisahan na po ba?
Umpisahan na po, Mr. President.
In what sense na naumpisahan na? Parang,
Groundbreaking.
sabi ko nga may hukay, naghukay na. Okay, so 4 billion. But then ang budget din natin for our regional, how many regional prisons do we intend to build under the law?
Dapat 10.
Yun yung nasa law, 10. Is that already a law
Eh,
or
wala sa law.
just a plan?
It's not in the law. The ideal set number of additional regional prisons.
Okay, the ideal is 10 regional additional or all in all? All in all.
All in all.
All in all. So
No, and additional to the prisons that we already have are 10 regional prisons.
no, I think we will convert some and treat them as regional prisons.
3 plus 7. So
Okay.
7 new regional prisons and 3 that are already existing.
Okay, and that's the plan that the DOJ and Bucor will pursue. So
Yes.
yung mga funding requests niyo, yan na, pinafund na natin yan. Yan yung plan. Okay, so 3 plus 7. And then yung 7 na regional prisons na bago, I think ang binabudget din natin doon ay 4 billion. Yeah, 4 billion pesos per. Yeah, tama. So, okay, so para klaro lang, our regional prisons will cost as much as our Supermax prison. Yes,
Yes.
okay, tama. Siguro naman, because siguro our regional prisons will be meant to house more than that Supermax prison. Tama. Si Supermax prison, mahal siya because sa design niya, sa kanya siguro security features. Samantalang si regional prisons, well, meron din security feature but not as rigid or strict, pero mas maraming ina-accommodate doon. Tama.
4,500 per regional prison.
Yeah, for that. So that's the plan. Okay. And of course, alam ko naman yung reason sa regional prisons para mabisita po sa part sa rehabilitation nila, di ba? Pero what's the plan? What is the plan? Who will be assigned to a regional prison? How will you determine it? Is it because he committed the crime within that region, or is it because he has relatives in that region?
Place of origin, Mr. President.
Place of origin niya. So, pero kung marami, if the convict can trace himself back to many places of origin, it is at his option? What's the plan?
They can appeal, Mr. President, if they want to be in a special regional prison. Like, for example, if their family has relocated already,
right.
they can.
Tama.
It can go through the board to approve it.
Basta we know the spirit behind it. Basta yun. Part,
Yeah, correct. Rehabilitation,
Part, I
yeah.
think, sa rehabilitation process.
and formation.
Reformation process of the convict. Apa. So, yung justice on wheels, nakakatulong naman po to decongest the prisons? Or too late na siya doon sa stage na yun?
The Supreme Court po, as we discussed, yung justice on,
Yes, I know,
wheels.
but I know, as implemented, napapansin nyo ba na has it contributed, has that particular Supreme Court judiciary program contributed to the decongestion of our prisons?
To a certain extent, for the speedy resolution of cases in certain detention facilities,
So more
it has
of-
helped. Yeah, but we don't have the exact figure of that, but it seems like it's felt.
So are there many NGOs helping us go over the records of our inmates, kunyari overstaying?
Mr. President, I think
overstaying na yung iba, ganon?
That was discussed during our judiciary budget. There are advocacy groups and stakeholders that are being trained by the Supreme Court so that they can properly advocate and for prisoners or those that are being questioned. So there is a training program for them. So I don't know exactly how many have participated so far.
Siguro it's one of the greatest crimes if we let a convict or an inmate overstay beyond his penalty or punishment. So are there programs, policies, and checks in place so that this will not happen or be minimized?
There's a carpeta system that's being implemented with the Board of Parole and
Ito na yung Board of Parole and Pardon.
the Parole Provision Administration.
Iyo, PPA.
They're integrated already so that they
And
will
it's working? Is the system working?
It's working.
Walang reklamo na overstaying na po ako rito. Kami ganun. Wala.
About 90% yung effectiveness nung connectivity.
Sige. Okay.
16,000 inmates. PDLs have been released. And the wardens are authorized to release. Hindi na kailangan court order. Parang kung alam na they were able to serve their sentence, pwede na silang pakawalan ng warden.
Dun sa, sige, ito lang tanong, out of curiosity. Doon sa 16,000, may mga na-discover tayong overstayed? Who overstayed beyond their maximum?
Madami kasi, Mr. President, this program has just really started. So, 2 years ago, so we're playing catch up. But because of this integration, it's already slowly decreasing the number of those that have been overstaying.
Are those people who overstayed possible Board of Claims tawag doon, claimants or awardees? Pwede?
It's possible.
Covered ba yan? Sige, sana. Sige, pero ang amounts doon, ma'am, para malaman natin, maximum of 10? 10,000. Maximum 10,000. Pero at least meron. Okay, so we congratulate the DOJ and the Bucor for that. But Bucor, di pa tayo tapos. The justice sector is a very important sector talaga. Kahapon, para alam lang ng Secretary, sa Department of Health, 5 hours kami. Siguro the justice sector is just as important as the health sector. 6. But I think
But we also want to think about the health of our minority leader.
our chairwoman, I
So-
think, wants a break.
Oh, no.
comfortable break.
I just want to finish this, not a break.
Just to show that it is as important as the health sector, Mr. President.
It's not the time, it's just the quality.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be the number of hours, it's the
Pero ito-
quality of the questions that our minority leader has already been proposing.
Yes, but itong sa Bucor po, alam niyo, sinundan ko rin yung kung anong kaya kong sundan dun sa Quadcom hearings natin, sa House pala, sa House. Nabanggit dun yung killings sa Davao Penal Colony, 3 Chinese. Does the Director General of the Bucor confirm this incident, that this really happened?
Well, they're quoting the Quad committee that because of witnesses that have come forward, it happened. But in terms of, he wasn't, the Bucor chief at the time wasn't present yet.
But that's under your jurisdiction, no? The Davao Penal, Davao Prison and Penal Farm. That's under your jurisdiction.
There are records, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
there should be records na
Yes.
may tatlo doon, Chinese nationals, and then died while under our custody or killed while under our custody. So I think the Bucor should not be proud of that happened within our correctional system. Since these are, and it's confirmed that those 3 victims, actually sa Quadcom hearing, parang na-set up sila. I mean, nagkaroon ng parang inspection kuno para maparusahan yung 3. May sa other wing, mayroong violation yung 2 para maparusahan kuno. Di doon sila sa parang penalty area, siguro for disciplinary area, and then sinama sila sa isang cell so that the crime may be committed. And according to the testimonies before the House of Representatives, these were 3 Chinese nationals. Did the Chinese embassy ever protest, file a protest or a complaint that their citizens were murdered inside Filipino prisons?
Not to our knowledge, Mr.
They
President.
did not. Okay. Pero sana po, I mean, to the knowledge of our Director General of the Bucor, were those involved, those who, assuming that these were consciously done talaga, parang set up just to gather them. Wala kasing access daw si designated killers dun sa mga target because they're really separated. So, parang some sort of a drama was conducted so that they will be together. So yun po yun. So yung those who orchestrated the situation, have they all been disciplined or punished? And if yes, in what form? Yung dalawang killers kasi convicts na sila, PDLs na sila. So nadagdagan pa siguro penalty nila and crime. But those who orchestrated, kasi merong mga nag-decision maker na ipagtagpo yung 5 sa isang lugar So that's beyond the 2 PDLs powers already. So meron tayong Bucor personnel participation dyan. Have these people been disciplined, sanctioned, punished? And if yes, ano po ang form?
The DOJ has formed a task force for EJK, and that's one of the cases that are still being investigated further. There are those that have already been detained because they're directly involved. But as you said, there are also other individuals that may have orchestrated the...
Kailangan sila ipagtagpo When did this happen, Director General?
2016.
Oh, and then if the information we get is the DOJ is still, so 2024, 8 years. Kaya, kaya may frustration yung kaya may panawagan tuloy na balik na tayo sa ICC. Kasi 8 years.
Yes, well,
we're
Mr.
still.
President, of course, at that time, the task force was actually just created a little over a year ago. Siyempre, nagpalit yung administration at saka nagkaroon ng focus on also giving justice to EJK victims. So, yes, we realize that it's not as fast as it should be. But at least we are moving forward with the task force now.
The former Bucor Director General pala is here, Mr. President. Alimutan natin. We always just call him the former chief of the PNP, but he's also former chief of the Bucor. Siguro, if I will just pursue this line of questioning during the subcommittee hearing, where I will address my question to my fellow senator, and he is now a resource person in that hearing. Okay, is that okay? Sige, pero ako dapat yung Bucor doon, worried kayo. Di ba taint ito sa image ninyo? Murder?
Yes.
Using knives pa yata? Inside prisons?
So, Mr. President, there's also a parallel investigation by the NBI with regards to this. But of course, as we know, there's been a change in management also, the Bucor at this time. So they hope to be able to resurrect the reputation of the
But
system.
there's no culture within the institution na yung nasasaktan kayo pag nasisira yung imahen ninyo Well, hindi maganda yun kasi dapat ang mga prisons natin sanitized na dapat yan. Wala na dapat yung mga deadly weapons Well, and if they're not, then we're not running things correctly, Mr. President. Also, I hope yung Supermax talagang sanitize po yan, Madam Chairwoman. Okay, can we now go to the Bureau of Immigration? Ano yan? Oh, in-increase pala natin ito sa sa committee report natin by close to 1 billion. Tama po? 921 million pesos.
Yes, Mr. President.
So congratulations to the BID. Talagang you are a prioritized government agency. But may we know why we increased it to close to 1 billion pesos?
The biometrics, we increased it by 920. The acquisition of automated biometric system, that's 843 million. And then, as I discussed earlier, the acquisition of mobile devices for special flight formalities for 77 million.
Ano yung una sinabi niyo? Biometrics, so that would be some sort of software plus hardware. You meant to store
Yes,
the
Mr. President, there are additional gates also that would be able to process passengers. E-gates. I think 44.
So the new feature
42.
would be the e-gates, siguro.
Aside from that, that's one of the outputs. Yung
But
mga
collection of
e-gates na-
biometrics, siguro, has been an ongoing effort on the part of the BID, siguro.
Of course, yes, Mr. President.
So the
Pero ito nag-expand lang tayo, nag-expand din tayo ng mga e-gates.
may e-gates na ba ngayon?
Meron na.
Talagang hindi ako bumabiyahe, Mr. President, kaya hindi ko alam. Ano ba
Or baka
e-gates would
No,
be for Filipino citizens?
For everyone.
Bakit
No,
sa last
Mr.
trip ko, may booth pa talaga?
Hindi kasi, if it's an official trip, Mr. President, I understand that we cannot pass through the e-gates.
Okay, so I'm really a law-abiding citizen, Mr. President. Okay. Sa booth pa talaga ako pumunta. Well, we are interested in the case of Wang Chuan-kong. Is the BID head chief here familiar with this case? July 30, 2024, the Bureau of Immigration reported the arrest of Wang Chuan-kong, a Chinese national. So, I will not be asking for a report just in writing na lang. Well,
Yes,
okay,
please.
if this representation can be informed,
Yes, we will just,
can be informed
an
all
update.
about all the details about this Chinese national Wang Chuan-kong. BI, just correct me and my staff if we are wrong, no? Our information says that Wang Chuan-kong heads a syndicate that facilitates the illegal departure of Chinese nationals by forging documents to facilitate their outbound travel to China? To China. So, can we just get a reaction from the chief of the BID?
They don't want to give an incomplete picture,
Correct,
or
okay.
if they can just submit an update on that, Mr. President.
Because I have my own questions dito sa information that I got. But just give me what you have on this particular case. Okay, on the case of fake passports or genuine passports issued to ineligible ano bang tawag doon? Passport holders. Okay. Has the BI medyo modern times na yun. Nung tinest ko siya, modern times na po yun. May mga computers na tayo nun. But, okay, but I hope...
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. O, sige.
There have been successes in the program. In fact, some of them, aside from the livelihood projects, are also given, as I mentioned, cash assistance.
But multi-year naman po yan.
Oo, kasi
Apo.
meron 200 million from the 2023, and then now 300 million.
So, 500 million. Naumpisahan na po ba?
Umpisahan na po, Mr. President.
In what sense na naumpisahan na? Parang...
Groundbreaking.
Kaya sabi ko nga may hukay, naghukay na. Okay, so 4 billion. But then ang budget din natin for our regional, how many regional prisons do we intend to build under the law?
Dapat 10.
Yun yung nasa law, 10. Is that already a law
Yeah,
or
wala sa law.
just a plan?
It's not in the law. The ideal set number of additional regional prisons.
Okay, the ideal is 10 regional additional or all in all? All in all.
All in all.
All in all. So
No, and additional to the prisons that we already have are 10 regional prisons.
no, I think we will convert some and treat them as regional prisons.
3 plus 7. So
Okay.
7 new regional prisons and 3 that are already existing.
Okay, and that's the plan that the DOJ and Bucor will pursue. So
Yes.
yung mga funding requests niyo, yan na, pinafund na natin yan. Yan yung plan. Okay, so 3 plus 7. And then yung 7 na regional prisons na bago, I think ang binabudget din natin doon ay 4 billion. Yeah, 4 billion pesos per. Yeah, tama? So, okay, so para klaro lang, our regional prisons will cost as much as our Supermax prison. Yes,
Yes.
okay, tama. Siguro naman, because siguro our regional prisons will be meant to house more than that Supermax prison. Tama. Si Supermax prison, mahal siya because sa design niya, sa kanya siguro security features. Samantalang si regional prisons, well, meron din security feature but not as rigid or strict, pero mas maraming ina-accommodate doon. Tama.
4,500 per regional prison.
Yeah, for that. So that's the plan. Okay. And of course, alam ko naman yung reason sa regional prisons para mabisita po sa part sa rehabilitation nila, di ba? Pero what's the plan? What is the plan? Who will be assigned to a regional prison? How will you determine it? Is it because he committed the crime within that region, or is it because he has relatives in that region?
Place of origin, Mr. President.
Place of origin niya. So, pero kung marami, if the convict can trace himself back to many places of origin, it is at his option? What's the plan?
They can appeal, Mr. President, if they want to be in a special regional prison. Like, for example, if their family has relocated already,
right.
they can.
Tama.
It can go through the board to approve it.
Basta we know the spirit behind it. Basta yun. Part,
Yeah,
part,
correct.
part-
Rehabilitation,
Part, I
yeah.
think, sa rehabilitation process.
and formation.
Reformation process of the convict. Opo. So, yung justice on wheels, nakakatulong naman po to decongest the prisons? Or too late na siya doon sa stage na yun?
The Supreme Court po, as we discussed, yung justice on,
Yes, I know,
on wheels.
but I know, as implemented, napapansin nyo ba na has it contributed, has that particular Supreme Court judiciary program contributed to the decongestion of our prisons?
To a certain extent, for the speedy resolution of cases in certain detention facilities,
So more
it has helped. Yeah, but we don't have the exact figure of that, but it seems like it's felt.
So are there many NGOs helping us go over the records of our inmates, kunyari overstaying?
Mr. President, I think
overstaying ng iba, ganon?
that was discussed during our judiciary budget. There are advocacy groups and stakeholders that are being trained by the Supreme Court so that they can properly advocate and for prisoners or those that are being questioned. So there is a training program for them. So I don't know exactly how many have participated so far.
Siguro it's one of the greatest crimes if we let a convict or an inmate overstay beyond his penalty or punishment. So are there programs, policies, and checks in place so that this will not happen or be minimized?
There's a carpeta system that's being implemented with the Board of Parole and
Ito na yung Board of Parole and Pardon.
the Parole Provision Administration.
Iyo, PPA.
They're integrated already so that they
And
will
it's working? Is the system working?
It's working.
Walang reklamo na overstaying na po ako rito. Kami ganun. Wala.
About 90% yung effectiveness nung connectivity.
Sige. Okay.
16,000 inmates. PDLs have been released. And the wardens are authorized to release. Hindi na kailangan court order. Parang kung alam na they were able to serve their sentence, pwede na silang pakawalan ng warden.
Dun sa, sige, ito lang tanong, out of curiosity. Doon sa 16,000, may mga na-discover tayong overstayed? Who overstayed beyond their maximum?
Madami kasi, Mr. President, this program has just really started. So, 2 years ago, so we're playing catch up. But because of this integration, it's already slowly decreasing the number of those that have been overstaying.
Are those people who overstayed possible Board of Claims tawag doon, claimants or awardees? Pwede?
It's possible.
Covered ba yan? Sige, sana. Sige, pero ang amounts doon, ma'am, para malaman natin, maximum of 10,000. Maximum 10,000. Pero at least meron. Okay, so we congratulate the DOJ and the Bucor for that. But Bucor, di pa tayo tapos. The justice sector is a very important sector talaga. Kahapon, para alam na ni Secretary, sa Department of Health, 5 hours kami. Siguro the justice sector is just as important as the health sector. 6. But I think
But we also want to think about the health of our minority leader.
our chairwoman, I
So-
think, wants a break.
Oh, no.
comfortable break.
I just want to finish this, not a break.
Just to show that it is as important as the health sector, Mr. President.
It's
So
not the
we will be-
time, it's just the quality.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be the number of hours, it's the
Pero ito-
quality of the questions that our minority leader has already been proposing.
Yes, but itong sa Bucor po, alam niyo, sinundan ko rin yung kung anong kaya kong sundan dun sa Quadcom hearings natin, sa House pala, sa House. Nabanggit dun yung killings sa Davao Penal Colony, 3 Chinese. Does the Director General of the Bucor confirm this incident, that this really happened?
Well, they're quoting the Quad committee that because of witnesses that have come forward, it happened. But in terms of, he wasn't, the Bucor chief at the time wasn't present yet.
But that's under your jurisdiction, no? The Davao Penal, Davao Prison and Penal Farm. That's under your jurisdiction.
There are records, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
there should be records na may
Yes.
may tatlo doon Chinese nationals and then died while under our custody or killed while under our custody. So I think the Bucor should not be proud of that happened within our correctional system. Since these are, and it's confirmed that those 3 victims, actually sa Quadcom hearing, parang na-set up sila. I mean, nagkaroon ng parang inspection kuno para maparusahan yung 3. May sa other wing, mayroong violation yung 2 para maparusahan kuno. Di doon sila sa parang penalty area, siguro for disciplinary area, and then sinama sila sa isang cell so that the crime may be committed. And according to the testimonies before the House of Representatives, these were 3 Chinese nationals. Did the Chinese embassy ever protest, file a protest or a complaint that their citizens were murdered inside Filipino prisons?
Not to our knowledge, Mr.
They
President.
did not. Okay. Pero sana po, I mean, to the knowledge of our Director General of the Bucor, were those involved, those who, assuming that these were consciously done talaga, parang set up just to gather them. Wala kasing access daw si designated killers dun sa mga target because they're really separated. So parang some sort of a drama was conducted so that they will be together. So yun po yun. So yung mga those who orchestrated the situation, have they all been disciplined or punished? And if yes, in what form? Yung dalawang killers kasi convicts na sila, PDLs na sila. So nadagdagan pa siguro penalty nila and crime. But those who orchestrated, kasi merong mga nag-decision maker na ipagtagpo yung 5 sa isang lugar So that's beyond the 2 PDLs powers already. So meron tayong Bucor personnel participation dyan. Have these people been disciplined, sanctioned, punished? And if yes, ano po ang form?
The DOJ has formed a task force for EJK, and that's one of the cases that are still being investigated further. There are those that have already been detained because they're directly involved. But as you said, there are also other individuals that may have orchestrated the...
Kailangan sila ipagtagpo When did this happen, Director General?
2016.
Oh, and then if the information we get is the DOJ is still, so 2024, 8 years. Kaya, I mean, kaya may frustration yung kaya may panawagan tuloy na balik na tayo sa ICC. I mean, kasi diba, 8 years. I mean,
Yes, well,
we're
Mr.
still.
President, of course, at that time, the task force was actually just created a little over a year ago. Siyempre, nagpalit yung administration at saka nagkaroon ng focus on also giving justice to EJK victims. So, yes, we realize that it is not, it's not as fast as it should be. But at least we are moving forward with the task force now.
The former Bucor Director General pala is here, Mr. President. Alimutan natin. We always just call him the former chief of the PNP, but he's also former chief of the Bucor. Siguro, if I will just pursue this line of questioning during the subcommittee hearing, where I will address my question to my fellow senator, and he is now a resource person in that hearing. Okay, is that okay? Sige, pero ako dapat yung Bucor doon, worried kayo. Di ba taint ito sa image ninyo? Murder?
Yes.
Using knives pa yata? Inside prisons?
So, Mr. President, there's also a parallel investigation by the NBI with regards to this. But of course, as we know, there's been a change in management also, the Bucor at this time. So they hope to be able to resurrect the reputation of the
but there's no
system.
there's no culture within the institution na kayo yung nasasaktan kayo pag nasisira yung imahen ninyo well, hindi maganda yun kasi dapat ang mga prisons natin sanitized na dapat yan. Wala na dapat yung mga deadly weapons well, and if they're not, then we're not running things correctly, Mr. President. Also, I hope you Supermax talagang sanitize mo yan, Madam Chairwoman. Okay, can we now go to the Bureau of Immigration? Ano yan? Oh, in-increase pala natin ito sa sa committee report natin by close to 1 billion. Tama po? 921 million pesos?
Yes, Mr. President.
So congratulations to the BID. Talagang you are a prioritized government agency. But may we know why we increased it to close to 1 billion pesos?
The biometrics, we increased it by 920. The acquisition of automated biometric system, that's 843 million. And then, as I discussed earlier, the acquisition of mobile devices for special flight formalities for 77 million.
Ano yung una? Sinabi niyo? Biometrics, so that would be some sort of software plus hardware. You meant to store
Yes,
the
Mr. President, there are additional gates also that would be able to process passengers. E-gates. I think 44.
So the new feature
42.
would be the e-gates, siguro.
Aside from that, that's one of the outputs. Yung
But
mga
collection of
e-gates na-
biometrics, siguro, has been an ongoing effort on the part of the BID, siguro.
Of course, yes, Mr. President.
So the
Pero ito nag-expand lang tayo, nag-expand din tayo ng mga e-gates.
may e-gates na ba ngayon?
Meron na.
Talagang hindi ako bumabiyahe, Mr. President, kaya hindi ko alam. Ano ba
Or baka
e-gates would
No,
be
there-
for Filipino citizens?
For everyone.
Bakit
No,
sa
Mr.
last trip ko
President.
may booth pa talaga?
Hindi kasi, if it's an official trip, Mr. President, I understand that we cannot pass through the e-gates.
Okay. So I'm really a law-abiding citizen, Mr. President. Okay. Sa booth pa talaga ako pumunta. Well, we are interested in the case of Wang Chuan-kong. Is the BID chief here familiar with this case? July 30, 2024, the Bureau of Immigration reported the arrest of Wang Chuan-kong, a Chinese national. So, I will not be asking for a report just in writing na lang. Well,
Yes,
okay,
please.
if this representation can be informed,
Yes, we will just,
can be informed
an
all
update.
about all the details about this Chinese national Wang Chuan-kong. BI, just correct me and my staff if we are wrong, no? Our information says that Wang Chuan-kong heads a syndicate that facilitates the illegal departure of Chinese nationals by forging documents to facilitate their outbound travel to China? To China. So, can we just get a reaction from the chief of the BID?
They don't want to give an incomplete picture,
Correct,
or that
okay.
if they can just submit an update on that, Mr. President.
Because I have my own questions dito sa information that I got. But just give me what you have on this particular case. Okay, on the case of fake passports or genuine passports issued to ineligible ano bang tawag doon? Passport holders. Okay. Has the BI encountered cases like this? And we have been informed that you have also conducted your own investigation. If that is correct, may we get an update?
Yes, the Bureau of Immigration has in its custody 13 foreign nationals charged with misrepresentation as a Filipino citizen and who possess fraudulent and or fraudulently obtained Philippine passports. So the deportation cases are being filed against these aliens, and as of November 2024, there are 29 cases filed in the BI against those aliens. The DFA, on the other hand, are the ones that issue the passport.
Kaya nga, para lang pumalaman natin yung situation. Itong 34 individuals were in possession of genuine Philippine passports. Genuine.
Obtained with fraudulent
Yes.
documentation.
Genuine in the sense na genuine cover, genuine paper, genuine.
Yes, Mr. President.
Genuinely issued by
By the DFA.
by the correct department.
Yes.
Okay, so alarming po ito, but anong burden natin doon? Ang burden pa natin doon is to prove that they are not Filipino citizens. Tama po ba? Kasi
That is fraudulently obtained. Yun ang...
that's our theory. Okay. So
Yeah, of course we
anyway,
have to prove it because
Yeah.
they're not going to incriminate themselves, Mr. President. Yeah.
Kasi nababasa kong proof na hindi marunong magtagalog, hindi makakwento ng buhay sa Pilipinas.
Totoo po, kasi
Pero-
dun sa isang lugar kung saan 1,500 yata yung nabigyan ng birth certificate, hindi hininga ng supporting documents yung mga yon.
Sige.
Sa Santa Maria.
Siguro, Bureau of Immigration, we need your inputs when we process the bills on on how to plug the loopholes dun sa ating mga late registration law or maybe even dun sa new passport law natin, Mr. President, kasi sila yung nakaka-encounter talaga yung iba-ibang situation, iba-ibang mga combinations of facts, Mr. President. So currently we are now reviewing the Philippine Immigration Act, no? So I hope that the BID is giving us its full support because medyo this is really a landmark law and we need extraordinary attention and energy to be given to this. Do we issue visas to Chinese nationals married to Filipinos? BID? Do you? And do we issue, if you know, and is it your agency which issues this?
Yes, of course, if they are able to comply with the requirements, prove that they're really married, they have the capability to come here, then they are given those visas, Mr. President.
Is it limited to, is it available to all nationalities married to Filipinos? Or a special program ito for Chinese nationals married to Filipinos? MCL 07-021.
Yes, of course, it's available to all foreign nationals married to a Filipino that they're issued a visa if they have the capability to come here.
Does this visa have a special name? Ano ba, is it called by a special name?
13A, immigrant visa by marriage.
Sige, may we ask for a copy of this memorandum from the BID? Yeah. We wanted to research more on this pero mahirap daw, hindi daw halos available online. If you can ask for a copy.
This is noted, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
thank you. Is the Land Registration Authority before us?
Yes, Mr. President.
Are you happy with your budget, LRA?
We actually increased it from the NEP, Mr. President. We are the same. No. We retained it from the NEP, 1.239 billion. It's an increase from last year, from 1.217 to 1.239.
No, my attention has been called to your training and scholarship expenses under your MOE. 17.4 million. Does the head feel that this is sufficient? Or do you need an augmentation for this? Marami yata kayong plano for capability building. So, for next year, just parang ano to, parang do you have a wish? Do you have a wish list to help you with your budget?
we can increase the budget for training for RDs so that they'll be more capable and in the new regulations and also the processes in the LRA.
Ano po ba yung mga new, what are the new best practices in land registration or new technologies? That's why parang you have a special focus on training and scholarship expenses.
Updates in registration laws, ARTA, Ombudsman, and so it's about 37 million to be able to increase their funding for that program.
So parang it's basically the same. Gusto niyo lang para paramihin na para mas marami ang maraming ma-cover, maraming.
The term that they're using is retooling of their certain
Retooling?
retooling.
So something must be new. So can you share with us what's new with land titling, land registration?
So, Mr. President, kasi nga with the new laws and the regulations of ARTA, it's basically reorienting them with the new regulations that they need to be familiar with. So, I guess meeting them,
Yes, ganun na nga yan.
magiging ganun kalaki yung kailangan nilang pagtitipon para may bigyan sila ng mga bagong instructions tungkol sa mga patakaran ngayon.
Hanapan ko po ng paraan na matulungan kayo. Pero ito lang po yung tanong ko. Under Special Provision Number 1, 20% of the land registration fees or collections you can use. So you cannot use this for that particular item. For that particular item, training and scholarship expenses.
Mr. President, okay, I think for them to be able to utilize it, we should have a special provision that says that they can source an additional 37 million from that percentage, from that fund that they're collecting. Wala kasi ngayon na nakalagay yun.
So without that
Special
very specific sentence or phrase, you cannot use it. But with that solves the problem?
Okay, then that's you can make that amendment. Can we take note of
This
this?
is a very
Secretariat?
nice amendment because it consists of words,
Please submit to us.
not of an amount.
Yeah. Please submit to us the proper wording for the
Tama ba yun,
special
Irene?
provision.
Irene, tama ba yun? It's just an amendment of the paragraph of a special provision. So, it's not-
Increase in the amount in the special provision.
okay. So that yun para yung ating mga registrars of deeds. Pero magkano po ba, sige, just to complete the picture, magkano po ba ang ating annual collection for land registration fees? More or less. Sige, sample lang po.
We collected 11 billion last year.
Ang laki pala.
So kung ang hinihingi nila 1.2 yung bibigay natin na budget sa kanila billion plus yung 37 million na idadagdag natin, hindi, I mean, they can sustain themselves. In fact, they're giving pa back to the National Treasury.
Yes. Malaki pala. But I'm just worried that the vacancies in the LRA are in the hundreds of plantilla positions, pero 200 plus lawyer positions are vacant. Tama? 200 plus? Hindi na po ba attractive ang lawyer position sa gobyerno?
The staffing pattern, the CSSP has to be upgraded because hindi competitive or attractive for applicants.
Paano po ba ang flowchart yan? Who acts first so that the staffing pattern is improved? Is it the agency? Is it DBM? Or is it Congress?
They're in talks with the DBM.
Sige po. Kasi yan ang napapansin natin sa ano natin. Kunyari, lawyer's position, psychologists, mga ganyan, psychiatrists, ang bababa. Na-encounter po namin sa Department of Health discussions. So we really have to review the staffing pattern plus the pay. Who's the head of the LRA? May we know who's the head now?
Gerardo Sirius.
Serious.
Serious naman.
Sir? Serious? Sorry. Ito lang po yung experience ko rin sa inyo. Na-share ko na to noon na meron akong kakilala na parang pinipilit siyang to deal in land, pinapakita siya ng titulo. Nung nakita ko yung titulo, siyempre, sometimes photocopy lang. Ang gut feeling ko as a lawyer, medyo, questionable, unreliable, fake yan. I mean, ini-scam ka lang. So I gave that advice, pero ayaw maniwala sa akin. So I got a photocopy, submitted it to LRA for an opinion whether is this an authentic title or not. LRA refused to give a position or an input so is the agency not available for that kind of a consultation from the public so as to prevent the perpetration of scams?
They're now working on an IT solution to make it easy to verify the authenticity of a title. So it's an ICT initiative.
Future tense na naman tayo.
And then,
alam mo, sinulatan ko kayo, siguro, maybe siguro 6 years ago. So, ang ngayon sagot, future tense pa rin.
And then, pero the title owner identity verification system, an application wherein registered owners may enroll their title so that prospective buyers shall be able to view the details.
So you want...
That's already in the process of being utilized. And then there's also an LRA verification of certified true copy of title service. This is to provide the public with a facility for verifying the printed CTC of title with the existing LRA records. And then the title verification service. This is to provide the public with a facility to check if there are existing landowner titles in the LRA records based on the provided title information.
Available or future?
Those are available now. It's available, but they're enhancing it so that it's. I guess they have to enter more things there to verify.
So that will be a service to the public, may interface sa public, so sila. But ang ginawa ko nga kunyari, should this happen again, and then I go directly to you, insider na kayo so you'll be able now to check, and you will give a feedback whether the photocopy of the title you sent us, as far as the number is concerned, is authentic, genuine, or fake, and then the technical description is not accurate, although the number is authentic. Ano ba? Posible na ngayon yan, panahon?
Yes, they can do it now.
I hope hindi na nga maulit ito, but should I encounter ito mga ganito, then let's test your system again. But when I tested it, wala medyo modern times na yun. Nung tinest ko siya, modern times na po yun. May mga computers na tayo nun. But, okay, but I hope Siguro, Madam Chairwoman, alam nila next year wala na tayo rito to to follow, to check. Okay. Pero we really wish you the best. Ano, you continue with your plans na ganun. May problema ba kayo dun sa ano? Sa parang provider ninyo, yung computerization provider niyo? Is there a problem?
Tapos na yung contract nila. So, I guess hahanap ng bago.
Is there a problem with the ownership of the data generated by the service?
No, there's no problem. The terms of the contract are clear that the agency obviously owns
So
the
you
data.
learned from the lesson of LTO?
Yes, hopefully.
Tama. Sana nga ganun. Kasi kung umulit yun, talagang magpapatanong na po tayo. Okay, so thank you to the LRA. Let's now go to the NBI. Okay, the committee is also increasing the budget of the NBI by 121 million pesos. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. President.
May we know the reason why?
The acquisition of state-of-the-art investigative and intelligence equipment for its criminal investigation, detection, and evidence gathering, as well as for the conduct of relevant training. And then the repair and maintenance of various state-of-the-art equipment. So that's a total of 121,437.
10 minutes na. Bilisan mo na. Bilisan mo na. Tapos na ako. So it's for the purchase of some state-of-the-art equipment. Ganun pa ba yan? More or less? Yung bulk nun? The NBI also has a digital forensics laboratory. So, what's the status of this laboratory? State-of-the-art?
They already have the forensics lab, but they're just adding better features and to modernize it a little bit.
Okay, when it comes to the forensics laboratory, sige, can I just get the professional advice or opinion of both the NBI director as well as our DOJ secretary? Meron din kasi, may plan kasi si PNP din eh. PNP. Si NBI na andyan, so parehong law enforcement yan. Ang inisip ko sana, kasi kung doble-doble, we need to buy state-of-the-art equipment for PNP, we need to buy state-of-the-art equipment for the NBI Forensics Laboratory.
Sometimes, I'm sorry, Mr. President, sometimes the NBI also has to provide some sort of a check and balance. So there are also some investigations by the PNP that are being investigated by the NBI. The NBI themselves are investigating some PNP officers, and the PNP likewise can also investigate some NBI officers. So it's good for them to have autonomy.
Hindi, bigito na nga. So that's the current, I think that's the current thinking or the current drive. So state-of-the-art, so multi-billion peso laboratories yan. But I think there's a model from some other country na it's an independent entity, body now running their state-of-the-art national forensics laboratory. Will that, I need to get some inputs. I'll take advantage lang of the presence of the DOJ Secretary, the NBI Director. Do you think that will work in the Philippine context? An independent body running our state-of-the-art, hopefully world-class forensics laboratory. Yan na ngayon, yung kanilang lab results or findings can now be used by our law enforcement as well as prosecution service. Will that work?
Well, I mean, it's possible, Mr. President. It's just a matter of having the right terms so that really competent and reliable providers are the ones that we get in contract with. The problem is sometimes when we get a third-party provider,
State din po ito. State. State-owned, state-run, but it's an independent entity. I think the model,
state-owned as well.
I think the model is Australia, and I think it was the Supreme Court which invited me to
Well,
attend
yeah,
that.
then the University of the Philippines, as
yes,
suggested
yes,
by
yes, you're right.
our
Yeah, that's it.
secretary,
I think that's
it could be a possible independent lab.
Okay. Or does the NBI as a law enforcement institution prefer to have its own forensic
Of course, they prefer to
laboratory?
have its own,
Kasi
Mr.
ngayon,
President.
pero-
Also for confidentiality, you want also to be able to secure and be responsible for the data that you have. Sometimes if it's a third party, it might be very difficult for them to monitor or take blame. For example, if something leaks, it is their responsibility alone if it's their own lab.
Director, that's your opinion, huh? That's the opinion of the director of the NBI? Kasi I'm actually just consulting them, taking
No, no, no.
advantage of their presence.
Redundancy has its advantages.
Benefits.
Of course, maintaining it yourself will be an additional cost. But right now, they can always explore and see the possibility of having an independent forensics lab. But right now, they're just running on their own. They're just utilizing their own forensics laboratory.
Sige po. So, can I ask my very good friend, the Solicitor General, some questions? Should he permit it, Madam Chairwoman? Kaya pa, sir? Sige, sir.
Yeah,
No,
he
no, 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 no.
agrees.
I'll shift my questioning now to the OSG.
Mr. President, I don't mind suspending
No,
the
no, no,
rules
no,
if
no,
you
no,
want
hindi po.
No, 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 it's
I did
good.
not mean it that way. So, there are now administrative acquisition of citizenship through petitions for naturalization. Is it with the OSG?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Okay, so kaya nga yung mga gustong i-shortcut lang nila sa fake birth certificates, fake Philippine passports, meron namang admin procedure. Are many availing of the administrative procedure for naturalization?
It's for aliens born in the Philippines only. So, for example, kasi tayo, di ba, jus sanguini ba yan? O what, so, kahit pinanganak ka dito, hindi ka pa rin Filipino citizen unless your parents, di ba? Pero ito, pwede ng administrative case kung dito ka pinanganak.
Kaya nga, so, pero of course, kahit siguro yung mga aliens pinanganak dito, if there is this shortcut available na gagawin nila yan. But mabuti nga meron, but marami ba? Is that being availed of, that procedure? Sige.
So, there are 31 naturalization petitions were filed, which were all acted upon either decided, resolved by OSG, or withdrawn by petitioners. So, ito, a total of 283 naturalization petitions have been filed since 2019, of which 135 is pending.
How long does it take for that procedure? How long?
1 year.
1 year, maikli lang. So, pero 283 lang ang nag-file. Mas marami pa ata ang nag-avail nung fake birth certificate pag i-add
Alam
natin
mo-
sa fake passport.
Baka hindi nila kasi alam to. Either that or ito kasi mas masusi siguro dahil nasa national office eh. So,
Saka may requirements yan. May mga... one of the elements lang yata yung born in the Philippines. Basta, I think you must show contribution to Philippine society. Parang ganun ba? Yeah, that's part of the... Sige po. And one of the critical roles, I believe, of the OSG is in land reversion cases. Kasi I'm sure kung merong nag-solicit ng fake birth certificate, may fake passport, meron din mga naka-TCT ng mga inalienable lands of the public domain. So, kumusta po ang ating what's our caseload on land reverse? That's OSG, right? That's OSG.
To date, there are 135 pending land reversion cases, 11 of which are subject to motions for reconsideration.
Konti lang, 135. So, does that mean that OSG has detected illegal titling, especially of inalienable public land? Just 135 instances? Ganun po ba yan?
There possibly could be more, but this is within a given period. May we submit that?
Yes, ganun na lang. Yes,
Yes.
in writing, yes.
Especially a specific number.
Pero actually, this is one of your more crucial and critical powers. Because only the OSG can act, right? Tama. Only the OSG can act
Yes.
on these cases. Tama. Can question the titling of land which the government believes which cannot be titled. Ganun ata yun. This is not a dispute as to who owns the land, di ba? This is a dispute as to whether ano ba tawag mo doon? The change in the status of the land from in public domain inalienable, it became alienable. Pumunta from public to private. That's the exclusive domain of the OSG. I think this is one of your unheralded powers na dapat importante ma-exercise po ninyo. Baka yung sa famous island, marami na sigurong, tama po ba yan? May mga famous islands ba dyan na on paper, public domain? But in reality now, halos treated as if they're privately owned?
Quite possibly.
So please, Soljen, I mean, that's a power talagang critical. I think that's a sovereign power pa ata. I believe so. I mean, that's a delegation of the one particle of sovereignty to the OSG.
The petitioner is the Republic, Mr. President.
Thank you. So last question, kasi Mr. President, I think we have already exhausted the justice sector and hindi pa pala, meron pa pala, marami pa. Hindi, ganito na lang, in writing na lang, Secretary, you have this justice sector with the Supreme Court, yung ano ba yun? Justice zone. Justice Sector Coordinating Council.
Justice Sector Coordinating Council,
If
yes.
we can just be given in writing, from the point of view naman ng DOJ, what have been the achievements of this Coordinating Council? Kasi ang pagkaalam ko dyan, you discuss yung mga what needs to be improved, ano yung ganun. So can we just get ano yung ideas generated because of that council? And then the PCGG is right before us also. May we know the total amount of assets under PCGG custody or administration?
Yes, Mr. President. As of now, the forecasted collections for 2025 is 839.9 million. And then the total,
I'm just asking for the total assets. So parang ano to, parang forfeited yata to, forfeited sequestered assets to what under the PCGG administration or recovered assets.
for 2024, 2.2 billion out of its 839 million target, 266% assets were sequestered.
But the total assets under the administration of the PCGG now, right now,
You mean all of the assets that
that they currently hold right now under their
in
administration?
custody, 113 billion.
Laki, 113 billion. Okay. And then sa report nga nila, malaki na rin yung kanilang PCGG has already recovered a total of 280 billion in cash and non-cash assets from 1986 up to December 31, 2023. Okay, so malaki. And then yung mga income ninyo, you give it to CARP and then you give it to, ano pa isa? May isa pa ata.
The Coco Levy Trust Fund.
Yes, the Coco Levy Fund. Okay, sige. So, thank you for that. So, pero sa right sizing, I mean, ano ba kayo? Nasa radar ba ang PCGG sa right sizing? Katulad ng, ano ba yung kahapon? Ano yung kahapon? Optical Media Board. Ngayon, nasa radar po eh. Commission of Filipinos Overseas, whose budget we will talk about later on.
Already complied by complying to lower the number of personnel. 10% of them personnel were rationalized.
Sige. But you're giving seminars on even to LGUs on anti-corruption. Tama? Shouldn't we just leave that to the ombudsman?
Part of their mandate as well.
Okay. Siyempre, ano din sila, they also want to be, ano.
More lessons in anti-corruption, I think, is good.
Sige. They have also more than 100 pieces of artwork, etc. Hawak pa yata nila. Baka nabubulok lang ito. Why not donate them to the National Museum para kung sakaling... Ano ito? Okay. Ano to isa?
It's being cared for in UP under the Vargas Museum.
So displayed na rin pala. Okay. So that's good. That's good.
So yes, it's an exhibit.
Sige, meron lang tayong phoned-in question na Madam Chairwoman. This is to the Bucor. What happened to the PDLs who were taken to PDL to. What happened to the PDLs who were taken to a detention facility in Camp Aguinaldo after serving as witnesses against former Senator Laila de Lima? Now that the cases against Senator de Lima have been dismissed, what's the status of these PDLs? Have they been taken back to the New Bilibid prison? Are you aware?
Yes, Mr. President.
How many are we talking about here, Ms. Director General?
7.
7. Sige, okay.
7
you-
PDLs.
Can we just, can you list them down and then just give them to me? So I can refer
Yes,
the matter
Mr.
to
President,
the...
and all other questions that you have, we can submit the replies to your query.
I have questions for the PAO, pero okay na po yan, PAO. Outstanding government agency yan eh. So,
Siyempre, pag naman si Ms. Acosta.
okay, so with that, Mr. President, the shortness of the brevity of the interpellation does not reflect on the importance of the sector.
Oh.
This is a very important sector, Mr. President. Dapat nga ito, hinihimay-himay natin lahat ng items ng budget ng DOJ, Bucor, BID, including PAOs, OSG, lahat yan, even LRA, pero because we have been doing this year in, year out, so I'm no longer repeating some of the issues I raised last year or 2 years ago. So we just wish you all the best, and we congratulate you for your achievements. Marami namang achievements. Iano lang po natin, konting pagmayabang lang natin ng konti ang ating mga achievements. So, congratulations and we wish you the best for 2025. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for your patience.
Thank you, our
Mr.
minority
President.
leader, majority leader.
We have yet to conclude the period of interpellation. I'd like to thank the minority leader. Next to interpellate, Mr. President, is the gentleman from Camarines Norte and Mindanao, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ito lang pong mga katanungan ko po ay may kinalaman po sa sunod-sunod na accomplishment ng National Bureau of Investigation. Natutuwa po tayo sapagkat meron po tayong isang kaso na ibinigay sa kanila 2022 at ngayon po ay kanila pong inaksyonan at nakasuhan na po yung mga pumatay sa mga bata doon po sa Lambayong Sultan Kudarat. At tayo din po ay humahanga sa NBI dahil sunod-sunod po yung kanilang meron poong accomplishment sila kay Alice Guo. Meron din po silang ibang mga accomplishment pa na sunod-sunod po talaga, no, na tayo po ay hangang-hanga sa NBI. Meron lang po ako dito na babagabag po ako dahil ang sabi po dito sa report, ang NBI daw po ay pumapatak lamang na 14 million ang kanilang confidential funds every month. Totoo po ba ito?
Yes, Mr. President, every month.
Opo, bali po 175 po million sa isang taon po.
Yes, Mr.
Opo.
President.
Ako po kasi ay nanggaling din po sa madilim na kahapon at alam po natin ang kapangyarihan ng mga sindikato, ng mga kriminal, lalong-lalo na po yung mga nasa droga. Yaan pong mga yan ay meron silang counter-intelligence fund nila para mapantayan po kung ano yung kakayahan ng mga law enforcement. Ito po bang 14 million a month na ito, palagay po natin, ito po ba sapat na po para po sa ating NBI, para labanan po ang palaki ng mga sindikato?
Mr. President, noong 2023, yung NBI po, nabigyan ng 175 million na confidential fund. Pero ang nagamit lang nila, 146 million.
Okay.
So matipid rin naman sila. Either matipid o hindi nila nagagawa lahat ng dapat magawa pa. So, kaya binabase rin natin dito, dun sa kanilang disbursement rate, kung ano yung ibibigay natin.
Opo. At ngayon pong parating na 2025, masasabi po natin po, Ginoong Pangulo, na sapat na po yung inalaan na pera para sa kanila?
Base po dun sa nakaraan nilang paggasta, ay sapat naman po. Ngayon, kung meron naman silang specific na hihilingin, ibibigay naman po natin. Pero yun lang naman talagang nahingi nila para dun sa item na yon. So binigay natin yon.
Opo. Totoo po ba na meron additional na binigay na 100 million para po sa equipment ng NBI?
Tama. Yun nga yung sinasabi natin nung umpisa, yung pagkakaroon ng acquisition of state-of-the-art equipment for criminal investigation and evidence gathering. Yun din yung parang forensic lab nila.
Opo, yung pong mga accomplishment po ngayon ng NBI na sunod-sunod, ang taong bayan po ay masaya sa mga ginawa po ng NBI. Yung po ba, sino po ba ang kanilang happy noon? Noong 2023? Same po ba? Yung po bang happy noong 2023 at yung happy ngayon ng NBI ay iisa po?
Si Luigi De Lemos, yun ba yung mga accomplishment na sinasabi mo nung kapanahunan niya?
Ito pong 2024 po. Noong 2023, parang kulang naman po kasi yung accomplishment ng
So
NBI.
2024, si Director Jaime Santiago na. So, kanya
opo.
din.
Kaya po marami
Matagal.
ang accomplishment
Oo.
ng NBI dahil kilalang naging magaling na pulis po at magaling na judge si General Santiago. Meron lang po akong medyo komplikadong tanong. Pero alam ko pong maisasagot po ito kaagad. Masasabi po ba ng NBI na totoo ang sinasabi ng ibang mga sektor na napasok na tayo ng mga agent ng ibang bansa, mga spy? Totoo po ba yun?
Ito'y lumabas dun sa isang Al Jazeera report. Pero sa ngayon, wala naman pong na-verify or nahuli na spiya. Either napakagaling nilang magtago or hindi pa or wala talaga sila dito.
Apo. Dadating po kaya ang panahon na sa palagay po ng ating mga namumuno sa NBI na yung halagang binibigay po sa kanila sa confidential funds ay kulang para po labanan ang pagdami ng mga illegal aliens na mga nagiging pinuno po sa bansa natin?
Alam niyo, Mr. President, imbis na kaagad-agad sa confidential fund, marami kasing ibang pagkakataon na pwede rin silang matukoy. Halimbawa, yun nga, yung pagkakaroon ng mas stricto at mas epektibong border control system, pagkakaroon din ng yun nga, mga state-of-the-art ICT capabilities. At syempre, pagdating naman sa pagkuha ng mga witness, doon talaga papasok yung mga confidential fund. Pero bago tayo makarating kasi sa puntong pagkukuha ng mga witness na ganon, yung case build-up, malaki rin na kailangan natin ilagay sa iba pang mga proseso katulad nga ng pagkukuha ng mga ebidensya, yung mga labs natin, yung ICT infrastructure natin.
Okay po. Isa na lang pong tanong, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito naman po sa atin pong mga PDL, tatanungin ko lang po kung ilan na po, noong pong nag-umpisa ang ating Congress, nakausap po natin ang kalihim ng DOJ at kami po yung nagkasundo na magkakaroon ng sunod-sunod na paglaya sa mga PDL. Kamusta po ito? Meron po ba tayong record kung ilan na po ang lumaya?
For the past 2 years, 16,000 na po ang napalaya at sa darating na ito pa, may pahabol pang 5,000 more.
Opo. Ako po ay pumupuri din po sa Public Attorney's Office dahil narami po silang natutulungan. Ano po ang target po natin ngayong padating na 2025? Kasi hanggang ngayon po, siguro po mga ilang buwan na nagaling ako sa Bilibid, napakadami pa rin pong tao talaga. Ako po'y nakulong dyan ng 3 taon, pero nung population po na amin ay nasa 10,000 lang. Ngayon po ay nasa 30,000 mahigit ang nakakulong doon. Meron po mang tsansa na malaman po namin kung matutuloy pa po ba yung mga bagong building na pagagawa at kung ano po nangyari doon sa regionalization?
Alam niyo po na ito nga yung dapat talaga in coordination, di ba? Law enforcement, magaling ang paggawa nila ng trabaho, kaya marami nakukulong, pero kailangan mabilis rin ang disposition ng mga kaso. So, yun nga, naghahabol tayo. Pero at least, may progress. Yun nga, the short answer is, marami pa rin nakukulong. Pero ito nga, kahit papano in the past 2 years, 16,000 na ang napalaya at 5,000 pa ang madadagdag. Pangatlo, nabanggit po din na sa 2028 ay magkakaroon ng mas malaking facility sa Palawan para mabawasan ng overcrowding at saka yung kanilang proposal na 10 more regional prisons na kailangan natin ipatayo.
Opo. Ito, huling-huli na po. Last na po ito. Yung po bang ito pong mga dadating na mga Pasko at New Year, may maaasahan po ba tayong lalaya?
Yung 5,000 po ang makakalaya by Christmas.
Ay, maraming salamat. Yun lamang po, mabuhay po. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I think they celebrated prematurely, Mr. President. I move that the budgets of the following: the Department of Justice, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registration Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Office of the Solicitor General, Parole and Probation Administration, Presidential Commission on Good Government, Public Attorney's Office, and the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Before the chair would like would act on the motion, we'd just like to congratulate the DOJ family led by Secretary Remulla for the innovations and the reforms that they have been instituting in the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. So there's a motion by the Majority Leader. Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Having said that, Mr. President, I'm now ready to receive interpellations for the said agencies, beginning with the good minority leader.
And ending with the good minority floor leader. The
No
minority
complaints,
floor
Mr.
leader,
President.
Senator Pimentel, is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our chairwoman,
Yes, Mr. President.
I've looked at the budget levels. They look reasonable to me. And of course, this is the Civil Service Commission, a constitutional commission, an independent body. So I would just like to, and also a well-performing and well-respected institution in our governmental organization. But can I point out the low passing rate in our exams? In the career service exams held last March, so when I say last March, 2024? Oh, yes, this year, last March 2024, only 17.22 passed, while the passing rate for sub-professionals was just also at around 17.02%. This indicate that both academic preparation and practical experience have fallen short in equipping candidates with the basic competencies these exams are designed to assess. So how can we bridge the gap between what the applicants know from school and experience and what they are expected to know in the public service? Sige po.
For starters, Mr. President, probably better preparations for taking of the exams. The Commission is willing and able to sponsor catch-up preparations and remedial programs for the applicants to the examinations, Mr. President.
So ang efforts natin are focused on those taking the exams. How about the exams themselves? Have we taken a look at them? Are they soliciting the information which are relevant?
The Commission is in the process at the moment, Mr. President, of reviewing every exam and even every question within the exam to make sure that it conforms to posing the right questions to the examinees and producing passers and even high passers of the examinations indeed well fit for the civil service, Mr. President.
I've heard some criticisms kasi about the exam, pero hindi ko na isa-isahin yun ba? Siguro dapat, I do not know what should we be testing ba? Ano ba knowledge about the world? Mathematical skills, computational skills, or is it more or less like an IQ test or an EQ test? What is it? What are the tests supposed to be?
I will get to the content in a moment, Mr. President, but just to add, by way of response to the previous question of the good minority leader, it's actually academicians who formulate and who are now evaluating the tests. And perhaps that also accounts for, though the good minority leader is right that the percentage passers last March of this year in the professional and the sub-professional categories are 17.2 and 17.02% respectively. Comparatively, that actually represents an improvement from the previous passing percentages of 12 to 13%. As for the contents of the exams, IQ lang ba or subject? Salamat. For the professional exams, Mr. President, the contents would comprise general information, numerical and verbal abilities, and analytical abilities. So these are all tested, Mr. President, for the professionals.
Sige po, I'm sure the exam contents are always in constant review, siguro.
That is correct, Mr. President, as at the present moment in the hands of very capable academicians. And just to complete the response to the good minority leader's previous question, doon naman po sa sub-professional examination, bukod sa general information pa rin, numerical and verbal abilities pa rin, clerical abilities ay tinatest din po, Mr. President.
When the tests were designed, was there an expected passing percentage rate?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, could the good minority leader repeat the
When the
question?
tests were designed, given the Philippine context, was there an expected passing rate?
There was actually no expected passing rate, Mr. President. If I may also add for the record about the examinations, they are at the ISO standard for reliability level, Mr. President.
Okay, but are the exams based on some foreign exam?
Will it po academic may test writing exercise po sila. And then we evaluate po ulit. And then i-test pa yung mga exam na yun. Okay sila.
Alright. They are actually not based on any foreign civil service exams or templates, Mr. President. What the commission did was to ask the academicians to draft the exams, and then the commission itself assessed the exams and then sent those draft exams back with their feedback again to the academic panel to finalize or to try to perfect, Mr. President.
Are the low passing rates contributing to the unfilled positions in the bureaucracy?
Sorry, the update is 15,000.
15,000, 12, 15,000. Ang napapasok na ba? Ang pumapasok na
Pero ito pa
generate 100,000.
JO dyan to the same number.
Hindi na mag-i-return.
First off, Mr. President, in the analysis of the commission, yung pagkakaroon pa rin ng unfilled positions is not linked causally dun sa ngayon mababa pang, no? Comparatively mababa pa nating passing rate. But there are interesting data that can be put on record about this. The absorption of the commission is only 15,000, but the actual passers amount to 100,000, Mr. President. So rather, dito sa issue ng unfilled positions, this is in government? Okay. Sa unfilled positions sa gobyerno, the commission has certain reasons listed for the 203,079 unfilled positions. Among these, at the outset, agencies are primarily responsible in filling up their vacancies. And then factors that contribute to the situation. One is the lack of applicants for the position because quality standards are high. Another is the deliberate act on the part of the agencies not to open positions because their job orders and contracts of service who have shown reliability and whom they want to apply may not have yet obtained the required eligibility. Secondly, candidly from the Commission, patronage politics where they might be reserving the position for their favored people. And last but not the least, the positions are actually obsolete, but agencies don't want to surrender them because they are reserving the slots for their scrap and build eventually. Further reasons for the unfilled positions, Mr. President, LGUs, who actually have the most number of vacancies, have a limitation kasi po in their PS allocation, so they cannot fill up all of the positions. Second to the last reason, low salary grade for technical positions. So dito po sa mga non-professional. So DBM, the Commission, and PRC, however, are currently discussing on how to address this issue. And lastly, but not the least, other positions are simply not relevant anymore. For example, sad to say, bookbinders, but they are still in the list of vacancies, Mr. President.
Okay. So thank you for that very enlightening response, Mr. President. So, ang iba doon can be addressed by legislation, no? Oh, so
I think the
So,
good minority leader
yes,
is right, Mr. President.
So maganda po yan. Let's look at the TSN or we will review the TSN of this interpellation. So I will now go to the Career Executive Service Board. Our committee report added 25 million pesos. So may we know why?
Yes, Mr. President. The subcommittee added 5 million pesos for, here, Mr. President, 25, I'm sorry, for the record, we added 25.028 million pesos for 4 items, Mr. President. New project or expense items. The first being a proposed project strengthening the CES system and establishment of National Career Executive Service Center, at least for the pre-implementation and initial mobilization stages, comprising project preparation and pre-implementation, the composition of the project management unit, the drawing up of a detailed architectural and engineering design, and the procurement. This would entail 20.017 million pesos, Mr. President. The rest of the items are procurement of 3 risograph machines for the production of the test materials, which would account for 495,000 pesos, transportation equipment outlay, just 1 unit of a coaster at 4,048,000 pesos. And last but not the least, the payment of overtime services of drivers at 468,000 pesos, Mr. President, for the total of 25,028,000 pesos, Mr. President.
I heard the detailed engineering design. So
Yes.
is there a plan in the future to build something?
Yes, Mr. President. This is in UP. Yes. Ito yung building nyo, no? Okay. Yes, Mr. President, this will be the future CESB building. And the need for that is to improve and expand the capacity and capability of CESB in serving the growing demands for client services. In fact, Mr. President, since its establishment in 1973 to the present, so more than 50 years already, more than a half a century, the CESB scope has expanded from serving 14 to 58 government departments, attached agencies, and executive offices. According to the CSC's Inventory of Government Human Resources, as of June 30th, 2023, there are 125,056 civil servants in supervisory and executive managerial positions, including current and potential CES entrants. Further, Mr. President, and for the record, the existing CESB office, which this building is planned to replace, that existing office, an outdated 3-story residential building, simply repurposed as their office for the last more than half century and located in Isidora Hills Subdivision, Quezon City, presents numerous limitations. It is situated in a floodplain prone residential area with restricted accessibility, inadequate space for assessments, so one of the main missions of the board, inadequate space for examinations, trainings, and conferences, and inadequate facilities for senior citizens and persons with disabilities. The current setup has insufficient storage for records, ICT equipment, and no parking space for clients, partners, and officials, and suffers from limited internet bandwidth. Additionally, the office space is insufficient to accommodate the necessary increase in plantilla positions for the CESB Secretariat, which is essential for the growing demands for client servicing and support, Mr. President.
So, when will we start seeing budget for the building? In what year's budget?
That will happen, we hope, Mr. President, in year 2026.
So, sa next year na. So,
Opo.
nasa CO na, meron ng entry.
Opo.
So, I think, Mr. President, that would be all for this cluster for the civil service family. And let me congratulate them and wish them all the best. Marami yatang mga kailangan i-review nyo, mga redundancy, right sizing, mga issues that you could guide the Congress. Right sizing, redundancy, ano pa, nepotism, ano pa ba yan? Mga ganyang concepts sa inyo yata yan. So, we need you to guide us when we modify or come up with new policy. So, good luck, congratulations, and thank you to our chairwoman.
Thank you, Senator
Salamat
Pimentel.
kayo. Good minority leader.
May I remind our guests that there is no need for applause? Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before I make a motion, just like to welcome to the House our former Secretary General, who is now the head of the Civil Service Commission, Merlin Baruayap. In my only term in the House, she was the Sec-Gen. Probably you were also there when she was Secretary General. So, Mr. President, there being no other
I was
reservation-
actually no longer there, but she was the director of the Committee on Rules when I was there.
And this representation was there, Mr. President, good majority leader, when the now CSC chair was our Secretary General in the House.
Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpretation, I move that the budgets of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board be deemed submit for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Before acting on the motion, may I instruct the head of ARTA, Mr. Perez, to kindly situate himself beside the sponsor, because we will be taking up the ARTA right after, within the same cluster. At saka ma'am, para isang picture na lang, sabay-sabay na kayo, Maylin, pagkatapos. Sabay-sabay na, para isahan na lang. Konti na lang naman, ARTA lang eh. Thank you. Acting on the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The proposed budget of the Civil Service Commission as well as the Career Executive Service Board is hereby approved and deemed submitted. Majority Floor Leader.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority and recognize again the sponsor and chairperson of the Subcommittee H of the Committee on Finance, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for her opening statement.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues in the Senate and to the ARTA family, led by Director General Ernesto Perez. I'm pleased once more to sponsor the 2025 total new appropriations of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, amounting to 484,358,000 pesos, which is higher by 100.7 million than the fiscal year 2025 General Appropriations Bill. The additional 100.7 million pesos was requested by the agency and was granted in our subcommittee report. Having said that, Mr. President, I'm now ready to receive questions related to the agency.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize our Minority Leader for his interpellation.
The Minority Leader is once again recognized for his interventions. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairwoman.
Yes, Mr.
We will
President.
try to keep this brief so that it will be an example of an anti-red tape interpellation, Mr. President. Sir, mahal kayo na ng committee, ng subcommittee. 100 million ang dinagdag. So may we know why we added 100 million pesos?
Yes, Mr. President.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm
To,
sorry.
to some, akala nila maliit lang yun, pero it should be given in in relation to the total budget. So halos 25% yata or more ang dinagdag namin. So may we know why we added 100 million pesos to the budget of the ARTA?
Ito, di ba? And then ito, hiwalay, right? Okay.
From NEP
Yes,
level, from NEP level, yes.
Yes, Mr. President. The additional 100.7 million is broken down into two items. The first being MOOE implementation of projects, activities, and programs in the regional offices, amounting to 40,726,000 pesos. And the second and lastly, operational expenses for 8 of those regional field offices, amounting to 60,518,000 pesos, Mr. President.
So parang the ARTA services and projects and activities are being brought down to the regional as well, even lower levels pa.
Exactly,
That's the
Mr.
plan. Oh, sige.
Exactly, Mr. President, and in particular to 8 regional field offices, precisely with that hope that in the future, bringing them even further closer to the ground under the regional level,
Kasi
Mr. President.
parang culture din itong pinopromote nila eh. In
Tama
short,
po
what
kayo, Mr.
if we label it a culture, it's a culture of what, the Director?
It's a culture of hope.
If we should use that phrase, what are we promoting?
In so many words, Mr. President, it would be a culture of promoting bureaucratic efficiency,
Efficiency.
transparency, and accountability, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. Now, Mr. President, I will just read my 3 questions and request a response or a reply in writing. Ano na lang, in
Yes,
writing
Mr.
na lang.
President.
In the spirit of ARTA. Ilang days, sir? Sige nga. Under ARTA rules, ilang days that you have to reply if it's in writing?
Within 3 days, Mr. President.
Sige, thank you. Gawin natin yun. First question. What specific results have been achieved in terms of reducing bureaucratic red tape since ARTA's inception? Of course, I expect you to provide the data on the number of processes that have been streamlined or eliminated. Okay. Number 2, in the previous years, the ARTA faced criticism for its own slow complaint resolution process. So whether true or not, pwede nyo i-dispute sa sagot nyo. The COA found that it took the ARTA an average 124 days just to accomplish the first 2 steps in the complaint resolution process. How has the agency addressed this issue? And last but not the least, which agencies have been the frequent violators of red tape regulations or the suki list of ARTA? Meron po bang ganon? Is there such a suki list? Hall of Famer ba? Meron. So anyway, in the written response, siguro just name the agencies that most frequently complained against or complained of, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President. The Commission, rather the authority doesn't mind even now making it of record that they don't have that kind of a list anymore, though they do have data on the most frequent kinds of complaints. And of course, kapag ganun po, mababanggit din po siguro at least anong klaseng mga government agencies natin, NGAs ba, LGUs ba, etc. Actually, if the I have data on that already tonight, if the good minority leader would
Sige.
like to hear it, Mr. President. Here in the updated, in the data from the ARTA, this is a table entitled for the national government agencies
yes,
po. Top 10 most complained of agencies.
Sige.
BIR at 274. This would be for period January to 30th June 2024 this year. So BIR at 274, the LTO at 222, the SSS at 134, the LRA at 121, the DNR at 103, the PSA at 87, the FDA at 82, the HDMF or Pag-ibig at 60, the DAR at 60 also, and the DSUD at 59, Mr. President. And for the good minorities, other leaders, other questions, ARTA commits to send the reply, not within 3 days, but within 1 by tomorrow, Mr. President. And they will be actually excited to share their responses about specific results dahil marami po talaga specific results ang authority at kung paano din nila inaddress yung puna ng COA about their own previously slow complaint resolution process, Mr. President.
So that would be all, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you to the agencies, to the Constitutional Commission, and congratulations to you and to our chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you,
Salamat kayo, Mr.
Senator Coco Pimentel. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to ask questions is Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized for his intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just have a few questions. I came across this article about a month ago, and it is from the Asian Business Review website. And the title of this article, Philippine Startups Tied Up in Red Tape Struggle to Take Off. And when you say startups, these are mostly small tech companies. And it goes, tech ventures must obtain dozens of permits and wait weeks for approval. And it goes in the article, the Philippines is the most challenging country in which to launch a startup, according to Business Name Generator's 2023 Global Startup Index, which took into account tax rates, economic growth, cost of living, and setup cost. So my question, Mr. President, is what is the authority doing to help MSMEs and startups to launch their business ventures? Obviously, these are small companies, mostly entrepreneurs. Most probably, some of them they have a few employees that process their paperwork. So what's the authority doing to help our MSMEs and startups launch their business?
For one, Mr. President, the authority is currently working with the Department of Trade and Industry on a memorandum of agreement to jointly assist, proactively assist the MSMEs and the tech startups to set up their businesses in the Philippines, Mr. President.
And currently, I don't know if the authority will have this now. How many steps and processes and also departments does a startup need to undergo in order to launch their business? If not the exact number, maybe just an estimate, so that we will just understand, if I'm a startup, how many processes do I need to undertake in order to launch my business?
Yes, Mr. President, one of the programs or mechanisms that the authority is proudest of is what they call the Electronic Business One-Stop Shop, or the EBOS. They currently have 122 LGUs where the EBOS is up and running. It's being implemented. At bagamat po yung target sana nila that a startup or a tech startup for that matter, an MSME, could and should be able to register their business within 10 minutes on this EBOS platform. At least sa documentation po ng authority, they're actually able to do it within 20 to 30 minutes, Mr. President.
And I heard, Mr. President, that only 112 LGUs are involved. And
Yes, Mr.
indeed,
President.
normally in my experience, normally it's little companies, the startups or MSMEs, normally their first contact will be the LGUs. No?
Yes.
They get their business permit, they get their other permits. But I heard earlier that there are only 112 LGUs, and there are about 1,500 LGUs right now. So what is the hindrance or the roadblock to get all of the LGUs to be involved in that EBOS, Mr. President?
Mr. President, yung isang often cited na dahilan na hindi pa lahat ng LGUs natin, the thousands nga on board sa platform ng IBOS, ay yung poor internet connectivity. So aware po ang authority dyan. So they're trying to work with the LGUs and the relevant agencies para iwas to itong sitwasyon. And that hasn't stopped them from setting ambitious targets na from the a little more than 100 pa lamang sa ngayon, they are pushing all the other LGUs to come up to 25% of the LGUs on the EBOS platform by next year, and another 25% every year para ang scenario po ng authority by 2028, 100% na mga LGUs ay nag-iimplementa ng EBOS. And Mr. President, just to add to the response to the previous question of the good gentleman from Valenzuela as to the steps sa pagrehistro po sa EBOS, pag-uusapan pa lang sa DTI yung buong process flow. So I expect that will come into the final MOA na kung sa ganyang paraan, pagtutulungan ng authority at ng DTI itong mga tech startups natin, Mr. President.
Will EBOS, Mr. President, good sponsor, will EBOS be parang the central digital interface for all the MSMEs and startups can go to in order to register their businesses from start to end? Is that the vision for EBOS?
Mr. President, the authority tells us that the DICT actually has an eGov PH, and the DICT will connect this system so that it's interoperable with the EBOS of the authority, Mr. President.
Well, I suggest, Mr. President, and the ARTA team is here to focus on MSMEs and startups, and to come up with a single window for them, so to speak. No? And I really commend the efforts to launch EBOS, but it might be confusing for them if we have so many digital interface or digital platforms for them to go in. My suggestion is to come up with probably a single window or a single interface for them, so all startups, all MSMEs can go to that interface and launch their businesses. And I remember I have an experience, a friend of mine launched a small business in San Francisco, I remember, and everything was done online, no? Even paying their taxes, even paying their business permit. In other words, he didn't have to go to City Hall or to DTI or to SEC to register the business. Lahat na sa isang platform na. No? So, moving forward, I hope that we can look at that platform or look at that model so that our MSMEs will have an easier time to launch their businesses. My next question is that...
Sir, yung eGov system, nakapasok din yung EBOS.
Okay.
Yun yung plano ng DICT to integrate all digital.
Mr. President, the authority reiterates that they are working with DTI for the, I'm sorry, for the correction. The authority is working with the DICT so that the EBOS links up with the eGov PH. But I am sure, Mr. President, and I would like to reassure the gentleman from Valenzuela that the authority is hearing the advice of the good gentleman about moving towards a single window or interface, especially for our MSMEs and other startups,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Mr. President. Good sponsor. And is that are those projects already inside the budget for 2025? Promoting EVOS, making it more accessible to MSMEs. Is that already part of the 2025 budget?
Siguro po, Mr. President, good gentleman, napansin niyo yung ngiti sa mukha ng pinuno ng authority. There's no budget po for 2025 for that. And at the most, what they will try to Optimize is working with the DTI. Pero para sa e-boss, for example, kahit yung pag-interface niyan sa egov.ph towards possibly a single window in the near future, wala pa po sa budget.
Yeah. We'll request na lang from the authority to just submit to us a proposal to how do we help our MSMEs? Kasi just by going through this article doesn't speak well of our country in terms of startups and launching businesses. And we've been trying to, for many years, no, since the ease of
doing business,
doing
Mr.
business
President.
matrix in the past. We didn't actually fare in that measure for a very long time. That's why the ease of doing business law came about, no? And the ARTA was born because of that law. But the justification for that law is that ease of doing business index, no? That we always didn't fare very well. So having said that, this type of articles obviously affect our reputation. And I would like to request from the authority to give us some suggestions. No? Give us a paper on how to help our startups, how to help our MSMEs in particular, whether through their department or a collaboration of different departments, and suggest to us how much do we need in order to digitalize that platform, in order to come up with a single window for MSME so that they can just go to that window. Kung maliit ka lang na negosyo, just apply to that window and you can already start your businesses in the next few days. So just submit to us a concept paper, so to speak, and with the required budgetary requests for 2025 maybe or beyond. And at the proper time, I'll request from the good sponsor some augmentation so we can help our MSMEs and startups that can help drive our economy moving forward. So maraming salamat to the good sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator
Maraming salamat
Gatchalian.
din po, Mr.
Majority
President.
Floor Leader.
With that, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority be deemed submitted for the bodies it considered. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President.
Session is suspended for a minute in order to afford the next agency to be taken up, the DILG, time to move to the main VIP gallery and themselves in the gallery accordingly.
Mr.
Thank
President,
you. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of the Interior and Local Government, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Local Government Academy, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, National Police Commission, National Youth Commission, Philippine Commission on Women, Philippine National Police, and the Philippine Public Safety College, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the committee, Subcommittee L of the Committee on Finance, our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, for his opening statement, and later to interpret Senator Wayne Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The budget of the aforementioned agencies, consideration rather of the budget of the aforementioned agencies is now in order. The distinguished sponsor of the budget of the agencies mentioned is hereby recognized for his short opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Gusto ko pong batiin ang bagong talagang kalihim ng DILG, Secretary John B. Cremulya, at ang ating Chief ng Philippine National Police at lahat ng bumubuo ng DILG family. As the Vice Chairperson of the Subcommittee L of the Committee on Finance, I'm privileged to sponsor the Department of the Interior and Local Government's budget, DILG budget, and its attached agencies before this August chamber. Composed of the DILG Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Local Government Academy, National Police Commission, Philippine National Police, Philippine Public Safety College, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, National Youth Commission, and the Philippine Commission on Women. The department and its attached agencies are tasked with enormous responsibilities of promoting peace and order, ensuring public safety, and strengthening local government capability aim towards the effective delivery of basic and essential services to the citizenry through the institutionalization of highly efficient and competent fire, police, and jail services. In line with the said mandates, the subcommittee recommended total budget of 279,717,291 for the DILG and its attached agencies. This amount is lower by 515,982,000 from the submitted budget of the House of Representatives, but higher by 259,018,000 compared to the net figures for the Department of 279,458,273,000. Our proposed budget for the DILG and its attached agencies is higher by 16,067,292,000 compared to the 2024 figures. The details of the changes made in the DILG and its attached agencies' budgets were submitted to the plenary. With this representation is now ready to answer questions that our colleagues may propound.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Senator Gatchalian is recognized for his interventions.
Thank you, Mr. President. My greetings to the new Secretary, Secretary Remulla, to our Chief PNP, Marbil. Good evening to all the members and the officers of the DILG. My first question is related to POGO, Mr. President. Section 4 of Executive Order 74, issued by the President last November 5, 2024, directs the PNP to intensify their efforts against illegal POGOs/IGLs and other offshore gaming operations and services. This is the new executive order that was just promulgated, Mr. President. So my first question, Mr. President, what are the preparations and actions done by the PNP to address the President's directive to wind down all POGOs pursuant to Executive Order 74, Mr. President? Mr. President, there's no volume.
The DILG Secretary already issued several guidelines concerning the implementation of Executive Order number 54, Mr. President, and there is a task force even created, if I'm not mistaken, a task force schemer, Mr. President, to really implement, special task force schemer to really implement the said executive order coming from the Office of the President. And, Mr. President, for the information of Your Honor in this body, various raids to implement the said executive order were conducted by the Philippine National Police in cooperation with other agencies such as PAOK-TF, DSWD, DOLE, BI, Bureau of Immigration, DOJ, and PAGCOR to really implement the said directive coming from the Office of the President.
And what are the, just broad strokes, Mr. President, what are the next steps to fully operationalize this executive order, Mr. President, on the part of the PNP and as well as the DILG, Mr. President? Just next steps, broad strokes, so that the public will be guided on the actions of the department as well as the PNP, Mr. President.
The next steps, Mr. President, would be to really implement the total closure by starting December 15 of all legal, of course, the illegals would be also be part of this, of all existing POGO operations to comply with the deadline issued by the President himself, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. We talk about illegal, Mr. President, and this is a phenomenon that we noticed right after the President ordered the winding down and the complete closure of POGOs by the end of the year, we saw a lot of splinter groups, Mr. President, no? A lot of small groups scattered all over the different parts of our country. In fact, this is something that was anticipated by PAOK, I remember. In one of our hearings, they said that in the event that the country will close down and wind down POGOs, we have to expect all of these splinter groups will be scattered all over the country, operating illegally, Mr. President. I'm not very sure if the department or PNP will have this number, but is there an estimate on how many of these little groups or these splinter groups are operating in our country? No, I know it might be complicated because if they know the answer, then they should have been on top of that situation. But is there an educated estimate on how many of these groups are currently operating in our country, Mr. President?
President, from the universe of illegal POGOs, part of the list coming from the DILG, it would appear that there are 406 POGOs with canceled licenses and 13 illegal POGOs, Mr. President, as of November 3, 2024. So this is the latest validated list, Mr. President.
So 406
With canceled licenses.
with canceled licenses, Mr. President. So I would assume this includes service providers, all of these entities, one way or the other, linked to POGOs, Mr. President, and 13 illegal, Mr. President. But how about those that are being raided recently? There's a slew of raids being conducted by PNP, by PAOK lately, and how many of those kind of splinter groups that are operating in our country? Just an estimate, Mr. President, based on their intelligence gathering.
For the conduct of raided POGOs.
Estimate of the number of, if you're referring to the splintered groups.
Yes, Mr. President, because like for example, the one in Cebu, based on the news reports and based on the reports that we got, the one that was raided in Cebu are actually from are groups from Bamban and from Porac, Mr. President. So, in other words, what we are seeing is all of these big POGOs that are closed down. These groups are now going to different parts of the country, operating illegally. They operate in resorts, in very in small hotels, even in business centers, Mr. President. So I just want to inquire whether the department or the PNP will have some form of estimates on how many of these splinter groups have scattered all over the country, Mr. President. If that information is available, Mr. President. No?
President, we don't have the accurate figure as of the moment because several of the splintered groups or some groups operating as POGOs were previously masquerading under a different business phase. For instance, BPOs, some are masquerading as legitimate business gaming operators. So, nagpapanggap po ito eh. So, ito pong yung pagpapanggap nila, hindi pa ho natin nalalaman yung accurate figures. But the PAOK-TF, I was informed by the chief of the PNP, together with the Philippine National Police, they're in tandem trying to figure out the exact progenies of the POGO operators right now. But again, we reiterate that it will end as ordered by the President.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, how do we assure the public that by January 1st of 2025, all of these illegal pogos will be eradicated as well, Mr. President. Of course, the legal pogos will cease to operate because their license will be canceled. But we have to anticipate that after canceling the license, may mga matitigas na ulo, Mr. President, who would want to risk their presence and still continue to operate here in our country. So, what is the assurance that even these illegal pogos will be eradicated, Mr. President? Are there any special activities that the PNP, PAOK, and other enforcement agencies are doing in order to fully implement the directive of the President, Mr. President?
It would, as per the SILG, it would be easier to track them down, hunt them, because they would be isolated, but they will be based in urban areas with strong Wi-Fi connections. They would not, of course, they would not be located in far-flung rural areas. So with the legal pogos closing, the ability of the PNP and other government agencies to maximize their resources in identifying and tracking down the illegal pogos would really be highlighted because the resources would be focused.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, you mentioned earlier that some of these pogos are masquerading as legal BPOs or legal entities, Mr. President. And I think a few days ago, I read in the news report that there was a raid in Bataan. No? And apparently the raid in Bataan, or the company that was raided in Bataan, claimed that they are legitimate or their businesses are legitimate, Mr. President. So in this type of complex scenario, how will the PNP now detect which are illegal and which are legal, Mr. President? Because in the case of Bataan, they were saying that they are legal and they are a legal BPO. These are very technical operations. And if you don't go into their computers or know what systems are they using, they will really masquerade into a legitimate business, Mr. President. So is there any new technique that the PNP will employ in order to detect? Because the next battleground, Mr. President, is distinguishing which are which are illegal pogos and those who are masquerading, Mr. President. So is there a new technique that the PNP will be employing to find those entities that are masquerading as legitimate businesses?
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, we will not be preempting and exposing what new techniques the PNP would be doing, but
there is, Mr. President.
I would surmise there would be with the use of technology. I was informed by the SILG that the Bataan raid was really a product of deep and intense intelligence efforts, because that said firm was a gaming sports legitimate company, and many, as I've said, many illegal pogos pose as legitimate businesses, sometimes using fraudulent documents and exploiting loopholes in the business registration process. So we have to trust the Philippine National Police, especially the intelligence community, in really ferreting out from the legitimate what would be the illegals, Mr. President. So makikita naman siguro kung bakit maraming umuupa na mga business offices, spaces dun sa lugar na yon, na siguro po ito yung mga lugar na malalakas talaga yung internet. Bakit po maraming dayuhan? Bakit po maraming nagtatrabaho ng 10 oras ng gabi? So there are steps probably na ginagawa ng ating intelligence community na hayaan na po natin, sila na lang nakakaalam kasi pag narinig ngayon ng mga pogo,
Mr.
baka...
President, I agree.
Oho.
It's just the assurance that the PNP is on top of this situation, especially that may evolution kasi, Mr. President, from those mega pogos that the Committee of Senator Risa exposed, for example, the Banban Pogo Hub, the Porac Pogo Hub. Now we're seeing splinter groups, Mr. President, meaning they have divided themselves into small groups. And now we're seeing the next trend will be, like you said, no, masquerading as legitimate BPOs, Mr. President. So when you enter, because I was reading the article in Batan, when you enter that facility, you see all computers. Obviously, they'll say, legitimate to, these are BPO computers. So it becomes a technical endeavor, Mr. President. So all I want to emphasize is the war on pogos have now moved into a different battleground, so to speak, Mr. President. And I just want to bring that up with the PNP and with the department to look at that angle, Mr. President, so we can completely eradicate pogos come 2025, Mr. President.
The PNP is ready, the DLG family is ready with the use of technology and other cybersecurity apparatus, Mr. President.
Mr. President, how about the role of LGUs? No, and as we all know, the LGUs, kabisado nila yung teritoryo nila, Mr. President. So I know the DILG secretary who's a former governor knows that LGUs know a lot of information on the ground, Mr. President. So in this execution of the executive order, what is the role of the LGUs, Mr. President?
As gathered from the hearings conducted by your honors, perhaps the LGUs would play a critical role, especially in facilitating the issuance of licenses, knowing beforehand the number of new residents in their areas. So malaki pong tulong ang mga LGUs kung talagang gagampanan nila yung dapat gawin, lalong-lalo na kung susunod sa direktiba ng Pangulo at sa direktiba rin po ng Secretary of the Interior and Local Government. So maaari din po siguro na yung ibang LGUs ay makatulong kung tutulungan nila yung illegals na mag-proliferate. But then again, naniniwala po tayo na yung ating mga local government executives ay nakikiisa sa kampanyang ito.
Is there a special directive, Mr. President, to the LGUs? Or the executive order will be an automatic directive, Mr. President?
After the State of the Nation address, wherein the President announced this new policy, the former DILG Secretary issued a circular to that effect, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a point that the pogos, the battle against pogos is not yet over. In fact, they're evolving. So I just want to make a point that government should also evolve likewise, Mr. President, so we can completely close down all the pogos, whether legally or illegally, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll jump to another topic, but related to pogos. On October 30, 2024, it was reported that the Internal Affairs Service of the PNP said that it has recommended the dismissal of 11 police personnel, including 5 officers from the service over allegations of illegally deploying police as security escorts of a Chinese national involved in online gambling operations. 2 police officers were arrested in May after they figured in a scuttle at a posh village in Ayala, Alabang in Muntinlupa. Investigation later showed the 2 were assigned in Zamboanga City but were moonlighting as personal bodyguards of a Chinese national linked to a pogo. The recommendation of dismissal is subject to approval of the PNP chief. This was actually brought out by Senator Boto in one of his hearings. A lot of our, sad to say, a lot of our police men find it attractive to moonlight as bodyguards, as escorts of this Chinese pogo operators. And this is actually quite famous in a lot of the villages. It's famous and notorious, no? Because you can see outside of their big houses a lot of escorts and a lot of bodyguards. And some of them even wear police uniforms. So, Mr. President, my first question is, what happened to this case? Have they been dismissed? And second, Mr. President, again, I remember Senator Bato bringing this up in the hearing. Do we still have this type of moonlighting and escorts being provided to pogo operators, Mr. President?
First, to answer your question, Your Honor, Mr. President, is that the case involving the supposed to be security officers of that Chinese in Alabang, we're still awaiting for the final IAS resolution, and that would include the superior officers of the said police officers, and the Chief of the Philippine National Police committed that it would not happen again, Mr. President. All men will be accounted for, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator Bato wants to interject.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, with the permission of
Yes, go ahead, sir.
With
Senator
the
Gatchalian.
indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, Senator Bato is recognized and may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. It's good that Senator Gatchalian expounded this issue because nakakalungkot po isipin, no? Minsan, makakita tayo ng mga pogo operators dyan na maraming bodyguard, may mga escort pa na mga motorcycle cops. Samantalang tayong senador na tinanggalan pa tayo ng motorcycle cops, nag-request ako uli, hindi na ako binigyan. But anyway, that's beside the point. Hindi ko na kailangan yan. Pero sana, yung itong mga pogo operators na yan, na nag-enjoying the services of motorcycle cops ay dapat mahinto na yan. Dahil tayo nga, senador mismo, hindi tayo binigyan ng motorcycle cops, tinanggalan tayo. So yun lang, Mr. President, I just would like to support the point of Senator Gatchalian. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bato. And thank you to the assurance of the Chief PNP that this incident was dealt with. And were these policemen been dismissed or disciplined or reprimanded? Ano po naging action, Mr. President?
I was informed, Your Honor, that it's just awaiting the signature of the Chief of the Philippine National Police, and that would concern the final disposition of the case, which involves 11 police officers, and it underwent a due process procedure for dismissal,
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. And Mr. President, can we assure the public that wala nang ganitong mga escorts? Because this has been we during the hearings in the Public Order Committee chaired by Senator Bato, I remember the past Chief PNPs would always assure us, no, that wala na mga ganitong escorts. But we would still get reports from no less than the public, no less than from the homeowners, and now we still have, just very recently, this October 30, 2024, we still have cases of moonlighting, Mr. President. Can we be assured that these moonlighting incidences will not occur anymore moving forward, Mr. President?
I was informed by the Chief of the Philippine National Police that you can be assured, Your Honor, that it will not happen again. All men will be accounted for.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll jump to another topic related to Pogo, but another incident. On October 29, 2024, the Anti-Cybercrime Group and the National Capital Region Police Office of the PNP conducted a raid at the 23rd floor of the Century Peak Tower in Ermita, Manila. The raid was premised on a search warrant issued to Vertex Technological Corporation, rebranded as Quantum Solutions, for allegedly violating the Securities Regulations Code for involvement in cryptocurrency scams and online romance fraud, online romance fraud. According to News 5 and Philstar News reports, the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, PAOK, distanced itself from PNP's alleged flawed Malate raid, claiming that they were never consulted nor informed regarding this operation. PAOK called the operation a botch raid because the foreigners who were caught were released after the police allegedly failed to secure a legal hold on them. The 34 Indonesians, 25 Chinese nationals, and 10 Malaysians were released after the Bureau of Immigration refused to take legal custody of them, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, may we get an update on what really happened with this raid, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the raid was conducted by virtue of a cyber warrant, and the status of the case, you're correct, some foreign nationals were released, 34 Indonesians, 25 Chinese, 10 Malaysians, but the case build-up is ongoing. Right now, as informed by the Chief of PNP, for a violation of several cases, not necessarily human trafficking, but Cybercrime Prevention Act, as well as violations of the Securities Regulations Code. So, Mr. President, the case build-up is still ongoing, and appropriate charges would be filed. Mr. President, there were several. I was informed that there were even several digital evidence seized, mobile phones, laptops, etc., etc. So, while it generated media attention because of the reaction coming from the PAOK TF, the Philippine National Police maintains that a valid case was pursued because of a cyber warrant issued by the court.
For the record, Mr. President, after the raid, is it confirmed that it is a scamming operation? Because that is, because the statements being made by different agencies made this impression that there's no scamming operation. And of course, the owner, Century Peak Tower, would always deny that. But based on the raid and the evidence found by the PNP, is there scamming, or was there scamming operations in that area? I think that's a fundamental question, Mr. President.
I was informed that the seized items, which I mentioned a while ago, are still undergoing forensics examination, and this would lead to the filing of the appropriate case involving anti-financial account scamming, violation of the Cybercrime Act, RA 10175. So these are all related to suspected POGO activities. So ang sinasabi po sa akin ni Chief PNP, hintayin yung resulta ng forensics, ng mga gamit na nakumpiska. Ito po yung mga laptops, ito yung mga desktops, ito po yung mga SIM cards, Mr. President.
So hindi pa natin ma-confirm, Mr. President, that this is actually a scamming activity? Because this is connected to our first discussion, Mr. President, that some of these POGOs are masquerading as legitimate businesses. But we cannot also discount that some of them might be legitimate businesses, Mr. President.
As per information coming from the Chief PNP, confirm po ito.
Okay.
Kasi
Mr.
meron
President.
din namang complainant dito. Hindi naman nag-raid ito ng basta-basta na lang yung police.
And there's a warrant, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. President. And Mr. President, why were the foreigners released? In the past operation that we observed, Mr. President, typically the foreigners are held or detained, subject to deportation later on, Mr. President, because obviously these are undesired aliens operating in scamming activity. So if these foreigners were released, then sino magiging liable, Mr. President?
Mr. President, yung pong mga nahuli dito, nabanggit ko kanina, 47 Filipinos, 34 Indonesians, 25 Chinese, 10 Malaysians. The foreign nationals eventually were transferred to Camp Bagong Diwa and CRPO for biometric processing by the Bureau of Immigration and validation by the respective embassy officials. Nirelease po sila kasi hindi naman human trafficking yung kaso sa kanila. So yung kinaso sa kanila ay yung Cybercrime Prevention Act, etc. etc. So yung protocol po dito, pag yung kasali yung mga embahada, itatransfer po sila doon sa kanilang mga embassies, Mr. President.
So to date, no one is in any of our detention facility, Mr. President.
Wala na pong naka-detain ngayon, pati po yung mga kababayan natin ay na-release din po noong October 30, 2024.
But were cases filed, Mr. President? Because obviously these people are flight risk. They can leave the country at any given time. We've seen that in many of the cases, Mr. President.
Hinihintay lang po yung results ng forensics ng mga na-confiscate na mga digital evidence.
And what's the assurance, Mr. President, that these people will not be a flight risk, will not escape justice and the cases that will be filed, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I was informed by the Chief of the Philippine National Police na ang concentration po nila ay yung mga may-ari, most probably ito po yung mga incorporators noong kumpanya na na-issuehan ng cyber warrant, and we're now referring to the Vertex Technology Corporation na napakarami pong nagmamay-ari, Mr. President.
Local ba ho yung mga may-ari or foreigner? Or both?
Local po ito, Mr.
Local.
President.
So they will be charged accordingly, Mr. President, correct?
Opo, Mr. President.
And the foreigners will also be charged because they are directly working as scamming.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ang fear ko lang, Mr. President, they're now at large. So what will prevent them from leaving the country, Mr. President, pending the filing of the case, Mr. President?
Pinipilit po ng ating Philippine National Police na mapadali po yung forensics. Pero tama po kayo, yung pangamba na baka makatakas na itong mga ito, ay nandoon po yun.
Was the Bureau of Immigration at least alerted to issue the what do you call that? Yung
All departure order.
No, Mr. President, the ILBO. Yeah, ILBO lookout bulletin, Mr. President. At least yung lookout bulletin so that
Wala
when
daw
they're...
pong na-issue ganon, Mr. President. Ang nangyari lang po ay nagkaroon ng biometric processing ang Bureau of Immigration. Kasi sa pagkakaalam ko po, yung mga ganong lookout, correct me if I'm wrong, may taga-DOJ pa ba rito? Yung mga ganon ay para sa mga Pilipinong gustong umalis sa jurisdiction natin. Ito naman po mga dayuhan, Mr. President. So, ang nakikita ko po rito ay talagang minamadali ng PNP na matapos yung forensics.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that. And that's also another point that this representation wants to make, that like for example, in the case of that issue in Bataan, I know there were also foreigners, mostly Chinese, who were also released, Mr. President. So my point of the matter, Mr. President, maybe they're not in human trafficking, but definitely they're in scamming, Mr. President. And if the scamming allows them to post bail, then action should be swift in terms of filing cases, Mr. President, or else they can just move around in different areas, leave the country or move to another place, Mr. President, as long as we don't file any cases and put them in jail, they can freely move around in different areas, Mr. President. That's the point I'm trying to make, Mr. President.
I totally agree with you, Your Honor.
And Mr. President, there's also a concern on coordination, Mr. President, with PAOK and the PNP and other law enforcement agencies. We saw in successful raids by PAOK and PNP, one of the key ingredients there is close coordination and really working together to come up with a tight case. But in this particular case, Mr. President, I understand that there was no coordination and this type of issues came out, no, because of lack of coordination, Mr. President. So moving forward, how do we avoid such a how do we avoid an issue of lack of coordination? Because at the end of the day, kabaro lang tayo lahat, Mr. President, and the enemy are these people operating the scamming activities and pogos, Mr. President. So how do we now come up with a mechanism of good coordination, good collaboration, so that the enemy will be apprehended and cases will be filed eventually, Mr. President?
Mr. President, current status is that while they are not required to inform PAOK of any operations or raid to be undertaken, the same is true with PAOK. So the coordination there would seem to be at the level of the DILG Secretary and the Office of the President, because PAOK has a different mandate, Mr. President, and they're there to accomplish the same mission, Mr. President. So I would believe, Mr. President, that the DILG Secretary is on top of this to achieve the same results and to avoid conflicting mission orders, so to speak, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And based on experience, like I said, the successful raids we're in, we have filed cases, even prosecuted the masterminds stem from very good coordination between the different government agencies, Mr. President. So I just want to emphasize that teamwork is important. And I just want to emphasize that close collaboration, not only with PAOK, with NBI, BI, especially BI, because a lot of these are foreigners, Mr. President, is a vital ingredient in successful raids, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I was given by Senator Riza advice that ILBO also covers foreigners, Mr. President. So in the past hearings that Senator Riza conducted and prompted the Bureau of Immigration to issue
I stand corrected
ILBOs.
in that matter.
Yeah, Mr. President. So it can be issued against foreigners, Mr. President. So I would suggest again to the PNP to closely work with the Bureau of Immigration to at least naman may ILBO, Mr. President, or else sayang naman yung effort of raiding and putting a lot of lives in danger, and then all of these foreigners will just be scot-free leaving our country, Mr. President. So I would like to emphasize on that point, Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President, on the budget, if there's one department that an agency that needs confidential funds, Mr. President, that will be the PNP, Mr. President, due to the nature of its work and the nature of its activities. But I noticed, Mr. President, the intelligence funds has been dwindling down in the past few years. In 2023, it's about 1.3 billion pesos. In 2024, it's 900 million pesos. In 2025, in the NEP, it's 800 million pesos, but the Senate increased it by 100 million to 900 million pesos. Is there any particular reason why the confidential funds are slowly going down in past few years? I would assume that the PNP would need more funds to gather more intelligence, no? Particularly in the fight against Pogos and lalo na ngayon, nagtatago na sila, Mr. President. They're not front, right, and center anymore. They're underground. So more so that we will need the intelligence capabilities through the intelligence funds. And is there any particular reason why it's going down over the years, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the figures came from the NEP and the GAB. So your committee tried to restore it to the 2023 level by placing an additional 100 million.
Yes, Mr. President, I saw
So
that.
from 806, it becomes 906, Mr. President.
I thank the committee for augmenting the intelligence fund by 100 million. But is there why is because the NEP came from the agency, no? Agency proposal yan eh. So why is it going down? Is there any particular reason? Because my point of the matter there is, these Pogos are hiding, going underground. More so, we need intelligence to arrest them. So, but it's the fund is going down. No? Intelligence fund is going down. It's counterintuitive on what we want to do, Mr. President. So, is there any reason why is it going down? And this is based on NEP. If the committee did not augment this by 100 million, then 800 million lang magiging intelligence fund nila.
President, apparently it's the DBM who's been continuously approving that baseline amount of 800 million as intelligence funds. And through various congressional initiatives, it has been increased through the years. So that's what your committee has done
Yes, Mr. President.
for next year.
I thank the
Mr.
good
President.
sponsor and the committee for augmenting it by 100 million. And at the proper time, Mr. President, we'll also submit our recommendations to further augment it, because this is in line with the fight against Pogos, because they're going underground, they're masquerading into other businesses, and I think this is a time where we need to support the PNP in gathering more intelligence, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, thank you very much for your time. I thank the good secretary, the chief PNP, and the good sponsor for allowing this representation to field some questions.
Thank you, Your
Salamat
Honor.
po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our due thanks as well to Senator Gatchalian, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate, our sponsor is Senator Ronald Bato de Los. I move that he be recognized.
The former PNP chief, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized for his intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to commend the committee in increasing the budget of the Bureau of Fire Protection, amounting to 145 million for various capital outlay, including purchase of fire trucks and ambulances. But, Mr. President, during the BFP budget hearing, they also raised that they need additional allocation for their proposed 4,000 new positions. May we know, for the record, how much is the current budget for the creation of new positions so they can draw close, if not achieve, the ideal ratio of 1 fireman for every 2,000 population?
President, from the NEP, the additional personnel required would be 2,000 personnel, but we agree with you that the ideal strength of the Bureau of Fire Protection should be 57,690, and the actual strength right now is 37,569. So the authorized strength to be achieved would be 39,286. So that would be the additional 2,000 personnel to be hired by 2025. Yun lang po yung inauthorize sa NEP.
Thank you. Thank you, good sponsor. Last year, Mr. President, we were successful in deleting the cap for the use of fire code revenues by the BFP. Hindi lang ito last year, kundi during the previous year pa. We were very successful dahil pinagbigyan kami ng chairman of the Committee on Finance. However, Mr. President, under the 2025 NEP, as well as the 2025 GAB, the cap of 1 billion is again present in the special provision under the BFP budget. This cap limits the BFP to utilize their available funds. Ibig sabihin po, kahit mayroon naman silang pambili ng additional fire trucks o personal protective equipment, hindi po sila makakabili dahil sa cap na ito. With that, Mr. President, may we know from the good sponsor if he is amenable in deleting again the said cap.
Yeah, Your Honor, apparently there is a balance right now of 8 billion plus 65 million. Last year, I agree that there was a cap indeed of 1 billion.
Yes, but we were able to delete that in the GAA. In the GAA there was no more cap.
No more cap. Pero ano, general observation.
So, Mr. President, Your Honor, kahit po inalis natin yung cap, nagkaroon po ng veto message ang Pangulo.
Huh?
So, it was part of a veto message for conditional implementation. So,
Pero at least natanggal pa rin natin yung cap. Anyway,
so the proposal of Your Honor is
if the good sponsor is amenable to my idea of removing again this time the cap. Anyway, bahala na sila sa Malacanang kung ipabito nila, pero at least there is a chance for the BEP to use this available funds of them.
yes,
Pwede lang magamit ito.
I totally agree, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good
To
sponsor.
have this cap removed again.
Okay, thank you very much. Salamat. Nung ako'y chief PNP, Mr. President, I was an opposition senator, Senator Drilon, required me to submit data. Right away, na-require niya ako umaga, pagkahapon, ganyan kakapal na data yung dala-dala ko dito, sinabit ko kay Senator Drilon. Pero in my case, I don't know if the PNP is considering me as an opposition senator right now. But nakatatlong request na po ako. Nitong nakaraang buwan lamang ay sinubukan ng aking opisina na humingi ng datos sa PNP tungkol sa illegal na droga mula 2016 at ng iba pang datos patungkol sa nationwide crime statistics. Hiningi rin ng aking opisina ang datos sa bilang ng surrenderies, arrest, deaths related sa illegal na droga. Specifically, my office sent the letter request on August 19, 2024. Again, on October 17, 2024. And again, on October 22, 2024. Until now, my office was not able to receive this data. May we know from the good sponsor kung may balak ba ang PNP na mag-comply ng data request ng aking opisina, ng aking committee, ng Public Order and Dangerous Drugs?
Your Honor, I was informed that the reason why some of your communications were not outrightly given due course was because of the existence of an executive order, number 2, coming from the Department of Justice, that some information might be privileged as regards national security. Your Honor, I'm just reading here something furnished me.
But Mr. President, good sponsor, ang hiningi ko lang naman ay crime statistics. Ma-endanger ba ang national security dito sa crime statistics na ito? Every now and then, pinapalabas ng PNP yan eh. These are official documents. These are official documents that should be available to the public.
Your Honor, I was just informed that your letters, though it might include some gray areas that would require compliance with Executive Order number 2, they would comply, Your Honor. They would comply. I have good news for you.
Well,
They would comply.
if that is the case, I hope that the Office of the CPNP should also reply. Kahit na mag-reply man lang na magsabi, sir, we cannot do this because of the following, ganito, ganon. We are liberal enough to accept your explanation. Pero yung nakatatlong padala na ako ng letter, wala man lang nihaw-niho na para naman ako hindi former CPNP na para man lang binabaliwala yung committee natin na humihingi ng data, yun lang naman sa akin. Mag-comply lang sana, good sponsor.
May we know, Your Honor, kanino pong opisina pinadala yung liham na 3?
Of course, it's course through the Office of the CPNP.
Chipin.
Coordinated din po sa license office.
Lahat po daw ng mga sulat ay inaaksyonan ng within 5 days kasi merong batas po tayo na 15 days maaksyonan. Pero titingnan po, wala pong, sangayon po sa Chief PNP, wala po nababasa pang liham na
Nakatatlong liham na ako.
tatlong
Ha?
sulat.
Paano ito?
We'll check the document tracking system, Your Honor. Kung
Kasi kanina sinasabi po na di ba, na may gray area daw kayo. Paano naman may gray area kung hindi nila nakita yung data?
Kaya nga, I'm wondering why the good sponsor stated that one of the reasons na hindi sila nakasubmit sa committee ko ng mga data because of the gray area that you've been citing. Gray area. E paano nyo nalaman yung gray area kung hindi pala kayo nakatanggap ng aking letter? Di ba? Nakatatlong letter na ako eh. Tapos sabi nyo may gray area. Tapos ngayon sabihin naman nyo na hindi nyo natanggap sa opisina nyo. Which is which?
it was misinterpreted, Your Honor, because you were referring to consecutive letters. So nalipong na sa Bisaya. Yung ano ba, they will try to secure yung sa tracking po kung kailan, yung October 2024 was just of recent vintage, bago lang, November lang ngayon. Oh, so siguro matetrace na nila, and then the Chief PNP agreed that ilang oras niyo po gustong mag-reply, Your Honor?
Hindi naman ako ganun ka-stricto. Kahit na next week, Monday, kung kaya nila. Yun lang naman, data lang naman yun eh. Monday.
With the indulgence of the gentleman on the floor, Senator Ontiveros would like to make a short interjection.
Yes, Mr. President. No.
Thank you, Senator Bato. You may proceed, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President, and salamat kayo to the good gentleman from Davao. Itatanong ko sana ito mamaya, pero kaugnay po ng tanong ng good gentleman. I recall po dun sa unang pagdinig natin, Mr. President, tungkol sa EJ case, na pag-usapan din po yung ganitong issue sa PNP din po at yung Commission on Human Rights. And yung nabanggit po ng good sponsor na executive order, kung ito po yung executive order number 2, ni-raise ko na rin po sa attention ng Office of the President at Office of the Executive Secretary dahil apparently ito po yung EO tungkol sa freedom of information na apparently mayroon pong mga exemptions at medyo maraming exemptions at kaya nanawagan po ako noon na i-review po ng Office of the Executive Secretary yung EO number 2 para ma-facilitate po na yung mga requests ng ating mga kababayan, requests po ng miyembro ng Senado para sa impormasyon ay mabigyang daan po. So, salamat, Tabi Mr. President, and good gentleman for allowing me to interject na common concern po ito across Commission on Human Rights or members of the legislature o yung kahit po yung mga pamilya po na naulila o nabalo sa EJ case, all seeking information that's of public knowledge and public value mula po sa ating pambansang kapulisan. Salamat po. Salamat.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader, for...
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Just to make a suggestion, may the chair suggest that if indeed some of the matters are sensitive in nature and pertain to national security, then kindly communicate that to the senator requesting or to the office of the Senate President that these are matters of national security, hence the reason why the data cannot be supplied. However, we can call an executive session for you to divulge that information wherein the members are bound not to release such sensitive information pertaining to national security if indeed it does. So I think what Senator Bato is saying is just kindly reply and respond. Whether the senator agrees with the reply or not, at least the letter was responded to. Senator Tolentino is once again recognized as well as Senator Bato.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Sasagutin na po yung liham nyo next week. At kung ang suggestion ko nga, bukas na. Kung kinakailangan. Pero
Just give them enough
payag
time.
na po kayo next
Hindi
week
ko
sa
na po madali.
Lunes.
Monday, okay na ako
Monday.
Monday.
Senator Tolentino, kahit next week na basta sagutin kesa bukas tapos ang sagot because of Executive Order number 2, hindi ka namin pwedeng bigyan. Next week na basta may sagot.
So sasagutin na po. You have the assurance of the Philippine National Police.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. My next question, my last question is, this is about the moral and welfare of the PNP. Merong Napolco Memorandum Circular. Ito, kasi may mga pulis na nagtitik sa akin eh. Merong Napolco Memorandum Circular na nagsasabi, one of the provisions of that circular says that time in grade indicated in the Napolcom Resolution number 2013-501 shall be observed provided that all mandatory and specialized training shall not be counted to accumulate the prescribed time in grade requirement in a particular rank. May we know from the good sponsor why this kind of policy, first time ako naka-encounter na ganitong policy. May we know the rationale behind this policy?
Can we restate the last two sentences?
Ganito. Time in grade indicated in the Napolcom Resolution number 2013-501 shall be observed provided all mandatory and specialized training shall not be counted to accumulate the prescribed time in grade requirement in a particular rank. Ay, first time ako nakarinig nito. At saka nagulat din ako yung mga pulis na nagtitik sa akin na, di ba sir, in-encourage natin yung ating mga tao na mag-schooling for their career advancement. Tapos ngayon, nire-require pa natin ating mga tao na mag-schooling as a requirement for promotion. Ngayon, hindi na natin i-count yung kanilang schooling sa time and grade. Mahirap intindihin ng ordinaryong pulis dahil first time ito nangyari itong ganitong polisiya kung saan para bang pag nag-schooling ka pala, tinatanggalan ka ng ranggo kasi hindi counted in your time in grade. Meaning ng time in grade, time in rank. So ibig sabihin pag nag-schooling ka ng mandatory schooling or specialized schooling, parang wala kang ranggo noon. Kasi hindi counted yung panahon na yon. May we know the rationale behind good sponsor, Mr. President?
Mr. President, medyo po nagkamali dito. You have to admit, dapat po yun ay time and position. At ang nangyari po dito, Mr. President, Your Honor, ay binabago po ngayon, nire-reorganize yung NAPOLCOM, and nakakasigurado po kayo, Your Honor, na once na ma-reorganize yung NAPOLCOM, mag-i-issue ng bagong circular rectifying all these errors which Your Honor just mentioned. So itatama po ito, Your Honor.
So thank you for that clarification. Dahil naka-demoralize talaga ito pag totoo ito. With yung sinabi mo na time in position, that is beneficial to the policeman. Di ba? Kasi time in position, nag-schooling ka for 6 months. Tapos yung position na yan requires na at least 1 year ka lang dyan. Nabawasan ka na ng 6 months sa position na yan dahil nag-schooling ka. So thank you for that clarification.
Kabal po yan doon sa mga nag-o-OSEC din ngayon at marami pa nag-schooling.
Totoo po yan. So, thank you. So, mali pala ito? Nirecall ito? Yung ating itong memorandum circular ito?
I was informed by the DLG Secretary na pinalitan na yung mga NAPOLCOM commissioners na dating lumagda dito at pagkatapos po noon, pag naayos na yung revamp, ay mag-i-issue ng bagong circular na inaamyandahan na po ito at itatama sangayon din sa mga nabanggit ng dating chief ng Philippine National Police.
Thank you, thank you. Wala naman siguro sa atin ito gusto na malungkot ang ating kapulisan, di ba? Lahat naman tayo gusto happy ang ating kapulisan dahil they are serving for this country and they are offering their lives in the service of this country. So, marapat lang na dapat happy sila. Hindi sila malungkot. Para bang itong pulisiya na ito ay very, the chief is nodding his head. So, I'm sure we are in agreement as far as our position in this particular policy. Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yun lang ang aking tanong. Salamat.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpellate is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Let me first and foremost welcome and we see a lot of hope in the Department of Interior and Local Government, seeing our good friend, the former governor of Cavite, and most especially the brother of my compadre, former Congressman Gilbert Remulla. We would like to welcome him, Your Honors. And me being a member of the Commission on Appointments, I'm already stating my position that I will be confirming, Mr. President, our DILG Secretary. And of course, it's attached agencies. May I know, Mr. President, if our good sponsor would yield to some very short questions, Mr. President, more of policy questions, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, willingly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, I come across the airport security, Mr. President, a couple of days ago, and I was looking at the budget, the NEP and the GAB. It says here PNP is requesting 4.76 million for training expenses ng PNP Air Unit Personnel and Aviation Security Group or ABSE Group. Meron din po silang 23 million requests for maintenance of aircrafts, 35 million for training of PNP Air Unit personnel, etc. May we ask, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, if we can be brief, perhaps a summary of specific crimes or threats that the PNP Air Unit Personnel and Aviation Security Group have successfully prevented in recent years, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, the Aviation Command is purely a support unit tasked to facilitate even the airlifting of those in dire need of calamity support. For instance, during the recent Typhoon Christine, sila po yan talaga nag-airlift, ginagamit yung mga air assets, Mr. President. So, bilang support unit, ito po ay tumutulong lang doon sa main mission ng isang command within the PNP, Mr. President.
I'm surprised, Mr. President, yung airlift. So kasama po sila sa mga, for example, mga rescue operations or ito po yung binabanggit na support units. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Opo,
Mr. President, how do these units coordinate with other relevant agencies such as, for example, Bureau of Immigration? Meron po ba to help officers, for instance, in identifying or intercepting high risk or wanted individuals or keep threatening items like guns and explosives away from the aircraft, etc.?
Mr. President, are we now referring to the Air Unit or the Aviation Security Group?
I'm still referring, Mr. President, with PNP Air Unit personnel and Aviation Security Group, Mr. President. Magkahiwalay po ba yun, Mr. President?
Magkahiwalay po, Mr.
Oh.
President. So,
I'm a bit confused, Mr. President, and that's the reason why I'm asking these questions. I wanted to be clear about it. What's the difference? And perhaps my main concern, Mr. President, if you look at, for example, the Bureau of Immigration, the Bureau of Immigration has an anti-terrorism unit, which formulates plans, programs, etc., coordinates with all anti-terrorism efforts, etc. Now, the DOTR Office for Transportation Security, meron silang OTS, and they formulate, implements national civil aviation security policies, programs, standards, systems, and procedures. At the same time, regulates and supervises civil aviation security operations, operates and maintains civil aviation security systems. Now, PNP ABSE Group shall secure all the country's airports against offensive and terroristic acts that threaten civil aviation. Yun po yung nakalagay. So, pag tinignan niyo po, Mr. President, I'm just a little confused. Hindi ba may mga overlapping dito, Mr. President? Pare-pareho ba yung ginagawa nila? Anong difference yung ginagawa po nila? We have been a staunch supporter of the President's call on right-sizing, Mr. President. And that's what we have been doing for quite some time here in this August chamber. So I just wanted to find out, Mr. President.
salamat po, Mr. President, Your Honor. Yung atin pong air unit, ito po yung may mga air assets na talagang lumilipad, panghimpapawid. Ito yung kaya nabanggit natin kanina,
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
yung nagsusuporta sa may mga kalamidad, sa bagyo, para
Rescue operations.
suportahan din yung ilang kagamitan, halimbawa po ng Air Force, ng Coast Guard. Yung atin pong aviation group, ito po yung nasa mga paliparan na nakatutok sa kampanya sa illegal drugs, sa loose firearms, tumutulong po sa mga airport para makasawata rin ng mga taong na involved sa illegal trafficking of persons. Ito rin yung may mga kampanya rin sila sa mga wanted persons na lalabas ng paliparan. So, marami po silang gawain. Kadalasan po ay nakabase po sa ating mga airports o mga paliparan.
Yeah.
So, yun po yung pagkakaiba.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But I just wanted to put on record, and I will no longer belabor the issue, Mr. President. Kasi yung binanggit ko kanina, may ABSE Group, yung Aviation Security, meron ding Anti-Terrorism Unit ang BI, meron din pong OTS ang DOTR, yung binanggit niyo po kanina na Air Unit personnel. If I'm not mistaken, there is also OCD in the Department of National Defense, and Senator Bato is nodding his head, Mr. President. So, ito ho yung for disasters, di ba? So, yun lang ho yung point ko, Mr. President. I hope that it will be clearer, because if you look at the budget, and as we scrutinize the budget of PNP. Ito yung ilan lamang sa ating nakita. Let me go to another point, Mr. President, and this has been my desire for quite some, unless the good senator, former PNP chief, Senator Bato de la Rosa, would like to interject, I will yield.
Short,
Mr. President.
short interjection
Mr. President.
with the permission
Sure,
of
Mr.
Senator
President.
Villanueva.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I just would like to emphasize na kahit nasabihin natin na nagkakaroon ng overlapping of functions dyan, yung BI, may sarili silang anti-terrorism unit, whatever, o ano pa yung, pati yung NAIA mismo, meron silang ganun din mga security. But remember, lahat ng mga ahensya na ito, iisa lang na ahensya ang covered with a specific law, RA 6975, na nagsasabi, Section 35, Paragraph 7, Aviation Security Unit headed by a director with the rank of Chief Superintendent, the Aviation Security Unit, in coordination with airport authorities, shall secure all countries' airports against offensive and-terroristic acts that threaten civil aviation, exercise operational control and supervision over all agencies involved in airport security operation, and enforce all laws and regulations relative to air travel protection and safety. Kasama na dito yung anti-hijacking, Mr. President. Kaya nga, nalulungkot ako kapag nakita ko yung ating mga pulis dyan sa airport na from Aviation Security Group na parang pinapaalis ng mga ibang mga unit dyan na parang tinatanggalan sila ng papel. Na remember, kung magkakaroon ng hijacking dyan sa airport natin, walang ibang ahensya na trained to respond to anti-hijacking kundi yung Aviation Security Group lang. Kaya nga, dapat i-insist ito ng PNP, yung kanilang papel, yung kanilang mandato dyan sa mga airports. Dahil nga, naawa ko sa mga pulis natin niya para sila mga squatter sa airport na para bang tinutulak ka, alis kayo dito. When in fact, they are mandated by law to secure the airports. So dapat, i-insist ng PNP ito. During hearings ng kasama yung mga ibang ahensya, inipases ko ito palagi, Mr. President, na dapat hayaan ninyo kasi covered by law. Yung ibang ahensya dyan na gumagawa ng mga unit, puro lang yan. Hindi yan covered by law. Thank you, Mr. President.
President, I totally agree with the observations of the good senator. In fact, yung na-observe ko po doon, parang may invisible line sa Terminal 3. Pagdating po doon sa tapat nung isang kainan doon, hanggang doon na lang sila. Pag daw sila ay lumampas doon, sila naman ang sisitahin. Kaya mabuti pa yung ibang naglilinis sa airport, nakakarating na doon sa malapit na sa boarding gate. Yung pulis, may guhit. Bawal na raw sila stepping sa basketball.
Mr. President, no? If I may, what if kung magkakaroon ng terrorist attack dyan sa airport, tapos ang pulis tinatapon, dinidrive out nila sa airport. Ano ngayon? Sinong mag-responde? Sige nga. Yan ang tanong ko. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bato. I appreciate the additional information and inputs being raised by Senator Bato, and I cannot agree more. And that's, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, is the main reason why I'm raising this very important issue. And I would have to put on record that even I, as a legislator, I'm actually having a hard time because, for example, if you say that there is a law, yung pong paggawa din noong itong OTS ng DOTR, meron din pong EO 277. So, yun lang po. No? Again, I will leave it to the leadership, and I trust our Secretary Remulla, and I hope that this will be clearer, Mr. President, lalong-lalo na dun po sa nag-i-implement ng mga batas, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to another issue, and I promise I would be very short. This representation had been showing videos and pictures for the past 5-6 years, Mr. President, here in this August chamber, in our committee hearings regarding the inflow of overloaded trucks in MacArthur Highway in my province. the great province of Bulacan. Also, great province, siyempre, ang Cavite. Lagi kong sinoshow yun, Mr. President. In fact, in an hour or two, if you go to MacArthur Highway, even tonight, Mr. President, makikita nyo po, saksakan ang dami ng mga overloaded trucks na instead of going straight to Bukawi, Mr. President, from the north going to south, lalabas po siya ng Bukawi exit dahil pag lumagpas po siya, meron pong weighing machine, may weighing scale doon sa NLEX. So lalabas po siya doon sa Governor Halili. Kaya lagi ho, yung Governor Halili na yon, na street ho namin, kinalaki ho yun, yung street na yon, lagi yung sira yun. Kakaliwa po yun doon sa MacArthur Highway. At hanggang ngayon po, every night, ang dami-dami po doon. Titigil lang ho siguro yun ngayong gabi ulit, tapos bibigyan ko ng 2 linggo, Mr. President, babalik po ulit. So, Mr. President, under Republic Act number 4136, yung Land Transportation and Traffic Code, the use of the TOP, yung Temporary Operators Permits, and ETOP is limited to deputized agents and apprehending officers. So my question lang, Mr. President, is what is the PNP's arrangement with the Land Transportation Office in implementing anti-overloading law? Every time I ask them, Mr. President, doon sa amin, tatanungin mo yung mga local units po doon, sasabihin nila, or for example, yung DPWH, sabi ko, sinisira na yung daan dyan. Taon-taon na lang ginagawa yung daan sa MacArthur Highway tsaka dun sa Governor Halili. Kasi ho, ningas kogon lang. Ngayon, babanggitin ko, mawawala ulit for the next few weeks. Pero give it a month, Mr. President, babalik at babalik na rin na sigurado. No? So, gusto ko lang malaman yung coordination sa LTO in implementing anti-overloading law. How many PNP personnel are deputized and assigned to specific areas na manghuhuli po to determine also whether ito pong mga trucks na may trailers, trucks na may trailer na ang sakay, bulldozer, lagi ho yan dumadaan ho sa amin, that they comply with the load limits, Mr. President.
Mr. President, apparently the lead agency here would be the Land Transportation Office, LTO, considering that PNP, while in some instances have been issued TOP, are more in charge with criminalities and enforcement of laws not related to preservations of the road. Mr. President, sa ating pagkakaalam po, talagang binabawal ng NLEX yung mabibigat na truck doon sa kanilang pribadong daluyan. At yun naman mga local governments ngayon ay kinakailangan din magpasa ng ordinansa na pinagbabawal din doon sa kanilang jurisdiction yung mabibigat na truck na kadalasan po ay nakakasira din ng asfalto, lalong-lalo na kung malalambot at saturated sa ulan. So ito po siguro yung problema nating malaki at nararamdaman namin po, yung nararamdaman nyo, Your Honor, na nagdudulot po ito ng matinding trapiko sa inyong lalawigan.
Actually, Mr. President, thank you. No, hindi lang nga po traffic, Mr. President. Parang it's a waste of government's money na taon-taon na lang. Sira ho talaga yung daan. Taon-taon na lang. Paulit-ulit lang po ito. And I sound like a broken record already, Mr. President. I have been raising this in committee hearings. I think this is the second or third time here in this August chamber, in this plenary, that I am raising this. Mr. President, everyone knows. In Bulacan, everyone knows. The police there, I've talked to the PNP provincial director, I've talked to LTO, Mr. President. Sasabihin ng LTO, Mr. President, kulang daw po yung tao nila. Wala silang masyadong tao na pwedeng humuli, Mr. President. DPWH, sabihin na, wala kaming police powers. So, Mr. President, may we know if can PNP deputize or issue a temporary operator's permits? And if yes, Mr. President, how many TOPs have been issued by PNP, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I was just informed that the PNP cannot do the same legally because they're just being deputized by the LTO. But I just got an assurance from the DLG secretary that the DLG secretary would be issuing a circular concerning this, concerning overloaded vehicles, not just for Bulacan, but for the entire country as well, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's why if today is the Commission on Appointments hearing, I will already move for his confirmation, Mr. President. Mr. President, I can go on and on about this particular problem, and it's been bugging me for quite some time. In fact, it's a bit emotional for this representation because my sister, my late sister, then Mayor Joni Villanueva, before she passed, we even talked about it, and I promised her that night. I remember that the next day, I will be speaking in the Senate. That was the first time I did it, and now it's been 5 years, Mr. President. After that, hindi na ho nakita nung kapatid ko na naayos at na-address ang problema ito. If Senator Raffy Tulfo would interject, Mr. President, I would yield to Senator Tulfo.
Yes, Mr. President, yung topic mo kasi, yung paghuhuli ng mga PNP doon sa mga nag-overload na mga trucks, me being the committee chair sa public services, ang mga pulis ay hindi pwedeng basta-basta lang manghuli, Mr. President. Kailangan nilang ma-deputize muna ng LTO. So I think the first step is for the LTO to deputize our PNP personnel nang sa gayon sila ay may karapatan na manghuli. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's duly noted, and we thank again our good secretary, Secretary Remulla, for immediately coming up with a solution, Mr. President. Mr. President, I remember during the perhaps 1-2 more questions that I'd like to raise. During the hearing conducted here in the Senate, I remember before, because we were on a break, Mr. President, I got a call from our minority leader who would lead the subcommittee on the Blue Ribbon Committee to investigate the war on drugs, Mr. President. I remember asking for help and data information from PNP, Mr. President. We requested the data from PNP on war on drugs, reports on EJK investigations, persons of interest investigated and results, if any, number of victims, number of cases investigated and filed. I mean, yung number of victims, there was a time in the past years, Mr. President, that our beloved province, Bulacan, had become the bloodiest killing field, Mr. President. And I was so concerned about it. We've been asking PNP to give us some data, number of drug-related enforced disappearances, illegal arrests, arbitrary detentions, etc. But unfortunately, Mr. President, even until now, I have yet to receive anything, Mr. President. So I thought it would be better for me to raise this in this August chamber. In fact, ang latest po ay at least finally nakakuha po kami ng sulat mula po sa office ng PNP, mula po kay Attorney Jean Raizayano na humihingi po ulit ng extension of another 7 working days. It's okay, Mr. President, but I just wanted to put on record, sana, Mr. President, natapos na po yung hearing, yung first hearing, but there's another coming, Mr. President, and we just wanted to again reiterate, Mr. President, how important it is for legislators like us. Hindi ko na po sasabihin, tayo inelect ng more than 18 million Filipinos, and they expect us to do our job. And sana ho, bigyan lang ng pansin ng liderato ng Philippine National Police, Mr. President.
President, I was just informed that Your Honor will be receiving by tomorrow a reply to your letter because it took a while for them to collate all the data needed. Ugma, ma-receive mo yung sulat ng IAS.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Salamat din po. Unfortunately, yun lang. You have to raise it on the floor just to get those information. That's so unfortunate, Mr. President. Mr. President, as a Bulakenyo also, I'd like to raise something. We are aware that there are instances that the members of the PNP are being involved in heinous crimes, including kidnapping for ransom, murder, etc. There was an instance, Mr. President, and actually I personally know this guy, Mr. President, a businessman in our province who hails from Balagtas, Bulacan. He was robbed by 7 armed men in Balagtas, losing 30 million pesos in cash, and this turned out to be active members of the Philippine National Police, a major, a senior master sergeant, and a staff sergeant. The other remaining 4 suspects, actually, Mr. President, also active policemen. The 3 arrested suspects have been identified as Police Major Armando Reyes, Deputy Chief of Police of Hagunoy Municipal Police Station, PSMS Ronnie Galion, sa Santa Maria naman ho, Municipal Police Station, and PS Sergeant Anthony Ancheta of Malolos City Police Office, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also asked, Mr. President, for report sana and update on this status, Mr. President. Again, dito ko na lang ho babanggitin, baka matagalan pa yung pag-request natin ng status report. So, ngayon lang ho nangyari sa akin to, Mr. President, the past 7-8 years ng pagiging senador ko. Pagka nanghihingi po ako ng mga status report, nakakakuha po tayo agad. Maybe just know, Mr. President, ano na po yung nangyari dito at ano na ho yung status ditong investigasyon ng kasong ito, Mr. President?
Informed that a criminal complaint for robbery was filed against the 3 suspects, which you mentioned, and 5 other John Does before the Provincial Prosecutor's Office of Malolos City, Bulacan, Your Honor. And respondents, Police Major Armando Reyes and others availed of their rights to have a preliminary investigation and waived their rights under Article 125. So, Police Major Armando Reyes is now under the custody of the Bulacan Provincial Jail as of September 12, 2024. And the other one, PSMS Ronnie Galion, is detained at the Balagtas Municipal Police Station to be committed to the, he is now committed to the Bulacan Provincial Jail, as well as Staff Sergeant Ancheta is now under the custody of the Regional Headquarters Pro 3 as of September 13, 2024, Your Honor. So, inaksyonan na po ito ng PNP Region 3 at ongoing po yung administrative cases, grave misconduct, doon po sa 3 officers, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I just hope, Mr. President, that this representation will be given from time to time about the status of this investigation and these cases, Mr. President. You made mention, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that there are 5 John Does. So my figure is wrong because I was saying a while ago that there are just remaining 4 suspects. So 5 po siya, Mr. President. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, this instance, as well as other instances, Mr. President, emphasized the perhaps the need for the active involvement of the PNP in the recruitment and training of its trainees. Mr. President, since 2016, in relation to the previous administration's war on drugs, we were aware that out of the officers investigated for alleged shenanigans during drug-related operations at that time, many are ranked PO1, 81 po sila, PO2, 42, PO3, 48 po. Since 2016, Mr. President, may we know if there are, or I'm sure there have been changes that have been implemented by the agencies, and how are, what do you call this, complete background investigations undertaken by the PNP for recruitment purposes, PNP Academy Cadet Admission, and other activities. Perhaps my question would be what aspects, Mr. President, are being checked by the Philippine National Police.
The PNP has been very strict in its recruitment process, and they really vet the applicants. And there is even a one-year period, Your Honor, before they are
1 year.
given a permanent position. So makikita po natin, Your Honor, na malaki pa nga ho ang ang kulang natin sa kapulisan para maabot yung 1:500 ideal ratio. At ganoon din po siguro sa pagtanggap ng mga kadete natin sa PNPA. Kung makikita niyo po, hindi lahat nag-entrance exam ay nakakapasok. So mahigpit po, Your Honor, ang pagkilatis at pagpili doon sa ating mga magiging miyembro ng kapulisan. Pero hindi po ito nagagarantiya, Your Honor, na perfect yung sistema. May nakakalusot din po siguro na hindi dapat makalusot.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, to help out our committee, I was looking at the 2023 annual report. I was told that the PNP reported conducting 13,492 complete background investigations and 40,492 record checks. And I'm glad to hear this, Mr. President. And I also commiserate with the sponsor saying the ideal is 1:500 policemen. Right now, we are at the level of 1:, how many, Mr. President?
1:705, Your Honor.
705. Yeah, and will it still be feasible to reach 1:500 ratio, Mr. President, without sacrificing, of course, the integrity and competency of our police personnel?
We cannot rush because quality would be sacrificed. But then again, we have to measure it with our growing population. Likewise, Your Honor. So talagang dapat piliin talaga kung sino yung maging bahagi ng PNP.
Yeah. Mr. President, one last thing about this issue. Yung background investigations po, itong mga record checks, how often po ito kinoconduct, Mr. President?
Yan po ay regular at meron din pong counterintelligence, lalong-lalo na po yung due for promotion. Kahit po nakalusot na kayo dun sa unang check, chine-check pa uli kayo kung kayo ay mapopromote na. So, ongoing po ito, Your Honor, at kagaya po na nasabi ko, hindi naman po na-perfect talaga itong sistemang ito.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree, yung quality hindi natin po pwedeng isakripisyon. And when you say, Mr.
Yan po ay regular at meron din pong counterintelligence, lalong-lalo na po yung due for promotion. Kahit po nakalusot na kayo dun sa unang check, chine-check pa uli kayo kung kayo ay mapopromote na. So, ongoing po ito, Your Honor, at kagaya po na nasabi ko, hindi naman po na-perfect talaga itong sistemang ito.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree, yung quality hindi natin po pwedeng isakripisyon. And when you say, Mr. President, regular, what does it mean? Just for me to understand. When you say regular, how often po itong regular, Mr. President? Iba-iba ho, depende sa rango po, depende sa destinasyon, ganun po ba?
Yung marami pong mga steps silang ginagawa na hindi naman po announced.
Okay.
Hindi po
No problem.
bahagi po ng
Okay.
HR nila.
Yes.
So yung counterintelligence.
Yeah, I understand now.
minomonitor
I
po
finally
yan.
understand. Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer pursue that issue, Mr. President. Mr. President, nung pong time na nagkaroon ng hearing dito about dun kay Go Huaping, there's this certain Tony Yang, aka Antonio Lim, who made an admission na siya po ay nakakuha ng Philippine birth certificate at despite the fact that he is a self-confessed Chinese citizen, sabi niya nakakuha daw po siya. Medyo masama pa rin ang loob namin pero mas lalo sumama ang loob namin lahat nung inamin po niya na nakakuha din po siya ng mga gun permits, Mr. President. So gusto lang po nating erase din, Mr. President. And in fact, during that hearing, PNP confirmed that a gun permit was issued to him. May we know, Mr. President, by the way, what's the status now of his gun permits, Mr. President?
Your Honor, all gun permits issued to the subject were canceled.
Were canceled. That's good to hear, Mr. President. But perhaps the next practical question would be, paano husang nagkaroon ng gun permit, Mr. President? And ano na po yung naging tugon ng Philippine National Police dito po sa nangyaring ito? Meron po bang mga internal investigation as to how he was able to acquire these documents? Even again, he is a self-confessed Chinese citizen.
Yes, Your Honor. I probably missed that point during that hearing. Siguro lumabas ako noon. Pero the presumption here is because the documents presented when applying for a gun permit were all valid, Filipino citizen, passport, kaya na-issuehan po ng gun permit po, firearms permit po yung subject, Your Honor.
Dahil certified
Filipino
documents
Opo.
yung pinresent. So,
Opo.
yun po yung naging dahilan. Anyway, Mr. President, I will no longer pound on this particular issue. I think it's crystal clear how important it is for our PNP to protect the best interests of our people, especially in issuing gun permits. Mr. President, ihilingin ko na lang din po kasi doon sa interview ng Al Jazeera, doon sa detained tycoon na si Xie Ziyang, who claimed he is actually a Chinese spy and that among his fellow spies is Alice Go or Go Huaping. Hindi ko na ho tatanungin kung nabe-verify na po ito, kung may report na siguro may mga information na confidential in nature, so hindi ko na po tatanungin, pero baka ho po pwedeng makahingi na lang kahit na in writing about this. Siyempre ho, as a legislator, we wanted to find out the veracity of this information, whether there are Chinese spies in the country, ano yung monitoring system natin, etc. Mr. President, hihilingin ko na lang po, Mr. President, kahit through our sponsor of the measure, yun na lang po yung aking huling hihilingin, Mr. President.
President, I was just informed that it is beyond the competence now of the PNP to validate the veracity of the statements made by that subject as shown during that Al Jazeera footage. It's the Nika.
Yeah, we talked to him
which
yesterday.
would be the appropriate agency.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. President,
Thank you, Your Honor.
that would be all. We'd like to thank our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, again, the DILG Secretary, the PNP family at lahat po ng attached agencies sa DILG. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, dear colleague.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate the sponsor is Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader. Before my interpellation, I would like to put in record that I fully support the budget of the DILG. And just like Senator Villanueva, which he stated that he fully supports the appointment of Secretary John Vic Remulla to the DILG, me being also a member of the CA. So you have my green light. Anyway, my questions will focus mostly on the PNP simply because most of the complaints and issues being tackled on my show, Wanted sa Radio, pertains to the Philippine National Police. And I will start by asking about the body cam. Mr. President and the good sponsor, meron ho bang budget ang PNP para sa body cam ng mga police operatives natin?
For 2024, ang budget po ay 807.3 million. Ito po ay makakabili ng 24,454 units, Your Honor.
Yung po ba, good sponsor, ay ginagamit na ng ating mga police? Fully utilized na po ba yun?
For procurement pa ho, Your Honor.
Procurement. So, tayo ho ba ay mabibigyan ng assurance na by next year fully implemented na po ito and at least lahat po ng field operatives ng PNP ay nakasuot ng body cam. Kasi nga po, why did I say this? Mainit ngayon ang usapin sa war on drugs, EKJ. Yung sinasabi bang nanlaban, yung sinasabing ng agaw ng baril, etc. Kung meron lang po sanang body cam ang lahat ng ating mga police operatives, maiwasan na sana itong mga ganitong klaseng elegasyon. So therefore, it is really a must that our PNP should wear body cam every time that they go out in the field para gawin yung kanilang trabaho.
Opo, Your Honor, tomorrow po yung pre-bid at ito pong 24,454 units ay mangangahulugan ng 40% na fill-up rate po para sa ating mga kapulisan.
40%, can we make it at least 99%? Kasi nga po in other countries, lahat na po ng mga pulis na lumalabas pupunta sa field, yung nasa patrol car, yung rumoronda, lahat po sila meron na pong suot na body cam. Sa atin po, napapansin ko, sa 10 pulis na naglalakad dyan sa kalye, salamat ko merong isa. As a matter of fact, ilang beses na po may pumunta sa radyo ko dahil aking pinatawag sapagkat meron akong isusurrender na wanted and isa lang sa 4 o 5 sa kanila ang may body cam. And I have records to show na marami ng inkwentrong nangyari na yung mga pulis natin ay supposed to be mag-aaresto ng mga suspect. Wala silang suot na body cam. In fact, I'll cite you an example. I'll cite you an example. Meron akong isang sumbong na kung saan yung mga pulis pumunta po sa isang bahay at wala po silang body cam at sila po yung mga nakasibilyan. And so akala po ng mga tao doon sa bahay, they were supposed to be serving warrant ay mga sindikato, kaya sila ay nag-resist ng arrest. So ang nangyari, yung pulis na nagkamali, yung pong pinasok ng bahay na illegal ang pagpasok, yung pa po yung mga nakulong. No, I mean, bonnet gown. Saan yung bonnet gown? Saan yung bonnet gown?
Silence is enjoined.
Your Honor, can we have the last sentence?
Yeah, meron po akong case sa radyo. I think that was August 12, 2023, sa Barangay Lupa, Pandi, Bulacan. There were several police operatives. They were supposed to serve a warrant against someone, and base po sa tip ng isang kanilang informante, nagturo ng isang bahay, and then they went there, walang suot na body cam, naka-civilian at nakasuot pang bonnet. So ngayon, pagpasok na sa bahay na yon, akala po ng may-ari ng bahay, sila po yung mga masasamang elemento, masasamang loob, kaya pumapalag sila. Nung pumalag sila, sila pa ngayon ang na-arresto at nakulong. Pero kung meron sana silang suot na body cam doon, the body cam will be the witness to tell the truth kung ano talaga totoong nangyari, kasi nabaliktad pa sila ng pulis. Yun ang sinasabi ko na dapat it's a must. Lahat ng pulis pag lumalabas ng headquarters, sa oras na sila ay nag-duty na, they must be wearing the body cam for the protection of the people na ka-interact nila o hinuhuli nila, at protection na rin nila para hindi sila mapagbintangan na gumagawa ng mali.
We totally agree with your statement, Your Honor, at talagang kaya nga nabanggit ko na bukas ay magpi-pre-bid na para po makabili nitong 24,454 units na bagamat kulang, ito naman po para sa 2025 budget ay masusupplement. Meron po silang tinatawag na alternative recording devices. Ito po yung multimode mobile devices. Na ganun din po, makakapture din po yung insidente at pati yung boses at yung kaganapan. So, pag na-accomplish na po lahat ito, baka umabot na po ng 70% yung fill-up rate, na halos 70% na ng ating kapulisan ay may kagamitan patungkol po dito.
Okay, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Magkano po yung purchase ng ating PNP sa bawat body cam ng mga pulis na magsusuot itong binabanggit niyo po na body cam?
Your Honor, pumapatak po ito na halos 33,000.
Wow.
May kamahalan po, kaya
May kamahalan. Ba't ho kaya mahal? Good sponsor.
masalimuot na gadget siguro po ito, pero
Yan ho ba may kasamang ginto?
hindi mahal po siguro dahil sensitive, may sensor, pero may mga nagmagandang loob naman po, Your Honor. May nag-donate din ng 60 peraso na body camera sa ating kapulisan. 60.
Kasi Mr. President, good sponsor, pag tumingin ka halimbawa sa Shopee at sa Lazada, $100 lang, maganda na pong brand ng isang body cam. Bali, more or less 6,000 pesos. So, 30,000 to, malaki ang tinubo, 25,000. O sabihin natin 20,000 tubo, saan po napunta yung 20,000 na tubo? Bawat camera.
Po, Mr. President, Your Honor, kaya daw po may kamahalan ito kasi yung devices ay encrypted, at pag naka-capture ng video ay hindi basta-basta ma-alter, mababago, kasi for evidentiary purposes talagang napakahalaga po nung naka-capture. So yun po yung dahilan kaya medyo may kamahalan dahil encrypted.
I don't want to be very technical, pero it's very simple. Lahat naman po ng mga videos na kuha, hindi naman ma-alter yan kapag hindi sinadyang i-alter. So responsibility po yan ng supervisor ng team na bago sila lumabas, binibriefing sila, at pagdating, ino-audit yung mga kuha ng kanilang camera, at kapag nagkaroon ng problema, then mananagot po yung supervisor ng team. Kaysa naman po, gagastos pa tayo ng additional 20,000 more para lamang sa mga tinatawag na encryption, which for me, it's really not necessary. It just shows na diskumpiyado ba tayo sa ating mga polis na dahil sila po'y gagawa ng kalokohan.
Yun po yung sinasabi ng ating Chief PNP, kasi ebidensya po yan na dapat mapangalagaan, at naniniwala po tayo na dahil po dito sa cameras na ito, yung integridad po ng ebidensya ay magiging unadulterated, Your Honor.
Well, the good sponsor, Mr. President, I'll give you an example. Meron yung isang kaso na lumapit sa akin. I think the Chief PNP will recognize this name, if I'll mention it, Jimboy Baltazar, yung pong napatay ng Nabotas PNP last August 2, 2023, mistaken identity as a matter of fact. Mahigit 10 police operatives doon ang tumira sa kanya at isa lang po ang merong body cam. At yung body cam na yon ay na-alter pa, na-lobat pa. At, so hindi nagkaroon ng pakinabang. So sa akin siguro, kahit na wala na yung tinatawag na encryption or encrypted, I don't know if that's the right term I'm using now, as long as yung mga police ay well-trained and then well-monitored at disiplinado sila sa mga tamang procedures sa paggamit ng mga body cam, hindi sana tayo magkakaproblema at maging mura lang yung ating mga pagbili ng mga body cam.
Your Honor, at napag-alaman natin sa Chief PNP na yung kaso pong tinutukoy po ninyo ay nahatulan na yung involved na staff sergeant po doon na nakulong na po at sa kasong homicide at ganun din po yung isang involved sa kaso naman na illegal discharge of firearms. Dalawa. Dalawa, tatlo, apat, limang kapulisan po natin.
Okay.
Panganim po yung si Staff Sergeant Jerry Maliba na nasintensyahan na po ng homicide.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam, good sponsor. Since nandito lang palang Chief PNP, itong Bonnet Gang case noong August 12, 2023 na lumapit sa programa ko, yung mga victims, sabi po nung team leader, I think Colonel po yung rango noon, sabi ko, bakit gumagamit ng bonnet yung mga pulis mo habang nagsiserve ng warrant? Kasi raw mainit sa Bulacan at siya rin daw gumagamit ng bonnet kapag mainit ang panahon. And ang nakakatawa rito, hindi po siya nasibak. In fact, na-promote pa ata siya, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. And that's why during one hearing, nag-walk out ako kasi hindi ko na matiis na yung Ken ko'y patawa-tawa pa habang nasa hearing kami at nag-iimbestiga. At very clear na talaga meron silang glaring violation doon because wala silang hawak na warrant. And yet, they barge into the house of the victims and wearing civilian clothes and bonnets at hinaras yung mga tao doon sa loob, nanakit, and of course, papalag po yung mga tao doon sa bahay dahil akala nila masasamang loob at nung pumalag, dinala sa kulungan yung pong padre de pamilya at siyempre sumunod po yung anak para tingnan yung kondisyon ng kanyang tatay. Pati yung anak na sumunod para checkin lang yung sitwasyon ng kanyang tatay, kinulong din. So baka pwede ho natin masibak yung kernel na yon. Mr. Chief PNP, kung nakikinig ka ngayon.
Naririnig po ni Chief PNP, siguro po malaman din yung pangalan, kung sino yon at kung magkaroon
Kasi
po
pag hindi po nasibak yung pulis na yon o hindi na parusahan, dito po masisira na naman yung pangalan ng PNP. Don't get me wrong, I have so many friends in the PNP. Yung bang gagawa ng kasalanan ng isa, nadadamay ang marami. Lalo pa kung opisyal ang gumawa ng kalokohan. So dapat po hindi tolerate ang kasalanan ng mga police regardless kung ito'y opisyal o hindi.
Bagamat 2024 lang po nanungkulan ang ating Chief PNP at ganoon din ang ating DILG Secretary, aalamin po nila yung punot dulo nitong 2023 case, Your Honor, sa Bulacan. Kung hindi ako nagkamali ng pandinig, Your Honor.
Meron pa rin po isang case, last case na po ito, babanggitin ko. November 2022, itong mga pulis sa halip na asikasuhin yung mga mas malalaking krimen, magbantay, ang binantayan ay tupada at nakasibilyan sila, nag-aabang na pag naglarga na yung tupada, saka sila huhuli at mga nakasibilyan. So nagtakbuhan yung mga tutupada. And then sa pagtakbo ng mga tutupada, itong isang pulis na nakasibilyan, nalito na siya, hindi niya na alam kung alin na sumuot sa iskinita, alin sa iskinita sumuot yung kanyang hinahabol. So pumasok siya sa isang bahay, pinaguhuli niya yung mga tao doon sa loob ng bahay at yung nasa loob ng CR, na answering to the call of nature, sinipa niyang pinto, pati yun inaresto, binitbit papunta ng presinto at kinulong.
Maaari po malaman, Your Honor, kung saan po naganap po ito?
Sa Pandi, Bulacan. Although, ang nangyari po kasi, nakulong yun, ako po ang naglagak ng piyansa para dun sa mga pobreng, inosenteng mga kababayan natin. I think naparusahan po yung ilan doon sa kanila. Pero gusto ko sana pati yung hepe noon ay dapat maparusahan din.
May
Kasangalan po ng command responsibility.
May kipag-ugnayan po ang kapulisan sa inyong tanggapan para malaman po yung ilang detalye nito. Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Now, doon po sa tinatawag na rules of engagement, alam po lahat ng polis natin to. Yung bang pag hinahabol mo yung suspect at hindi naman lumalaban, wag nang barilin. O pag yung isang suspect na nag-resist ng arrest, bumunot ng patpat at pupukpukin yung polis, wag barilin. So dito dapat nagagamit ng polis yung kanilang training sa martial arts. So kung siya ay bumunot ng patpat, itong suspect, para paluin yung polis, then dapat gumamit yung polis ng kanyang kaalaman sa martial arts o meron dapat siyang batuta o nightsticks para to neutralize yung suspect na nag-resist ng arrest. Sa nangyari kasi sa atin ngayon, konting mali, konting utot lang, sorry for the word, agad-agad baril ang ginagamit ng mga polis natin. So, dapat yung mga police natin should be well-trained sa martial arts. Dapat fully equipped din. Hindi lamang baril. Dapat, wala ko nakita, unlike sa ibang lugar, yung mga police doon, may taser, meron pang batuta, meron pang nakasuot ng bulletproof vest. So, well-equipped sila para sa protection na rin nila yon. So ngayon, halimbawa, meron akong isang kaso many years ago na yung tao, popormahan niyang pulis, lasing, gusto niya makipagsuntukan, binunot ng pulis yung baril niya, lalabang ka, pinaputokan. So, ibig sabihin, yung pulis walang alam sa martial arts. Nakipagsuntukan na yung suspect, tapos suntukan na lang sila. Gamitin niyang kanyang training, really, di ba? Meron silang training sa martial arts, how to neutralize someone who's resisting arrest.
We totally agree, Your Honor, that reasonable amount of force should be exerted by an arresting officer. And hindi po siguro tinotolerate ito ng kapulisan na maximum force kagad yung gagamitin na hindi naman life-threatening dun sa arresting officer. So we totally agree. And the Chief PNP is in accordance with your suggestion na meron pong rules of engagement na sinusunod at sangayon din po sila na magkaroon ng ilang kagamitan na hindi kaagad po nakakamatay, although makaka-disable temporarily ng isang suspect.
Thank you, good spouse, Mr. President. Therefore, ang suggestion ko po sana, yung mga police natin, wag lang po baril ang ibigay natin. Bigyan din natin sila, halimbawa, pepper spray, peppermint spray, bigyan din sila ng nightstick. Nang sa gayon, kung mayroong mga suspect na nag-resist, pwedeng gamitin yun to neutralize that suspect na nagbibigyan ng resistance. At dapat sila din ay matrain sa martial arts. Nandiyan yung Aikido, Taekwondo, Judo, etc. Sa ngayon kasi, ano bang training binibigay sa mga PNP bago sila maging police, sa mga recruits? Kasi karamihan po nababalitaan ko, pag yung polis kinukomprenta ng suspect na lasing at gusto magipagsuntong at tumatakbo yung polis. Kung hindi man sila tatakbo, may hawak silang baril, binabaril na lang yung suspect na naghahamon ng suntukan.
Tinatanggap po natin ang suggestion na nanggaling sa inyo, Your Honor, kabilang po yung pagtitraining sa martial arts. Siguro kahit arnis.
Arnis, yes.
Pwedeng arnis na andala, parang batuta rin yun.
Arnis and baril and peppermint spray, taser. Kasi may nakita rin akong isang insidente, I think that was in San Juan or in Green Hills many years ago. Yung police napakabait at yung malaking taong foreigner, pinagduduro ang police, pinagtututulak, walang panlaban yung police natin. mabuti na lang hindi niya ginamitan ng baril. Pero kung meron sana siyang taser, peppermint spray, edi spray niya pagmumukha ng foreigner na nambabastos, edi tumba siya. Yun ang ibig sabihin. Paano kung nataon sa mga pulis na abusado, baka nabaril na yung foreigner na yun. So siguro we should also equip our PNP ng yung sinasabi ko martial arts, peppermint spray, arnis or nightstick,
Taser.
and taser.
We note your suggestions, Your Honor.
Okay. CCTV sa mga police detention centers. Can we make that a must, mandatory, especially po sa mga jail cells? Because ang dami ko na pong natatanggap ng mga reklamo in the past na napaka-healthy naman po nung nahuli na suspect dinala sa detention cell ng PNP and then kinabukasan nagpakamatay or sinasabing inatake sa puso or sinasabing nabagok yung ulo sa semento. So ang dami mga kwentong barbero. Kung meron po sanang CCTV na nakafocus po doon sa detention cell ng mga inmates, so naiwasan po sana yung mga kwentong barbero na nagpakamatay o nabagok ang ulo, natake sa puso, etc. Can we make that mandatory?
Doon po sa mga dating struktura ay wala po nga yung karamihan noon, yung lalong-lalo na yung mga lumang gusali. Subalit dito sa mga bagong gagawin at ginagawa pa ay makakaasa po kayo, Your Honor, na magkakaroon po ng CCTV.
So pwede ba kahit na doon sa mga lumang struktura, maglagay na po tayo kasi bawat buhay ng isang tao ay mahalaga. Hindi porket nadala na sa kulungan yung isang suspect, siya ay guilty na agad, siya ay mamatay tao na agad. So dapat we have to treat them properly. So therefore, protect their rights as well. Dapat meron talagang CCTV. Napakarami pa rin mga presinto na walang CCTV, especially kung saan yung presinto na may mga inmates sa mga babae. In fact, meron tayong narinig na mareklamo, especially one time, I think many years ago, diyan sa may bandang MPD, na babae ni rape, inabuso ng mga pulis. Dahil walang CCTV. Kung may CCTV yun, hindi siya nangyari pang abuso.
Ipoprogram po namin yan, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on na po sa jail congestion. BJMP matters na pala ito. Ang population ata sa NCR ng ating mga city jails ay 29,518. Ang ideal population dapat, ideal capacity ay 5,190. So ibig sabihin 500% ang over na number na siniksik sa mga jail cell. Ano pong plano, programa meron nating BJMP para ma-address tong congestion sa mga city jails? Kasi po, every year may namamatay po sa tikdas at kung ano pa mga sakit dahil dito sa congestion. Every year to.
For this year po, Your Honor,
Ito po muna, 1,269 disease cases in jail facilities na ng DOH. Every year po to, boils or pigsa, rashes, etc. Dahil po sa congestion. Libo-libo po ang nagkakasakit at meron mamatay every year. Nakakalungkot po na balita to.
Your Honor, talaga pong sinisikap ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology na madagdagan yung ating mga piitan at ito po ay may mga nakaprogram po ngayon na 22 para mapaluwag po yung ilang lugar. At marami pa ho, magugulat kayo na may mga bago na itatayo dahil talagang halos kulang at wala pong piitan yung iba. So, sinisika po ito kahit sa maliit na budget ngayong 2025 na mapunuan itong mga pagkukulang. Tama po kayo, marami pong nagkakasakit. Kaya nga po ngayon taon ito, medyo maliit lang, ay bibili rin po ng ilang mga medical, dental, and laboratory equipment para matugunan po yung mga ganitong pangangailangan, Your Honor.
Meron pong 7.9 billion pesos budget allocation for the DOH National Immunization Program. Kasama rin dito yung mga inmates po sa loob ng city jails?
Sa DOH po,
7.9 billion pesos po budget ng DOH National Immunization Program. So, kung kasama po dito yung city jails, so dapat mabawas-bawasan po ang pagkasakit o pagkamatay ng
po,
mga
may
inmates.
collaboration po sa Department of Health at kasama naman po sila sa mga binabakunahan.
Kasama po. So, kung kasama sa binabakunahan, bakit po marami pa rin ang mga nagkakasakit?
Yun talaga pong problema, Your Honor, ay siksikan sa kulungan.
So, kailan po natin umpisahan yung programang pagpapatayo ng mga bagong struktura, bagong jail cells para ma-accommodate yung nagsisiksikan na po ng mga inmates sa mga city jails?
Ito pong darating na taon, 22 bagong piitan, 3.8 billion pesos po ang halaga ay sisimulan, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito po, ayon sa COAS 2022, meron po mga jail facilities na hindi po nagagamit. Ito po, General Nakar District Jail, Lemery Municipal Jail, North Cotabato District Jail, Coronadal District Jail, General Santos City Jail, General Santos City Jail Female and Male, respectively, Makilala District Jail. So itong pitong jail facilities hindi nagagamit, walang laman, nakatenga lang at mukhang nilalawa na lang. Baka pwedeng maglipat tayo ng mga inmates dito na nagsisiksikan doon sa mga nabanggit kong doon sa mga jails na sinasabi nating overcrowded na.
Napagalaman ko po, Your Honor, na karamihan po sa nabanggit nyo, bukod po doon sa Batangas na naggumuho, ay sa Lemery, ay mangangailangan ng perimeter fence. So, ang nakaprogram ngayon ay yung bakod. Kasi po, kahit may kulungan, ay kailangan ng may perimeter fence para po sa hindi makatakas yung
Okay.
iba.
Magkano po yung perimeter fence? Kasi po kung perimeter fence lang, di gastusin natin kaysa tayo magtayo ng panibagong struktura na mas mapapamahal. Kung ito po ay dati may struktura na, may facility na, at kung ang problema ay perimeter fence, din maglagay tayo ng perimeter fence sa bawat jail na ito na 7 sila. Nang sa gayon, malaking kabawasan po ito sa mga nag-congested ng mga city jails around the country.
Kasama po ngayon sa nabanggit kong halaga na kasama rin dun sa 22 yung gawa ng perimeter fence.
So kailan po natin magagamit itong 7 unused jail facilities na yung COA mismo ang nagreklamo na bakit nakatenga lamang po?
2025 po, Your Honor, ang sabi sa akin ng hepe ng Bureau of Jail.
Kailan po sa 2025?
Tapusin daw po nila yung fencing ngayon 2025.
Mga anong buwan po para abangan ko po?
So, pag nagsimula na yung
Kailan po magsisimula?
December, sir, may early procurement.
early procurement po ngayon December, once maaprobahan itong budget, para makahabol. Kasi magkakaroon din po ng election ban, Your Honor. Mag-eleksyon, so pipilitin nila mas maaga. Maibid po ito.
So is it safe to say na before December next year, sa susunod na budget hearing, meron na po at papaalala ko po sa inyo. Mga staff, paalala niyo po sa akin. Ano? Tama ba? Okay. Okay po ba tayo doon?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Last na po. Yung mga dalaw ng mga inmates sa city jail, karamihan sa kanila na reklamo bago makapasok para magdala ng pagkain sa kanilang mga dalaw, sila po ay sinisingil ng 150 pesos to 200 ng bastonero. Although ang naniningil ay hindi po yung mga taga-BGMP, kundi yung mga bastonero. At alam ko naman po, hindi naman maglalakas loob yung mga bastonero maningil kung wala pong basbas sa mga jail guards. Tama po ba?
Yung mga reports yung ganon at iniimbestigahan po yan ng pamunuan ng BGM.
Huwag na po imbestigahan. Pagbawal na po natin.
Ipagbabawal daw po nila yan.
Opo. All you need to do is kausapin niyo po yung mga jail guards na nakikipagsabuatan po sa mga bastonero. Matatapos na po yung problema.
Gagawin daw po nila yon,
Opo.
Your Honor.
Okay. Tapos po, yung pong mga inmates na may pambili naman po ng electric fan, utusan po nila yung kanilang kamag-anak na magdala ng electric fan para mabawas-bawasan yung init. Eh sila po ay sinisingil doon sa halaga ng electric fan na dadalhin nila na kahit silang bumili noon at renta ng space para paglagyan ng electric fan. At kasama pa po doon, kung gusto niya pong maayos-ayos na pwesto, bibigyan siya ng sukat kung isang dipa by isang dipa, tapos pati yung banig, renta na naman. Para bang nagrenta po siya sa kondo. At yan po again, yung bastonero pong naniningil, and of course, ang may utos po niyan, jail guard. So baka pwede po natin ipatigil na yan. Meron po ako mga nagsusumbong, kaya lang I'm not gonna give you the names of those people dahil syempre, pag binigay ko po yung pangalan ng mga nagsusumbong, babalikan po yung mga kamag-anak at baka papatay. Baka mabalitaan na natin nagbigti o nagpakamatay. So never ko ibigay. Pero dokumentado po ito na meron pong ganong klase at sinabi nyo inimbestigahan. So wag na po inimbestigahan, patigil na lang po agad-agad. Ano po?
Ang sinabi po sa akin ng hepe ng BJMP ay naglagay na ng malalaking ventilador doon sa kisame at inayos yung mga bintana para may ventilation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ang sinasabi ko lang sa kanya, baka pinalaki yung bintana, doon naman tumakas. So,
Siguro mong gamitin na lang ang common sense kung gano'n, sir. Ito naman si BGMP chief pala biro eh. Baka inaantok na si sir. Common sense na lang po siguro. Alam niyo na po kung paano gawin yun. Last na naman po, pinaka-last na. Meron po yung tinatawag na conjugal visit sa mga city jail and I approve po ako dyan. In fact, na-feature po yan sa isang TV show ko dahil nakakatulong po yan sa mental health ng mga inmates natin. Ang nababalitaan ko, naniningil na rin daw po. Dapat libre yun. In fact, ako nag-provide pa ako ng kama doon, electric fan, para doon sa conjugal visit. So far as siguraduhin lang natin na yung nagbibisita ay talagang asawa at may dokumento. Kasi baka mamaya ang pagbibisita, girlfriend, kabit, hindi pwede.
nahingi daw po
Prostitute.
sila ng
I'm
marriage
sorry,
contract.
sex worker.
Nahingi raw po sila ng marriage contract, Your
Marriage
Honor.
contract.
At
Okay.
wala pong bayad, Your Honor.
Walang bayad. Kasi may nabalitaan ko, nagbabayad ba daw. Siguraduhin niyo lang po na walang bayad. At wala pong CCTV, ha? Baka mamaya, wala. Yun po yung bawal ng CCTV. Yun lang po. Mr. President, good sponsor, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate, the sponsor is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Antiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. At magandang gabi po, good sponsor, at sa DILG family, kina Sec Remulla, Chief PNP Marbil, at lahat pa po. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, may mga tanong po ako para sa department, para sa National Police, para sa Bureau of Fire Protection, at gayon din para sa National Youth Commission. So, yung unang tanong ko po para sa DILG, nabanggit na rin po kanina ni Senator Sherwin. So, in an interview before the media, Secretary John V. Remulla was quoted as saying, all POGOs closed by December 31, no exceptions, and that goes with Filipino-run POGOs, that goes with Chinese or foreign-run POGOs. There are no exceptions to this. Mr. President, we've received information that some government officials are advising POGOs to just transform into BPOs to escape the exception. Ito bang mga BPOs that engage in activities that used to be performed by POGOs ay kasama din po sa ban sa December 31, Mr. President?
Pag kayo po ay patuloy na gumagawa ng illegal activities pagkatapos po noong deadline na sinabi ng Pangulo at nasa executive order, yung inyo pong violation ay violation ng cybercrime. So magkakaroon pa rin ho kayo ng kaso.
Salamat, good sponsor. So ibig sabihin, in just a few words, kasama po sa ban. Kahit po sila'y magpanggap na BPOs na, basta nag-engage sa mga aktibidad na dati ginagawa ng POGO, Pag lumabag sila sa ban, pasusundin sila sa ban ng DILG at ng PNP. Salamat, Mr. President, at sa pag-confirm, pagtango ng Good Secretary. And then, Mr. President, ito po, nabasa ko na to na sinagot ng Good Secretary. Pero just for the record, dito sa Senado, kasama din po ba, Mr. President, sa ban ang Island Cove sa Cavite?
Yun po mauna, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Sapat na po na kasama sa ban. At kung mauna pa, I leave it up to the department and especially the PNP. Salamat po para doon, Mr. President. Ngayon, isa po sa mga important findings ng Committee on Women investigation sa POGOs ay ang tila pagsasabuatan ng mga POGO bosses at ng ilang mga local government officials. Handa bang magsampa ng kaso ang DILG laban sa mga LGOs na ito? At kung mayroon na, ilan na po ba ang nasampahan ng department ng kaso, Mr. President?
Ito pong Executive Order 74, yung immediate ban ay ang cessation ng operations ay December 31, 2024. Ang pananaw po ng ating DILG Secretary, zero tolerance. So sasampahan po ng kaso.
Alright, maraming salamat po para doon, Mr. President. So sasampahan, so wala pa pong nasasampahan. Wala pong bilang na maibibigay.
So far as the legal POGOs are concerned, legal pa naman ho yan hanggang December 31, 2024, wala pa akong kinakasuhan doon. Pero pag lumampas na po doon sa deadline nun, yung bagong taon 2025, ayun po yung simula noong crackdown.
Salamat, good sponsor. And syempre, naintindihan ko po yung sinabi ng good sponsor at yung input ng good secretary. Pero talagang yung isa ring naging bunga ng ating investigasyon laban sa POGOs ay over time parang hindi naging useful na yung distinction sa legal at illegal POGOs kasi kahit po yung ibang nagsimulang legal kasi may permit, pero naging ano na rin sila naging legal cover para sa mga criminal activities at saka criminal syndicates. So naglulook forward din po ang representasyong ito dun sa sinabi ng good sponsor na zero tolerance. And actually even now, gusto kong ma-appreciate ang DILG dahil yung pong kahit mga nagsimulang legal POGOs pero pati sa ating investigasyon may lumabas na mga findings at nagkaroon ng parallel investigations ang DILG at lalo na ang PNP ay nakikita naman po natin, good sponsor, ay sinimulan na rin po nila yung case build up at yung iba po ay sinimulan na rin pong kasuhan para sa criminal activities bilang POGO bago pa man mag-kick into effect yung total ban. At huli po para sa DILG ngayong gabi, good sponsor, some important revelations came out both in the recently started EJK hearings dito sa Senado at sa Quadcom hearings with respect to the complicity of some police officers and some local government officials. Sabi din po ng secretary bago sila maluklok that he is, quote, willing to reopen he is willing to reopen cold cases. Ito po ba ay bagay na inclined pa rin gawin ng DILG, good sponsor? Mr. President.
The DILG Secretary just confirmed that they will exert all efforts to unearth the truth and unravel whatever were covered before relative to the extrajudicial killings, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po para doon, good sponsor, at sa good secretary. Dako naman po ako, good sponsor, sa mga tanong ko para sa Philippine National Police. Sa isang news report dated September 12, 2024, SOJ, Crispin Remulla, was quoted as saying na mahihirapan ang pag-aresto kay dating Bucor Chief Gerald Bantag dahil siya ay miyembro ng PNPA Class of 1996 na ruling class ngayon. Ito daw ang dahilan kung bakit nag-aalinlangan di umano ang mga pulis sa paghuli sa kanya. Is there any truth to this? At kung wala naman po, ano po ang update sa paghuli sa puganteng si Gerald Bantag, Mr. President? Boying.
Your Honor, the subject, as per the Chief of the Philippine National Police, will not be considered as a sacred cow. Tuloy-tuloy po yung kanilang ginagawang manhunt operation, subalit hindi po natin pwedeng i-detalye, i-reveal sa pagpupulong na ito kung ano yung kanilang ginagawa so as not to compromise whatever actions they are doing right now.
Salamat, good sponsor. Makokontento naman po ako sa sagot na iyon sa ngayon, lalo na in the light of recent successful arrests naman po ng PNP sa ilan pang mga taong matagal nating pinaghahanap. And sapat na po yung commitment na walang ituturing sacred cow, ni si Bantag, ni sino pa man na maaring pinaghahanap nung ating gobyerno. And I look forward na kapag pwede nang gawing public ang mga bagay-bagay na ito ay magkaroon ang update ang PNP sa ating publiko na naging matagumpay na yung pagpapasakamay sa gobyerno ni Mr. Bantag. Good sponsor. At kanina nabanggit din po ito ni Senator Sherwin. Talamak ang balita na tumatay yung bodyguard di umano ng mga pogo boss ang ilang mga miyembro ng PNP. May mga pahayag rin pong may pulis daw na tumulong sa pagtakas ni Guo Huaping. May investigasyon na po ba sa ganitong mga aligasyon? Meron na po bang kahit isang pulis na nakasuhan at naparusahan para dito at sisibakin ba sila sa pwesto, Mr. President?
Your Honor, makakasigurado po kayo na wala na pong tumatay yung bodyguards doon sa mga nabanggit nyo na involved sa Pogo. At tungkol naman doon kay Alice Go case, bagamat may binanggit si retired General Villanueva na may involvement ang ilang kapulisan, wala pong natukoy na involved na pulis doon sa pagtakas ni Alice Go.
Of course, for the record, Mr. President, binawi na po yon ni General Villanueva. Sila po ay humingi ng paumanhin sa kanilang nasabi. At ni-reiterate nila na nung nagsalita silang ganon sa ating hearing, sinabi niyang yan ay chatter lang at wala pong siyang maibibigay na pag-confirm sa chatter na iyon.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. So nagkaroon ba ng investigasyon kung merong hindi man mataas na opisyal pero ibang mga opisyal, mataas man o mid-level or low ranking na kawani ng ating kapulisan na naging bahagi in any way sa pagpapatakas kay Guo Huaping? Kasi napaka-misteryosong nakatakas siya na panay mga dayuhan lang daw ang tumulong at walang kababayan ang tumulong, Mr. President.
Po, Your Honor, baging si General Villanueva ay sinabi na at siya po ay nag-execute ng isang sinumpaang salaysay na wala talagang involvement na pulis, ang kapulisan. So nagkaroon din po ng investigasyon, Your Honor.
Nagkaroon po ng investigasyon. Actually, good sponsor, yan nga po yung naalala ko dun sa isang resource person noon para sa PNP nung isa sa mga hearing natin. Di ko lang maalala ulit yung pangalan nila pero nakaupo sila dito sa likod, sa gitna. May sinabi siya noon na at that time, nagko-conduct ng internal investigation ang PNP. So wala po bang resulta yung internal investigation na iyon, Mr. President?
Karon po, Your Honor, ng investigasyon at wala nga, ang resulta ay wala talagang na tukoy na involved na miyembro ng Philippine National Police.
All
Yung mga
right.
politiko, meron ba ho? With the indulgence of the
Of
Deputy
course,
Minority
Mr.
Leader.
President.
Ka-focus po, Your Honor, sa kapulisan, yung naging investigasyon dahil internal po ito sa Philippine National Police, Your Honor.
E base sa inyong intelligence arm, sa kapulisan, meron bang mga na-involved na politiko sa pagtakas ni Alice Go?
Base rin po sa investigasyon kay Alice Go, sa custodial investigation, wala rin pong natukoy na involved na politiko, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat po. Senator Risa, I'm sorry.
No apologies necessary. Salamat po, Mr. President. So, yun po yung ating input, good sponsor mula sa PNP. Of course, para sa ating Senate Subcommittee on Justice and Human Rights, the jury is still out dahil talagang pinagtatakhan ng ating subcommittee kung sino-sino kaya sa aling-aling mga institusyon ng ating gobyerno ay maaring tumulong sa pagtakas ni Guo Huaping noon. And hopefully kung meron pang kailangan madiskubreng katotohanan na hindi pa nadidiskubre o hindi pa sinasabi sa atin sa ibang mga institusyon, malay po natin, good sponsor, baka mapag-alaman po ng Senado. But tingnan lang po natin. Good sponsor, ito medyo natalakay nyo na po, but kung meron po kayong gustong idagdag, kumusta po ang pagpapasara ng mga POGO bago matapos ang taon?
Yung pong tagubilin sa ngayon sa Executive Order number 74 ay isara ng December 31 at subalit magsisimula po ang pag-track down, pag-monitor nito ng December 15. So yun po yung maasahan po ninyo, Your Honor, na kikilos na po ang kapulisan, DILG, patungkol po rito sa pag-comply sa Section 2D ng Executive Order number 74, cessation of all operations, including the winding up of their affairs on December 31, 2024.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. At pati dun sa impormasyon na 2 linggo pa lamang bago yung actual final deadline, ay magsisimula na po yung pagpapasara. Of course, 2 linggo lang po yan para sa isang napaka-higanteng trabaho and talagang mabigat po yung responsibilidad para dito ng PNP. Mataas po ang expectations ng publiko sa institusyong iyan ng ating pambansang kapulisan. And I can only wish them the best. And I am assured naman po, good sponsor, na tayo dito sa Senado, bahagi or kapatid o kakambal ng ating mga pagtatanong sa PNP. Minsan mahihirap na tanong siguro pag ang dating sa kanilang mga dinig or kalooban. Pero ang kakambal po nun, gusto talaga natin kasi magtagumpay sila. Ang taas ng pangarap nung ilabas yung PNP Reform and Modernization Program Law. Daming matatayog na pangarap tungkol dyan. At like any human institution, kapag nagkakaroon tayo ng problema, and tayo naman bilang Senado o bahagi ng Kongreso, gusto lang talaga natin maiwas to kung may iwawas to or mapuno pag may pagkukulang. Kasi alam naman natin, good sponsor, Mr. President, walang maayos na estado, walang maayos na gobyerno na pwedeng mag-function pag walang maayos din na pambansang kapulisan or for that matter, kasandatahang lakas, any other institution. So yun po yung at least 2 motibasyon natin sa ganito rin pong pagtatanong kahit sa isang importanteng batas tulad ng budget. Kanina po, good sponsor, nabanggit din po ito ni Senator Sherwin. Noong October 29 po, nagkaroon ng isang anti-pogo operation sa Century Peak Tower sa Ermita. Tinawag itong flood ng PAOK dahil sa kawalan di umano ng koordinasyon sa kanila, sa DOJ IACAT at sa Bureau of Immigration. At dahil ni-report na pinakawalan ang foreign suspects. Nasagot na naman po ng good sponsor kanina kung anong masasabi ng PNP sa pahayag na iyon, pero hindi ko po narinig masyadong malinaw dun sa tanong na may pagkukulang po ba talaga sa koordinasyon, Mr. President?
Your Honor, sinasabi po ng kapulisan, hindi ang koordinasyon pong nabanggit po nyo ay patungkol po doon sa mga illegal pogo operations. Ito po, ang nangyari po dito ay isang cyber warrant po yung inimplement ng ating kapulisan doon sa naturang insidente at hindi po ito patungkol doon sa pogo operations. Kaya hindi po ito nangailangan ng koordinasyon na inyo nabanggit at ito nga po yung naging resulta na lumabas po sa media na walang koordinasyon at hindi naman po talaga kailangan ng koordinasyon sa mga sa patungkol sa ganung mga raid operations.
Kung ganon, good sponsor, I have to say na pati ang dating sa publiko hindi coordinated. Kahit ako po na observer lang noon sa media nung operation na yon at dahil invested po tayo dun sa pagpapaban talaga sa Pogos, akala ko po anti-Pogo operation yon. So, kaya na-concern po ako sa ganitong napaka-importanting yugto ng pagpapaban talaga sa Pogos na nagkaroon ng ganitong operation. I think ang dating din sa publikong sumusubaybay kahit sa social media ay anti-pogo ito. So, sana magtagumpay. And then, parang naging magulo sa huli.
Ang sa paliwanag po ng Chief PNP, ito po ay hindi nga raid sa isang pogo operations. Parang anti-scheming, anti-scamming, financial fraud, etc., Your Honor. So, siguro po napataon doon sa explanation naman noong spokesman noong PAOK TF na yun ang nauna ata na interview. Your Honor, at siguro ang naging pagkukulang doon ng kapulisan ay hindi kagad nakatugon. Yun ang mga kung may spokesperson para maipaliwanag. So doon po siguro ang naging sanhi at punot dulo ng kalituhan.
Well, of course, ang pangalawang tungkulin na yung sumagot sa spokesperson. Of course, pinaka-importante at urgent yung actual implementation ng operation on the part of the PNP. Pero pinaalalalan din po ako ng legis ko, Mr. President, na nabanggit na nga po kanina na halo-halo na sila. So, nagpapanggap na legit BPO ang mga dating POGO. So, hanggat mailabas yung final report ng PNP dito, ganito po yung magiging understanding ko. Good sponsor, sa pahayag naman ng PAOK a few days ago, nasa 111 illegal POGO hubs ang hindi pa tumitigil sa kanilang operasyon. Ano po ang plano ng PNP dito? At di po ba kailangan na, ito ilang beses na po natin sinabi, good sponsor, sa ating investigasyon, di po ba kailangan na magtulungan ang ating national agencies para siguraduhin ang tagumpay laban sa POGO, Mr. President?
Your Honor, ang present situation po ngayon, ang PAOK-TF sa kanilang mandato ay may prerogative na pumili kung sino yung operating unit na gusto nilang partner, maging NBI man o PNP, so sila po yung pumipili. Pero ang pinapangako po ng bagong DLG Secretary ay magkakaroon ng isang coordinative meeting kasama po ang PAOK-TF, kasama po ang Department of Justice, kasama po ang DLG para magkaroon ng isang cohesive action, magkakaroon ng isang composite task force para po makakilos ng merong isang hakbang at isang patutunguhan, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. So coordinating meeting, ang understanding ko nga po, kahit sa mga naunang buwan ng pagkilos ng gobyerno laban sa POGOs, meron ng some kind of coordinating body or mechanism na yung lead agency ay yung PAOK. At doon ko naiintindihan yung sinabing sila yung sa ngayon may prerogative na pumili sino yung operating unit para sa particular na operasyon. But maybe good timing na rin po ito dahil bago yung ating Interior and Local Governments Secretary, bago rin yung a little less bago pero comparatively bago rin yung ating Justice Secretary na baka parang lang, hindi naman reset pero regroup and then another fresh start.
Po kayo,
Mr.
Your Honor,
President.
maging doon po sa bagong labas na Executive Order 74 ay nakalagay po doon sa Section 3 na bubuo ng isang grupo, TWG pa nga nakalagay dito, para sa anti-illegal offshore gaming operations composed of the following: PAOK, DOJ, DILG, PNP, BI, NBI, AMLAC, SEC at CESA.
Maraming salamat, good
Salamat po.
sponsor. At marami akong narinig dun sa mga grupong binanggit ninyo na naging matulungin din ng mga resource persons, agencies sa ating investigasyon. So, tamang sila yung patuloy or sila yung magbubuo ng technical working group or yung task force na kukumplituhin harinawa yung sinimulang trabaho laban sa POGOs. At sa PNP po, salamat naman po at nahuli na rin si Apollo Quiboloy. At nakikita ko dito si General Torres. So, pagpupugay sa PNP sa matagumpay na pag-aresto sa kanya, sa suporta at pakikipagkoordinasyon ng ibang mga institusyon ng gobyerno, pati yung AFP. So, pagpupugay doon, pero may update din po ba sa paghahanap kay Harry Roque? Bakit po parang napakadaling iwasan ng batas para sa ilan?
Your Honor, ang sitwasyon po ngayon ay wala pong tangan-tangang warrant of arrest ang ating kapulisan. So, ang parang lumalabas pong violation ay yun lamang na yung contempt sa Kongreso. So, yun po yung status po ngayon, Your Honor.
Pero good sponsor at mas alam po ito ng majority leader kaysa sa akin. Pag meron pong contempt citation ng isang bahagi ng Kongreso, hindi po ba meron din pong effect iyon na kailangang paharapin yung taong iyon? Hindi para i-detain, pero para humarap at sumagot sa mga tanong sa kanya ng isang congressional investigation. Mr. President. Post siya sa social media eh. Doon na lang kaya siya magsalita sa harap ng Senado at ng House, Mr. President.
Your Honor, bagamat nabanggit ko yung walang warrant, meron pong tracker team naman ang RFU 14, Regional Field Unit, na kumikilos at ang huling reported na pagkilos po dito, hindi ko lang kung dapat banggitin ko ito.
Kahit hindi na po, Mr. President.
Bago-bago lang.
Okay po.
So, may ginagawa naman po.
Opo, nananalig naman po ako na may ginagawa. Sana lamang po ay magbunga din tulad nung nagbunga yung paghahanap kay Kibuloy. Dako naman po ako, Mr. President, sa police efforts kontra droga. So nabanggit po sa isa sa mga hearing natin na hirap ang Commission on Human Rights kumuha ng impormasyon sa PNP para sa mga investigasyon nila kaugnay ng violenteng war on drugs ng Administrasyong Duterte. At ito kaugnay ng minanifest ko kanina dun sa pag-interpellate ni Senator De La Rosa. Ano po yung polisiya ng PNP sa pag-comply sa mga document requests ng CHR, Mr. President?
Ano pong direktang katugunan ang gustong makalap ng Your Honor, kasi po may nabanggit kanina dun sa pasimula ng ating deliberations na meron pong memo na tinutugunan ang ating kapulisan. Ito po yung nabanggit, madalas mabanggit, yung Executive Order number 2 at nag-issue rin po ang memo ang PNP noong July 25, 2017 patungkol po dito. May mga exceptions po concerning law enforcement and protection of public and personal safety, confidential information, protection of privacy of persons, such as minors, etc., etc. So, ito pong ganitong panuntunan ay patuloy na nagsisilbing gabay sa ating kapulisan sa kanila pong pagkilos, bagamat tumatalima sa Commission on Human Rights na request ay pinoprotektahan din po nila ang karapatan ng mga individual at maging yung kanilang hanay na hindi rin naman po magkaroon ng administrative cases, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Maglalakas loob akong magmungkahi na palagay ko outdated na po itong dalawang polisiya para sa PNP sa ngayon dahil pumapasok siya base sa mga public statements ng kanyang liderato, pumapasok siya sa isang bagong yugto kung paano talaga epektibo, makatao, rights-based, epektibo pa rin tutugunan yung problema sa droga. Yung EO number 2, nabanggit ko na po, good sponsor, na nanawagan ako sa Office of the ES at Office of the President. I-revisit nila kasi sobrang daming exceptions dyan sa freedom of information. Pati kapag ang isang constitutional body tulad ng CHR ay humahanap ng mga data, ng mga dokumento para matulungan yung mga kababayan nating dumudulog sa kanila. At pati po yung memo ng PNP, July 2017. 7 years ago na po yun. May bago po tayong lideratong Chief PNP. Kung ang kadahilanan noon ay tungkol sa protection of public and personal safety, well, ang mga kababayan po nating dumudulog sa CHR at dumudulog sa PNP ay nagsasabing sila po ay nabalo, sila po ay naulila dahil sa EJK. Sila po yung binawian ng personal safety, kahit ng public safety sa kanilang mga komunidad. Nabanggit din po sa lumang memo na yon yung minors. 200 bata po ang napatay sa EJK sa war on drugs. Kaya sabi ko nga po, good sponsor, maglalakas loob ako na dumulog sa bagong liderato ng PNP tulad nung pagdulog ko sa Office of the President at Office of the EO, i-revisit po itong mga luma at palagay ko laos na ng mga polisiya. Hindi po natutulungan ng PNP na tumugon ng mas maayos sa mga isyong ganito, Mr. President.
Kanina po, nangako na yung ating kalihim na susuriin muli, re-reviewin yung mga dating kaso na nakabinbin, pending yung mga cold cases. So makakaasa po kayo, Your Honor, na ito po yung gagawin ng bagong pamunuan.
Pinanghawakan ko po yon, good sponsor. Nananalig ako, susuriin talaga ng bagong liderato ng department yung mga kaso. Pero ang polisiya, alam po natin ito bilang policy makers, yun ang pundasyon ng hindi lang kahit anong operasyon ang ilulunsad, pero pati kahit anong mga klase ng kaso ang pwedeng ihain in the first place. So, kung hindi kayang sagutin ngayong gabi, pero ifo-follow up ko na lang po sa mga susunod na panahon, I earnestly urge yung bukod sa OP at OES, dahil wala naman sila dito ngayong gabi, ang PNP, i-revisit po talaga ang mga polisiyang ito or ang polisiyang nakapaloob sa memo. Ngayong nasa bagong yugto sila ng pagpapanibago ng estilo ng pagtugon sa problema ng droga, i-align na rin po yung mga polisiya nila, Mr. President.
Your Honor, subalit itong memo ng nilabas ng PNP ay sangayon lang po yan sa memo na nilabas ng Malacanang.
Yun na nga po,
So,
Mr. President.
siguro po ang PNP o ang DILG ay makakilos lang kung merong sapat na pagbabago doon sa executive order naman, number 2. So, pero makakaasa po kayo kung ano man ang pagbabagong gagawin doon sa executive order number 2, ay tutugon po ang DILG at ang kapulisan.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. President. So, maasahan ba namin ang, kung hindi pa buong, pero sana buong kooperasyon, higit na kooperasyon ng PNP sa CHR para sa ongoing at future investigations, Mr. President?
Po.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Alam naman ninyo, good sponsor, kung gaano ako kakulit sa ganito. So patuloy kong i-explore ano yung buong ibig sabihin ng OPO na iyan in operational terms. Dahil ultimately, operational institution ang PNP. Good sponsor, okay, natanong na rin po ito ni Senator Raffy naman kanina, kung nasusunod po ba ang utos ng Supreme Court, sa paggamit ng body-worn cameras, Mr. President.
Susunod po, Your Honor, ang handicap lang po ngayon ay yung talagang kakulangan ng kagamitan dahil sa budgetary limitations, Your Honor.
And speaking of budgetary limitations, Mr. President, naalala ko, may ilang taon na rin, hindi naman maraming taon, pero may ilang taon na rin po tayong nag-appropriate para dyan. So baka pwede lang, I'm sure, may intention naman tayo dito sa budget making process, i-follow up yan year on year hanggat kompleto na yung complement na kailangan
Po,
ng
at
PNP.
bukas nga po yung
para
pre-bid conference.
Sorry, Mr.
Bukas po
President.
yung pre-bid conference
Oo
para
nga
po
po.
sa procurement ng
Yes.
cameras.
Okay po. Salamat, Mr. President. Tingin ko po kasi mahalaga ito, di lang para sa protektahan ang mga subject ng operation, pero pati yung mga kapulisan natin. Kasi gaya din ng sinabi ni Senator Raffy kanina, kapag may body-worn camera, may iwasan ng pagsisinungaling o paglilihim sa totoong nangyari sa kahit kaninong panig, Mr. President. Mr. President, ang sabi po ni dating Pangulong Duterte, napakataas ng krimen ngayon, di tulad daw nung panahon niya. Pero tinabla po ito ni Chief PNP Marbil, ni Executive Secretary Bersamin, at ni DOJ Secretary Remulla. Ano po ba ang totoong sitwasyon sa paglaganap ng krimen ngayon? At may pruweba po ba tayo dyan, Mr. President?
Your Honor, may datos din po akong tangan-tangan dito na for the period covering January to September 2024. At alam ko po, ito ay naipaliwanag na ni Executive Secretary Bersamin.
Apologies, Mr. President.
Pero
Wala po ako nung
gusto ko lang banggitin
tinalakay nila yon.
na maging ang average monthly crime rate natin ay mas mababa, 14 reported crimes for every 100,000 individuals each month for the period covering January to September 2024. At yung datos naman doon sa dito. Kung hawak kanina, alam nyo, Your Honor, sa dami na ng dokumento sa harap ko at dala na rin siguro ng gutom, ay hindi ko matandaan na rito kung saan nakapatong.
Malapit na po akong mag-guilty, Mr. President.
Opo,
Baka gusto po ba ng good sponsor mag-suspend
hindi po,
pansamantala?
hindi po. Okay lang po tayo. Yung January, ito po, yung 8 focus crimes ay talagang bumaba. Kung noong, halimbawa po, kung ating pong tinutukoy ay, halimbawa ay murder, kung ito po ay bumaba po ng kaunti, January to September 2023, compared to September 2024, ng ilang bahagdan, 3,107, 3,057. Bumaba po. May decrease naman po na 4.75%. Ang tinutukoy ko po rito ay yung 8 focus crimes na tinututukan. Ang tawag po dito ay FCSC, Focus Crime Solution Efficiency, Your Honor. So may trend naman na po na bumaba, kaya lang hindi ko ito pala. Yan. So, yung period po na ang tawag naman po dito ay Crime Information Reporting and Analysis System, from yung October 2024, period from, kung ikukumpara po ay, saan dito? Yung datos.
July 2020, all it focus showed that it is under the current theft explained the largest drop in fall ito sa yung mga pinakamakay.
Yung isa sa focus crimes, yung theft, largest reduction in volume, dropping from 84,089 to 30,172 incidents, Your Honor, sang-ayon po sa datos na hawak-hawak ko ngayon. Comparing it with the data from July 2016 to 2018. Mas bumaba po sa period na nabanggit ko ngayon. And we are more than willing to submit this data to Her Honor for her perusal.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor. Kasi lagi nga nating sinasabi na evidence-based policy making ang gusto nating gawin. So, yung mga numero, bagamat mataas pa rin, at least bumababa. So, importanteng maintindihan natin bakit at paanong bumababa para pwede nating i-drive further forward. Mula dun sa addressing the roots of crime, hanggang sa yung deterrent talaga sa krimen na yung certainty of arrest, prosecution, and conviction, hanggang pa po dun sa reforms sa lahat ng haligi ng criminal justice system, pati po sa penal reform. So marami nito na tinalakay siguro 2 decades ago ng mga grupo tulad ng Bantay Katarungan or kahit na mga institusyon tulad ng Korte Suprema sa kanilang mga, yung sinulat ni dating CJ Panganiban sa column nila na 3 generations of reforms na
Ready to submit,
pinamunuan.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
Mr. President.
itong datos na hawak-hawak. Nakita ko na.
Opo.
Nakita ko na nagutom lang talaga.
Paumanhin po, Mr. Good Sponsor. Baka po pwedeng dala ng ating lunch.
Sinasubmit na po sa inyo.
Salamat po, good sponsor. Pag-aaralan po namin ito sa office ko. Konting exchange gift. Kapalit po ng datos na ito, nagbilin po ako magdala ang lounge sa inyo ng konting pantawid gutom.
Ay po tayo dyan, ma'am.
May offer si good gentlewoman from Makati na crinkles, Mr.
We can suspend for a minute if the...
Ayaw daw nila, Mr. President eh.
Gugutom pag nagdala si Senator Nancy ng pagkain dito. Papakainin niya po lahat ng kapulisan nandito.
Okay. Salamat po, Mr.
Walang
President.
nagugutom
Good
sa
sponsor.
alagang Nancy Binay.
Apo. May mani pa. Salamat, good sponsor. So, huling dalawang tanong ko na lamang po para sa PNP. So, dati po may tokhang, libo-libo ang namatay, kasamang napakaraming inosente at batang walang kamuwang-muwang. Problema pa rin po natin ngayon, ang droga. So, ano po ang ginagawa ng PNP ngayon para labanan ito, Mr. President?
Your Honor, bagamat meron pa ring tinatawag na PNP Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, ang nangyayari po ngayon ay involved na po yung iba't iba ring ahensya at meron pong sinasabi si Chief PNP na roadmap na kasama po yung iba't ibang ahensya at kung babanggitin ko yung mga ginagawa nila ngayon, meron pong Recovery and Wellness Program, Community-Based Drug Rehabilitation Program, among others. So, kung kinakailangan po, Your Honor, papadalan din namin kayo ng mga dokumento patungkol dito.
Yes, please, good sponsor.
Salamat po.
At maraming salamat po para doon. Iyan po bang mga sinisimulan nyo ng banggitin sa strategy, sa roadmap? Yun po ba yung nabanggit ni Chief PNP Marbil na bloodless war on drugs? Yun po ba yun?
Yun po ang sinasabi nila.
Okay. Meron po ba kayong gustong sabihin kahit maikli ngayong gabi bilang pagtalakay ng kaunti pa dyan sa bloodless war on drugs policy?
Ang lumalabas po ngayon ay yung pangkasalukuyang kampanya ay ang tawag po ay ADOR.
Ador.
So, Anti-Illegal Drugs Operations through Enforcement and Education. So, bahagi po nito ang narinig niyo na po siguro, puro letter E po ito. Engineering the structure, education, alam niyo na po yan, extraction of information, enforcement of law, enactment and amendment of laws and policies, sangayon sa RA 9165, environment, focused drug rehabilitation, economics, providing support to surrenderies, evaluation, conducting regular evaluations of campaign plan, etc., etc. So, kung kinakailangan din po, Your Honor, padadalhan din po namin kayo ng kopya nitong mga nabanggit ko.
Yes, please, good sponsor at maraming salamat po. Lahat po interesante at importante at lalong-lalo na siguro para sa atin yung enactment and amendment para magabayan din po tayo sa ating legislative work. So at epektibo po ba itong ginagawa ng pulisya ngayon, Mr. President?
Sabi po ni Chief PNP, epektibo po yung kampanya ngayon dahil sa isang indikasyon ay mas mahal po yung prohibited na substance na ating tinutukoy. Ang ibig sabihin po niyan kakaunti kaya nagtaas ang presyo. So yung supply ay limitado kaya mas mahal, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. I'm sure mas marami pang maibibigay na indicators na nakikita na nagiging mas epektibo yung ganitong ginagawa ng PNP sa ngayon at ating pong susubaybayan para kung talagang mapatunayan natin over time na ito yung tamang approach, no? Na hindi lang law enforcement heavy pero may kasabay na public health approach at may division of labor ang gobyerno sa dalawang importanteng sangkap na ito. Yung public health approach para sa suppression ng demand at yung law enforcement approach para sa suppression ng supply. At hari nawa talaga magpatuloy itong maging epektibo para ibang paraan sa tokhang, ang daming napatay, na ang outcome ngayon sabi nung iba, mas matindi pa yung problema natin sa droga ngayon. At bakit kaya? Sa halip, yung ganitong ibang approach na sabi nga sa unang mga buwan ay nagmumukhang mas epektibo, hindi pa daw tuloy na natigil ang mga EJKs on the ground, good sponsor, di umano mas kaunti, mas tahimik, pero nagpapatuloy pa rin, so kailangan pa rin nating tugunan, pero kung mabawasan hanggang matigil yung patayan na yan sa ganitong epektibong paraan, then pati tayo bilang Senado ay magbabayin dito at over the years mas susuportahan po ito.
Your Honor,
And-
sinasabi rin po ng DILG Secretary na mayroong correlation ng crime sa utilization ng illegal substance.
Yes, Mr. President. Wala pong duda dyan sa mga correlation na iyan. Pero ibig sabihin, I think yung isang leksyon na, mapait na leksyon na natutunan natin sa war on drugs, hindi single cause yung naging problema at nagiging problema pa rin natin sa war on drugs o sa problema natin sa illegal na droga. So importante ma-surface natin lahat ng correlations para tama at makatao yung tugon natin at epektibo. So huling tanong ko na lang po para sa PNP, Mr. President, galit po tayo sa kriminal, galit po tayo sa krimen, at trabaho po ng pulis na protektahan ang bawat Pilipino laban sa krimen at siguraduhing ligtas ang ating mga komunidad. Gayunpaman, may sentimiento po ang iilan na di daw ito nagagawa at mas mabuti na lang patayin ng mga pulis ang mga suspect. Ano pong masasabi nyo dito, good sponsor? Hindi ba krimen rin po ang walang habas na pagpatay kahit pulis ang gumawa, Mr. President?
Ano po kayo? Wala po sa pagsusuot ng uniforme o walang uniforme ang paglabag sa revised penal code. So, krimen din po yan.
Salamat po, good sponsor. And I would even add to that na wala sa pagsuot ng uniforme, hindi lang yung paglabag sa revised penal code, kundi yung paglabag sa karapatang pantao. In fact, ang institusyon ng kapulisan ay gusto natin isa sa pinaka tinitingala at inaasahan ng proteksyon at hindi paglabag sa anuman.
Nabanggit din po, Your Honor, ng ating Chief PNP na ang guidance po ng Pangulo is to protect and preserve human rights.
Maraming salamat po para doon, good sponsor. And really, bilang isang widow din ng PNP, maraming salamat po para doon. Dalawang tanong lamang po, good sponsor, tungkol sa Bureau of Fire Protection. Kahit i-submit na lang po in writing dahil din sa oras, please submit in writing, update po sa dalawang tanong na ito. Una, update po sana sa cancellation of contract for design and build of 51 fire stations awarded to a private company, reportedly because of the delays in the completion. So pakisubmit po magkano po ba yung total contract at siyempre ayaw naman nating hindi matuloy ang 51 fire stations. Isa lang nga napaka-importante, 51 pa kaya. Ano po yung ways forward para mabuo naman talaga at magamit po ng ating mga komunidad ang fire stations na ito. At huli po sa BFP, pakisubmit na lang din po in writing, in our meeting with ARTA, Anti-Red Tape Authority, whose budget I just defended, it was cited that one of the main reasons for the gap in the LGU's Electronic Ease of Doing Business One-Stop Shop o EBOS is allegedly the release of a BFP memo. Memo na naman. Release of a BFP memo to their regional Bureau of Fire Protection stations rescinding any MOAs that they may have entered into with LGUs. This is reportedly being done for them to fully implement their BFP system. However, Mr. President, the revocation of the MOAs would hinder naman the LGU in complying with the JMC 01 series of 2021 between DTI, ARTA, DICT, and even DILG, so marami-raming ahensya, in implementing the Ease of Doing Business law. So kung maari po, malinawan po tayo dito, in writing din po, Mr. President.
Honor, we will be submitting a letter coming from the Bureau of Fire Protection. The head is here. Yung dalawang liham po. One is about the non-construction of 51 fire stations. Number two, the alleged memo issued that would appear to be violative of the ease of doing business law. We will comply, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor.
Parang mali yung bigay ng page. Kaya send ko lang po.
Okay. Salamat po, good sponsor. Huling mga tanong na lang po sa National Youth Commission. Okay. So, sorry, good sponsor. Pagkatapos ng NYC may Philippine Commission on Women pa. Pero yung tatlo na lang po. Sabihan nyo lang po ako kung kailangan nyo mag-suspend ng pansamantala. Okay. So, sa National Youth Commission, yung kanila munang priorities and plans. Considering the National Youth Commission's recent change in leadership, pwede po bang ibahagi ng chair ang key priorities at plano ng commission sa mga susunod na taon para isulong yung youth sector sa ating bansa, Mr. President?
Po sa mga plano ng National Youth Commission ay yung i-reorganize yung kanilang hanay down to the regional offices at nakaabot na rin sa akin kaalaman na sila po ay naghahanap ng bagong tahanan na kanilang lilipatan dito sa Kalakhang, Maynila. So isa po din sa ginagawa po ng gagawin ng National Youth Commission ay yung pagpapalaganap ng kaalaman